Well, hello and welcome to the NECC Valorant Grand Finals for our Yellow Division. I will be your host this evening, Captain at Soka, but I am joined in the booth alongside the hottest commentator, Valorant caster in the NECC. It is Hot Sauce.
Captain, what a pleasure to be back in the booth with you. I know it's been quite some time, but I am excited to get into it again here tonight for this championship in the Yellow Division. Two teams going at it here. Maybe we could take a quick look at the bracket to see how they got here. But Ottawa, not dropping they dropped one game, the entire season. 9-0 on the season, only dropped one game. See clean sweeps through this postseason as well, and they're down on the bottom. West Virginia as well, sweeping through in the postseason to get into this championship. 7-2 though on the season for West Virginia, and their game record being 14-5. Captain.
Yeah, so clearly we're going to have some top contending teams going into this grand finals. Of course, that being Ottawa, Garnett, and West Virginia. And like you have said, these are two teams that have literally fought their way to make it to this position. One, of course, like you said, is a little bit better in the record standings, but as we have seen throughout the quarter and semifinals, we have seen some consistent upsets. Of course, if you look earlier on in the bracket, you had the number 2 seed OTSU Esports fall to the number 7 seed UML Riverhawks earlier on. And of course, the Riverhawks went all the way to the semis to lose to West Virginia. So wouldn't be too surprised if we see a lower seeded team, of course, come up and take advantage over the number 1 seeded team. But I got to say, Ottawa Garnett is going to be a tough team to beat for West Virginia.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned, Ottawa 9-0 on the season, West Virginia 7-2, and they actually met in Week 9, right, just before we got here, where Ottawa gave them a clean sweep 2-0. So we'll see if maybe West Virginia was able to make some adaptations, but. Maybe we could take a quick look at the rosters here, and we'll take a peek at who is on both of these teams here, Captain.
Absolutely. Now, coming up first for Ottawa Esports, number 1 is going to be Blady, followed up by Housey. And in the number 3 spot, it's Jeremy, followed up by APL. And last but not least, for Ottawa Esports, it's Psycho.
And not to stump on your toes there, Captain, but just a quick correction. It's actually Husi. I know it looks like Housey. I thought the same thing as well. But that's Hussam Taha. So that's actually Husi there.
Gotcha.
And then hopefully we'll get a look at the other side there for West Virginia University tonight. And then we got E-Girl Elo, who's a senior. Jay Chronic. TTV, who is a junior. Sauceton, put a little sauce in his name. Got to represent it like that. Sports management there, a sophomore. Agility as well, a freshman. And Sora, a liberal arts freshman, playing tonight for that number 3 West Virginia University.
Yeah, I like it. This is, a well-mixed team. Of course, we got a little bit, of the older players with the seniors, but then you got the sophomore and 2 freshmen. Not to mention Sauceton, with that sports management major, maybe one day along down the line, it could be some esport management going in for Sauceton. But that remains to be seen as we get ready to head into this matchup between these two teams. Should be an absolute banger of a series. Keep in mind that this is the grand finals. This is for all the marbles, so this will be a best of 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Best of 5 again. I'm kind of leaning in the favor of Ottawa here, as they have been dominating. They met previous in the season. We'll take a quick look at these map bans and what we're going to be facing here. But Ottawa, as we mentioned, 2-0 swept them previously. So, we had the first ban there, Split, coming out from Ottawa, followed by a ban from West Virginia on Bind there. And then, of course, Ottawa picking Haven. And Icebox. Meanwhile, West Virginia opt to pick Breeze and then Fracture. And if it happens to come down to it, that decider will be on Ascent. And I believe West Virginia will be defending on that final match.
And these are some interesting bans, I got to say. First of all, I love Split. So Ottawa banning Split, that's got to be a West Virginia map because Split is such a good map. I can imagine West Virginia actually favoring that map and doing well. And then, the same could be said about Bind. Granted that I'm not the big favorite of Bind, but I can understand where the ban would come from. Now, of course, with your two picks coming from, well, the first pick coming from U Ottawa, we have Haven, which honestly, of course, is one of my favorite map. I consider it the default map of Valorant, and then Breeze for West Virginia. But still, some good picks and bans all around. Now let's head into the character selection to see what the lineups will look like for both of these teams as we get ready to head into Haven.
Yeah, I'm a Ray's favorite, so I'm kind of sad we don't see Split or Bind. A big favorite of Ray's. She's pretty popular on those maps, but nonetheless, here we are on Haven, and we can see there for West Virginia going with the Omen, Sky, and Fade. Oh, possibly Fade. No, we're going to see Neon coming out with KO and Chamber there as they get locked in over there in Ottawa as well. Sova, Sage, Jet, and I lost the last two there at the moment. I think it was Omen and Chamber.
Correct. And I got to say, I'm a huge fan of Chamber. That is going to be the majority of my picks. Again, I'm biased. By all means, I do like Chamber a lot. But at the same time, I love Sova and Jet. Those are the three I'm going to be looking out for. And I'm never, ever opposed to having a Sage on my team. I think those are probably some of the most clutch moments that you can see come from a Sage. Not only are they good with the control by putting up the ice wall, but coming in clutch, of course, with the revives as well. But we are heading into a game number one between West Virginia University and U Ottawa Garnet as the pistol round is getting ready to get underway.
Yeah, I think Sage is important on a map like this. A lot of times you see her wall off B or wall off Garage, and I think it adds just a little bit more of reinforcement to that defense. Of course, Chamber, we often see him in that top 3% pick rate now, as he has that higher mobility, that headhunter as well, the tour de force coming out, that free operator, if you will. So yeah, I think some solid picks here from both teams, and I'm just excited to get it underway.
Well, here we go. Game number one, it has officially started, and we see Sora lining up things over there towards the A side, and now Husi is going to be moving in towards A as well, coming from around the corner. Agility playing as the KO is going to be watching the flank here, and nobody really making the big push just yet. And finally, we get a little bit of crossfire, but not a lot of damage yet, Hot Sauce.
Yeah, now backing off that A site, rotating toward long C here. Chamber holding the angle. You can see Omen just kind of flirting outside of Garage, trying to get some intel. Chamber going to back off with that teleport shot, swinging back and forth. Unfortunately, Chamber unable to collect the second one. Finn gets the trade. Chronic with one as well here on the C site. And Huzi, with that frenzy, causing a little frenzy. And now 3-3 as he finds one more. Chronic on the trade. And now one on this B side. Omen lurking around here, though, and might have a little Omen on Omen action from behind.
Yeah, but get ready, because that Sova came in and was able to get the spike planted, and there it goes. Only one Omen remains, and that will just about do it, as round number one will go to U Ottawa Garnet.
Yeah, phenomenal job there to clutch that one up. We know how important the pistol round is on both sides, first and second half. So anytime you can start to build that economy, get those early buys, start stacking those rounds. And right now we see U Ottawa doing just that. And we'll see if they can continue that momentum.
I'm sorry, Jet is without a doubt my favorite duelist. I love watching Jet go to work, especially when they get a sniper on their side. But with that being said, I'm waiting to see who the heavy fragger is going to be coming up from West Virginia University. So far, it's Jay Chronic popping off, getting those first two early kills. But as we get round number two all underway, we already see Sora trying to peek with the Marshall, but not much doing there. It seems U Ottawa Garnet is going to opt out for a Garage push instead.
Yeah, we have three here from West Virginia on A, though. They might try to push here and get a little flank in. We can see Neon with that quick rotation as well, but I'm really liking the patience here on the attacking side from U Ottawa, not getting too aggressive here as they catch agility on that push. Little jiggle peek out, not able to get what he needs there. Going to back off. Smart decision here as they just kind of maintain and hold these angles.
Yeah, honestly, this is probably going to be, I don't want to call it a gimme round, but more often than not, the team that wins the pistol round inevitably is going to win the second. So, although it's definitely not a gimme round, it's just heavily one-sided in the favor of U Ottawa Garnet, as expected for the most part. But now we are seeing APL line up towards the Garage. That was that Garage push that we were talking about earlier. And Jay Chronic just holding up there in the catwalk by the window, biding all the time in the world. And finally, they're going to peek momentarily, but of course get shadowed out.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and I really like the changes. Jet has been the #1 pick statistically. Oh, Jeremy able to find one sauce as well, but Jet has statistically been the #1 pick and still is, correct? So, I like these changes that they made to Jet. Hopefully we see a little bit less of her, not 100% pick rate as we see here on the West Virginia University side as well. But what are your thoughts on those changes to Jet?
Honestly, I mean, I take it or leave it. I still think Jet is probably still going to be the #1 duelist regardless of the changes. And speaking of, here comes Husi getting the final kill on agility. I don't think that the changes are going to make that big of a difference to Husi, who is still the #1 fragger coming out of Ottawa Garnet.
Yeah, 4-1 already. But I like that they added, that initial, you press it, now you got to have that little timer. You have a small time frame to hit it again. So I think it's a good adjustment to Jet. Nothing too crazy, kind of ease into those updates and see if we can maybe change the meta just a little bit. But as you mentioned, Huzi here showing that Jet still an absolute powerhouse. 4-1, 3-1 for Jeremy as well.
It's funny because I always thought Reyna was also one of the top contending duelists, but I was corrected. It wasn't too long ago for another Valorant tournament that I was casting in, and you really just saw that Jet was definitely solidified as one of the top tier duelists. And now we're seeing agility put Husi down, but here comes the trades as now all will fall to Blade, who will get the pickup and the kill on both Sawston and the follow-up there. Ottawa Garnet really holding on right now as they try to rotate back and possibly make a push towards A.
Yeah, Blade looking like Wesley Sniper out there with the 2 beautiful headshots. And now that rotation coming in toward the A site. You can see 2 defenders here from West Virginia already out into mid, into grass, now looking to garage to see if there's any intel there as Neon backs off as well. And what a great decision by Ottawa here to head toward that A site. Beautiful game since West Virginia nowhere really to be found other than Neon here lurking just outside the site.
Yeah, Neon already showed that they can pop off and get headshots, but good on APL to knock Sora down quickly. Sora was probably the biggest danger coming from West Virginia University, and this should be a very successful spike plant now that they have dealt with Sora and that Neon accordingly.
Yeah, now Chronic is going to have to push with his teammate Finn here, trying to check these angles. What the hell there is? Whoa, but as Jeremy pops one, swings wide, the double kill, and he comes away with another round for Ottawa, 3-0, as they're starting to stack them on the board.
Yeah, seeing a lot of headshots come out of Jeremy just now, getting the back-to-back drop. Fantastic show out from Omen, who isn't even a duelist. Being a controller, being able to come in and get those sly kills, definitely going to be putting in some extra work for Ottawa Garnet, as now Jeremy has taken actually the #1 spot on the kill count.
Yeah, a talented Omen player goes a long way, and you don't see him as often anymore, but there's a lot of cheeky things you can do with those smokes and that teleport as well. And right now, Jeremy utilizing that utility very well for this Ottawa team is, again, they set up kind of a default position here, not getting overly aggressive too soon. And I really like this play because West Virginia they have been the more aggressive team on defense here. They're pushing up, they're getting picked off. Here we see one from APL, one from Psycho as well. And these early picks are really setting the tone of the game here for Ottawa.
And honestly, that's the thing about Ottawa Garnet is that they were able to win these 1v1s in these cross maps time and time again. Like, their shot percentage is extraordinarily high, and now we see the crossfire coming out again between Blade and Sora. Sora, of course, one of the top fraggers from West Virginia University, so it's no surprise to still see them pushing for West Virginia here at the late round of round number 4.
Yeah, just beautiful crosshair placement all around. You can see that these guys are on a different skill level. And I think that the big difference you see in skilled teams like this in the clubs, you'll notice that they'll spray through that wall and continuously spray through that wall, waiting for people to peek. Just a whole nother level of game sense right now that Ottawa Garnet is displaying, as they have completely taken control of this A side, and really not much you can do. The spray coming through to heaven. Sora's going to fall the knife because they don't want to save. You're going to get more money trying to find these kills, but again, nothing Sky can do here.
I mean, I appreciate the effort, from Jay Chronic. You know what? I mean, we know that it's not Clearly not enough time to try and get the defuse, but hey, you might as well just do something while you're doing nothing. So again, I guess it would be a successful save round coming out from West Virginia University. But with that being said, we already know Ottawa Garnet definitely winning the economy here, as they have stacked up quite a nice chunk of change. And keep in mind, they also have the ultimate, the tour de force, coming from Chamber. For those that aren't familiar, Chamber is allowed to use the tour de force, and actually, instead of opting out to buy an operator, they could just break out the tour de force and then gift an operator to one of their teammates. So Chamber is actually really, really clutch when it comes to the economy.
Yeah, I think Chamber with that op here is probably just going to save his ult and continue to use that until he loses it and possibly buy for his teammate. But Omen able to get to the back of sight here. The intel, the L drone coming up long C as well. The blind here into CT. Free pressure onto the C site. And Ottawa with another easy plant over here as West Virginia finds themselves yet again another retake.
That was an insanely speedy plant, but now the crossfire will go down as Sawston is able to get one on Psycho. And again on Jeremy, but Blade will fell Sora, as now we have the 3v2 in favor of Ottawa, with the spike ticking away on the C site. And Husi getting not one, but two. And there you have it. Ottawa Garnet will pick up another round.
You know, that's another reason that Jet is so spicy, able to get up on top of things. A lot of people peeking angles. You know, you have those double boxes there that, you know, unless you're Jet, unless you're Chamber or Raze, you can't really get up on top in a position like that. So people, when they swing those corners or those angles, they're first checking that head level, keeping that crosshair placement right at head level, not really expecting Jet to be up top. Husi doing a phenomenal job of not only getting one, but 2 kills there to clutch the round and take that frag lead position at 6-2.
Yeah, not only that, and I'm getting ready to say maybe not so much of a spicy take, but if I'm capping, say captain's capping, I like Jet with a sniper rifle. I love when I see Jet with an operator to where she can get off the one-shot pop and then literally just shift away out of dodge, and I just love that when I see a Jet pop off with a sniper rifle. But that, again, is just from my own perspective, in my opinion. Chamber, of course, with the tour de force, is quite a formidable sniper as well with that teleport ability.
Yeah, I mean, with the teleportability now and with Jet's changes, you know, if she wants to use that, she has to activate it, come out, fire a snipe shot, and then dash regardless. So there might not even be anybody there. She could potentially waste that dash. So I think things have kind of changed. Typically, I would agree with you there, but with that new change coming in, I think we might see a little less opping from Jet, and maybe more of these comps with Chamber taking over that role. Nonetheless, Sauce10, the headhunter here in hell, he flicks, but Jeremy, too much with a 4K, and wrapping up here 6-0. Ottawa starting to take a very demanding lead.
Absolutely. Right now, the morale, the momentum, and the economy all in the favor of Ottawa Garnet. So at what point, I'm trying to figure out when West Virginia might be calling a timeout, because normally at this point I would see a timeout be coming in, especially as we're getting ready to approach the second half. And again, Ottawa Garnet holding on to that 6-0 deficit, and the econ still not looking the best for West Virginia, as though they have been able to get an operator out on the field, but it's all coming down on when they're going to be able to use it.
Yeah, full buy still coming out here. If they lose this round, though, I think we might see that match box come out there in some trouble. Sora trying to backpedal here, somehow able to get away with the help of Agility, who takes down that raid boss, that juggernaut, who has been Husi there at long A. The rotation coming in from Ottawa towards this B site. I don't think they heard that teleportation from Omen there, though.
Yeah, that could work out in their favor for sure. And honestly, for the first time in a while, West Virginia has the player advantage. 5v4. Sawston going to be in the garage, aiming down with the op now. Psycho going to be getting some quick heals off. And again, we were talking about how clutch Sage can be when it comes to healing and rezzing their teammates. So good on Sage getting their team up and ready, as again we see APL in Chamber, and of course we see that Neon on the other side playing peekaboo at the garage.
Yeah, Sora and Chamber here about to go head-to-head, possibly on the other side. We could see this wall as they like to pressure, and going to have to check that right side. The slow coming out toward Omen, but the wall already being broken down. Sora now with pressure out here into that grass side, but one waiting in window as well. The sprays come through the smoke, and Blade doesn't see Sora below the window.
Sora now peeking the window yet again, and will finally get caught off by Blade with a headshot on Neon. And now the Hunter's ult will come out on the spike, and the kills will continue the drop, as now Ottawa is looking at a player advantage, but until now we get the 1v1 Sawston versus Jeremy, and Jeremy will pick up the header with the Vandal, and that will be another round, which I think, again, if I'm capping, let me know, that should have, would have, could have been West Virginia's round to take.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking very good for them, but, the good Hunter's Fury, phenomenal Hunter's Fury coming out as well, though, from Blade, and I think that really set the tone. Meanwhile, you cannot stop Jeremy right now. 13-3. This man is popping heads and getting bread. 7,500 in the bank, and plenty more left to go as U Ottawa up by 7.
Yeah, honestly, they just have an amazing amount of econ. They could retire on the amount of econ that they have going on so far. But with that being said, of course, we see the first Crossfire's agility will go down in the beginning. Now 4v4. Let's make it a 4v3 in favor of U Ottawa. And now Sora getting the kill on Psycho, and APL returning the favor.
Yeah, I thought Sora was going to get that second kill there. Nice use of utility going down, but only able to clutch one. Some damage being thrown both ways. Sawston with a Headhunter in hand. Blade waiting just on the other side there with that Vandal, but they are going to just kind of float around each other for the time, beating Jeremy. Almost getting caught with his knife out. Now the utility as well. Sawston misses a big opportunity, and Blade is going to capitalize. Finds the kill. Sky all alone on this long rotation coming from C.
And I'm wondering where the communication was at, because clearly, you know, they, for West Virginia, they had a chamber all by their lonesome that entire time for what felt like quite some time. And then Jay Chronic waited until after chamber was killed to try and rotate back and give support. So I'm wondering where the communication was for the side of West Virginia.
Yeah, really right now we're seeing, Finn having a little trouble getting it going here. I'd like to see Finn grab a quick kill here in this round, find the kill, start to build that confidence and get things moving. But right now it's just been so tough. You have Jeremy over there, 14-3, Blade at 7-2, and really just kind of taking over the game is Jeremy.
Absolutely. They have been definitely the main fragger coming out of U Ottawa Garnet. And not only that, but also putting down a lot of support by using all those control abilities, setting up the shadow, I guess you want to call it a smoke, again, blocking a lot of the view and being able to really allow their team to rotate when needed.
Yeah, he has the dark cover. I prefer to just call it a smoke as well. But, perfect cover for entering those sites. He's doing a great job of smoking off those hold points or those angle points for West Virginia as well. And there's a lot of different things you can do with the Shrouded Step as well, kind of teetering on the edge of those smokes getting into sight. So he's just been doing a great job of utilizing that. Now we see the pressure up B as well. The Aldrome coming out for intel, but another blind coming out from home in the other direction, and a good one at that as Finn begins to break the wall. And it looks like U Ottawa is going to have to back off this and maybe try to regain.
And again, you really don't know which way they're going to go. I feel like they've had the most success on A, but they're going to try and rotate what looks like a back around towards C, as we see Sora holding things down by their lonesome on the A site. They do have a little bit of help coming from the KO. But so far for U Ottawa, they're going to get another kill on Jay Chronic and another on Sawston as they make the full push to C.
Yeah, Psycho just stepping out with that wide Ferrari-like swing, able to find Chamber in that tour day of force. Finn is going to find one here, though, in a 4v3. U Ottawa, another easy plant here, 8-0 as Agility with a flick of the wrist, able to find that Juggernaut, who is Jeremy. Hoosie with a trade as well. Blade gets two more. Hoosie with a third, and again, Ottawa looking to have a clean sweep. And are we going to see a 13-0?
I don't know. Personally, I hope not. Everybody wants to see a good, close contest. But with that being said, West Virginia University have yet to get a win on the board. They are just looking at that big buttery bagel, that 9-0. And U Ottawa Garnet is just on an absolute tear. And once a team really gets the ball rolling, it's kind of hard to stop them.
Yeah, I mean, I personally feel like this map does tend to favor the attacking side just because there is so many sites. There are big rotations, but ideally you want to get at least 3 rounds, right? You hope for that 9-3 curse, and right now West Virginia not even able to grab a single round here. You do have to remember, however, this is U Ottawa Garnet's map pick, so, hopefully we'll see maybe a little different story going on to Breeze, but I'd love to see West Virginia start to get it together here, start to maybe clutch a couple rounds and start to get that momentum, those first game jitters of this championship out of the way.
And already we got Blade getting a little bit of intel, revealing the location of at least one player coming from U Ottawa Garnet. Now, Sora on the other side, of course, have been guarding A for quite a while, but I think after the intel has been given and we know where U Ottawa is, they're going to try and rotate back around either towards Garage or towards A. And there comes the elimination on Psycho, and now Sora with the two-piece and Finn following up, and just like that, it is a three-player swing in favor of West Virginia.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they heard us here talking in the caster booth, but West Virginia really starting to turn things up this round, and hopefully they can continue that momentum and run with it. As we see the pressure from U Ottawa here at Long C, of course, Jet now pressuring into Garage. We have Chamber, KO hanging out here on C. That recon dart is going to get some big intel, and Hoosie knows right where he is, but Sostin with that underrated Bulldog laying him down. Blade with a trade here, the pop to the head. Neon slides out, Blade gets one more, 7 health and a dream, but Finn able to put a stop to this. And now finally, West Virginia able to grab a round, and we'll see if they can keep this momentum going forward.
Finn, also known as E-Girl Elo, finally showing up in a major way, putting the team right where they need to be as they finally get the first round in their favor. They have shown a sign of life. We have a pulse coming from West Virginia University.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving what I saw on that round. There was some really good flicks, some really good crosshair placement, spray control, and transfer as well. That round really had a little bit of everything, but again, as you and I both know, consistency is key, and West Virginia is really going to have to step it up here if they want to have contention at this game. And Sostin with a Torto Force raining them down, but Jeremy again with a trade. The rest coming out as well from Ottawa, and now a 5v4.
And here we go, Agility getting some crossfire down on Blade, but of course Psycho will pick up the limb on Agility, and now APL gets one on E-Girl Elo, as this should be an easy spike plant for U Ottawa Garnet, and what very well could be another round, and it's starting to look that way as only one player remains for West Virginia University.
I mean, does Jeremy hit anything other than heads? He is absolutely insane out here, completely unstoppable as Jay Chronic gets a little taste of that as well, able to splatter the brains of Jet across the wall now in a 3v1, but Sky in a tough position here, most likely going to save this weapon, just play for an exit frag and hold on to the ult.
There's really not much else you could do in this position. I mean, you're looking at a 3-1 with the spike, of course, not in your favor, and honestly, your best bet is to try and save and, of course, keep the weapon that you already have and try and come back in the next round. But you also got to keep in mind is that they're not going to get too many of those as we are getting close, again, to that dreaded 13. Already, U Ottawa has 10 wins to their name. They're not going to get too many more chances over there for West Virginia.
No, I mean, that 9-3 curse already avoided here. Looking to grab another round is West Virginia, but a tough map for them here. Obviously, Ottawa knew what they were doing when they picked this map. Obviously, a strong suit of theirs as well, as we can see. But again, Ottawa, really just dominating here. If you're West Virginia, you hope to get more rounds. You try to maybe wrap this up on a strong suit, like I said, and build some momentum toward that Breeze.
You got to, honestly. Even if you're looking down an insane deficit, you never want to go out on a losing streak. You want to try and at least get some wins on the board and get some type of momentum going back into your favor as you get ready to head into your own map pick. And already we see U Ottawa Garnet doing a whole lot of work towards the C site as Jeremy once again picking up not one, but 2 kills on the C site. And what should be another easy spike plant for U Ottawa.
Now, Omen has just been an absolute juggernaut, and there's Uzi finding the headshot. Jay Chronic with a trade, and there's Jeremy yet again. The triple kill coming out. 1 man remains. It's Sostin. Chamber, the headhunter, in action, but the recon dart nearly exposing him here in Garage. He's going to look to pressure back in, but really just a near impossible retake, and he says, wait a minute, hold on. 2 taps to the head, but Jeremy, enough said, another 4K, and he wraps it up for U Ottawa.
And I think Sawston really
Switching
just
sides.
displayed on why it's called the Headhunter. 2 back-to-back headshots,
Woo!
1 through the wall, getting some collateral damage there. Well done, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough to get one over on Jeremy.
Yeah, 20-5 for Jeremy, and that's not to say Blade 10-5, Hoosie 10-9, both phenomenal, but Jeremy out here just showing you why he has been the raid boss for Ottawa. This pistol round is going to be the most important round here for West Virginia if they want to have any chance at climbing back into this game and building some momentum. It's going to start with this pistol round here.
Absolutely, honestly, and again, this goes a long way because like we said earlier, also on the side of U Ottawa Garnett, whoever wins the pistol round, more often than not, is going to win the round immediately after. Sora now going to be making that push over towards A, and it looks like we're going to get a full dive from West Virginia to the A site as the intel will come through for U Ottawa Garnett. They are on. They know what the plan is. But it will be West Virginia to back off and rotate all the way back towards Garage and towards the C site.
Yeah, but Hoosie actually saw that second member coming through A lobby as well, and U Ottawa able to snip out this rotation early. Already here to see as well. Head-to-head action, APL Finn. Sora now Sawston with a double kill, and what a play from Sawston and the Headhunter to give WVU the man advantage. Agility with a final kill, and West Virginia looking much like Ottawa on that attacking side.
And there we go. That's what we needed to see. West Virginia University answering back and answering back strong. Is it too little too late? I mean, this comeback would be absolutely insane and probably one of the best comebacks in NECC history. But that, again, would require a lot of work coming from West Virginia University. Although, with all that aside, we do see a great round coming from West Virginia University. They are able to draw blood from U Ottawa Garnett, and they have won the pistol round. And now they are getting, for the first time in this matchup, the advantage over U Ottawa.
Yeah, who's he trying to get down there into that cheeky corner with that shorty? But Sora and Neon too quick down into the lower sewers there. Finds the two-piece. The man advantage as well. Agility spraying through the smoke as Finn finds the easy plan here too on the flank here for Ottawa. And we'll see if they can come up with something big.
And here we go, Jay Chronic getting ready to get that blind. Will not connect, unfortunately. Feels bad, but here we go. Jay Chronic once again on the hunt and will connect with the Sage as Eagle Elo is able to come in with the assist, and they are able to clean up on a U Ottawa Garnett.
Yeah, only one member here falling for WVU. So, again, a phenomenal job. It started with that pistol round, carried on to the second round, but here again comes another important round here as U Ottawa Garnett is going to have that full buy. West Virginia playing on the bonus round as well. So slightly outgunned in a very crucial round here for WVU.
Yeah, again, this is going to be where U Ottawa can put a stop to what appears to be an upsurgence coming from West Virginia University. But with that being said, West Virginia getting a taste of success, I think, is going to have a boost of morale and momentum, and they might be able to take this clutch round against U Ottawa if they can play this defense correctly and watch the full dive push coming through from U Ottawa Garnett as they are going to be holding up pretty solid towards the C side. And now you can see over on the side of U Ottawa that they're going to be looping completely around as the rotation from West Virginia University comes through.
Yeah, pressuring toward this A side here, and they've really kind of baited U Ottawa toward that C side. If they get here quickly, Sage really all they're going to have to deal with, if they can get here before that wall goes up as well. There's no blind coming in. Sage tucked into the corner, and Psycho popping heads. Agility is going to fall. What great poise there by Sage.
Yeah, this was actually a great rotation coming from West Virginia, although it did cost them a player to pull it off. I mean, a 5v4 is not impossible to come back from. As a matter of fact, it's more than likely probable when you get the spike plant. But now it's all about running the time, playing spike, and making sure you don't give anything away for free. And the cross exchange will come through as Sora picks up not one but two. And now Sawston coming in clutch to get a 3-kill sweep on U Ottawa Garnett.
Yeah, that's why it's so important on a map like Haven to get some rounds on attacking side. People forget, they see those 9-3s, those 10-2s, and they think, oh, what a blowout. But really, these maps, when you're playing against a skilled team, they are very one-sided maps. And right now, we're seeing WVU utilizing those 3 sites, drawing out the rotations of Ottawa, and putting in some work here early. The real question, though, is can they do it for what, 8 more rounds?
Yeah, that really is the question, isn't it? When we're talking about consistency being key, you can't get much more consistent than 8 rounds of undefeated wins. So it's going to be on West Virginia to try and make this monumental comeback. And already Sawston putting down the damage, which is to be expected. Of course, Ottawa, after the last round of that full buy, they are forced into a save run.
Oh, the spray coming out from Saucy, but Hoozy steps to the side with the Marshall, pops the head. Psycho with the Bucky. Feeling lucky, baby. Agility is going to fall to that. And now on a 3v2, the Aldrone coming out towards C, looking for intel. Nothing there, though. Shots ringing out as well from Blade. And now Ottawa has a chance here at possibly retaining this one.
Yeah, the recon and the intel will come through from Ottawa Garnett. Now all is revealed, and only one player remains for West Virginia, but they will hold on strong. Jay Chronic, only one more to get, and will Jay Chronic with 4 kills in that round, and will take the dub for West Virginia.
Just when you thought Ottawa was going to clutch one up, Jay Chronic coming through with the quadra kill. What a dirty play, snapping to the heads, in a big round for Jay Chronic and West Virginia University.
And not only do they take the round, but again, you're forcing that troublesome econ on the side of Ottawa. It almost appears as the shoe might be on the other foot this time around. West Virginia still have a long way to go, but I have to say I am nothing short of impressed at the amount of comeback that they have been able to do in this second half.
Yeah, and Hoozy's already spotted Sora moving into that lower sewer area. Hoozy as well, able to find a pick with the operator. Smoke coming out as well. Concussed. Gonna have to back off here just a little bit as Sora tucked into the corner, waiting patiently here. It's gonna play that lurking position. Meanwhile, the rest of WVU working toward that grass site and could go B or C here.
Yeah, trying to get the wall bang. E-Girl Elo not able to connect, and now we'll get blinded. Kind of lost in the sauce here in the garage, as now we see Hoozy trying to get those peaks with the operator, and this is something I mentioned earlier. I love seeing the operator in the hands of a Jet.
Yeah, I love, and just the op battle in general there going on at mid between Jet and Chamber. Nothing going to come of it, but I absolutely love that enemy at the gate style action. Blade here able to find one as Psycho tucked into the corner. Has a little peek toward A short, but already over here to the C site. Sawston with a headhunter yet again. Popping the heads and saucing on him.
And not only that, but now Sawston has, of course, brought in the tour de force. This is going to be insanely huge going into this last stretch as the spike has been planted and the tour de force is out. Psycho trying to spray through the smoke here, not really connecting on anything, as of course we saw West Virginia University go for that long C spot. And now the wall bank's coming through as another smoke and blind will come through. West Virginia University, now here's the defuse. Will they make a push? Nothing too strong yet, but the tour de force comes through for Sawston, and they will put Psycho down quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yeah, beautiful one-way here from Jeremy as well, able to see if that bomb is being defused. Just a great use of utility, but that was Finn, excuse me, with that smoke. But again, WVU just kind of reverse flipping to Ottawa here, right? Just really giving them a little bit of their own treatment on this attacking side.
As much as I love to see Jet with an op, I love Chambers' tour de force, and then of course Sawston showing how it's done. Look at Sawston making an insane comeback. We were talking about Jeremy being the top fragger, of course still is with 21 and 10, but with the comeback coming from West Virginia University, we see Sawston creeping up on that top fragger spot with 20 and 13.
Yeah, and I want to remind you, 5 rounds ago, Jeremy was 20 and 5. 5 rounds later, 21 and 10. So really that role reversal there is Chronic, and the only able to find one. Nearly gets caught off by Psycho, but Sora able to claim another one. Pressuring onto site here, hidden behind is APL with the tour de force and the headhunter in hand. Really looking stacked, but again, that rotation in a hurry from WVU back toward that site, and Hoozy with a dirty blade storm, and wow, what a shot.
And it's funny because we talk about, the Tour de Force, we talk about Chambers' ult, but let's keep in mind, Neon's ult is absolutely insane as well. Clearly in the beginning of this round, West Virginia able to claim 2 lives from New Ottawa Garnet with that ult coming from Neon. And now we see Elo trying to get the peak here. Is not able to connect, but will leave a little bit of room for their teammates to come through as Jay Chronic and Sora will clean up the rest of U Ottawa Garnet as they take yet another round.
Yeah, I mean, you Otto maybe channeling some old school Stewie 2K energy, just fearlessly running through that smoke on the site doesn't work in their favor. And now the timeout coming from U Ottawa as maybe they are starting to feel a little bit of this pressure. What was it, 10-2, 11-1, 10-2 at halftime, and now 7-11. We've seen the role reversal from WVU on this attacking side again, giving Ottawa a little taste of their own medicine.
And you see, it's funny because throughout the first half, I'm wondering, when is West Virginia going to call this timeout? When are they going to kind of collect themselves, take a breather a little bit? And now it's U Ottawa that's going to have to try and get themselves collected, as this comeback from West Virginia University has really staggered U Ottawa.
Yeah, I mean, I like the timeout here, though. I think it's a good time to take it, right? It's 11-7. The other team still has 6 rounds to clutch it up. You only need 2. So I think you take a timeout here. You talk things over. You just work on 1 round at a time, getting to that 12th round. So, at a minimum, you head to overtime. But Ottawa, like I said, 2-0 on the season at the very last week of the season. 2-0 on West Virginia University. West Virginia University making some corrections and showing just how skillful they are on the attacking side of Haven as well. And I remind you, this was U Ottawa Garnet's map pick.
Yeah, and again, this is what we talk about time and time again in the realm of esports. What makes the difference between the better and the best, the great from the greatest? And that's being able to make changes in the middle of a firefight, in the middle of a tourney, and adapt to your opposition and make the proper changes needed to really make a comeback. And I got to say, West Virginia has shown that skill here so far today.
Yeah, Blade popping off, though. A nice 2K here. He stumps out, looking to get more, but Chronic held agility, able to capitalize and turn things around. Sky coming in with one of the biggest clutch heals I've seen today. And that is going to be huge for this WVU team as Sawston now, the big kahuna, steps out, pops the head of APL. Now up into heaven, Hoosie trying to pressure on the site, but not much time here. As in a 3v1, able to find the one in heaven. Agility with a trade, and now 8-11.
This is absolutely insane. West Virginia University on an absolute tear at one point was sitting at 9-0. Now has made a comeback 11-8 and has gotten a total of 7 unanswered round wins. West Virginia University making an insane comeback on U Ottawa.
Yeah, Jeremy sitting at about 7 rounds without a kill right now. And, West Virginia University has really just changed the opposition. Sawston up there 21-15. Sora pressing in the site, fearlessly popping heads, getting these early frags as well, setting up WVU. And again, you see her doing just that down here below in this lower A area. Spraying through the smoke as well onto that Sova. Nothing really finding its mark here, though. And now they kind of back off, resettle, and we might see a rotation coming in.
And that's what it's starting to look like as we see U Ottawa start to make the push towards C. Of course, you have that lurking chamber, APL, who's going to teleport and opt out to get out of dodge. And now Agility going to be facing a little bit of danger here in the garage. The blind will come through now. Jeremy looking to get a shot down, but will get eliminated by Sawston as Hoosie will return the favor and get the Marshall kill on Sawston as well. And now U Ottawa Garnet looks to be a little bit more in control in this round.
Yeah, Chronic getting caught out not only by the slow, but by the dart as well. And Ottawa into position. Sky, all that remains. And U Ottawa Garnet looking to grab their first round of the second half and give themselves a little bit of breathing room. Here is Sky tucked into the corner. The shock darts coming in. A little bit of damage being done. Sky, or Jay Chronic rather, looks to pressure through this smoke. One flash left, and what a tap to the head. APL is going to fall. But again, the utility here keeping Sky at bay.
And the only problem is that they only have 20 seconds to make a move, and now the spray coming through the smoke will connect from Psycho. And what a shot through absolute blindness to pick that one up, and now it is match point in favor of U Ottawa.
Yeah, clearly a smart or a wise decision on that timeout. Ottawa able to, recollect themselves, maybe just have a second to take a breather and just resettle, stretch the arms, legs, whatever it might be. And so a phenomenal timeout there. They find themselves here at match point, and we'll see if they can capitalize. Or, well, West Virginia do the unthinkable and come back from an 11-1 and send this into overtime.
Well, you see, Ottawa already did the hard part. They managed to stop the bleeding coming from West Virginia University, and they really were able to make a comeback in econ, which that was the hard part. And now with this full bye, they're able to pick up multiple kills, but the tides have now come all even and all square. 3v3 as E-Girl Elo will get an elimination on Jeremy, and now the spike will be planted on the seaside.
Yeah, I mean, just, again, a great job there by E-Girl Elo, or Finn, as it looks on the thing there. But, again, Ottawa here, just match point. They have a few rounds to give. So, really, West Virginia just playing with their backs against the wall and doing a phenomenal job here in the second half on the attacking side.
Now, we know where Psycho is, but I'm also going to be wondering where Blade was. And there they are. Sauceton able to get the kill on Blade, and Psycho, of course, getting one on E-Girl Elo as the last remaining survivor for Ottawa Garnet, but has an operator to work with, will fake, but eventually they will end up retreating and saving the operator. Honestly, I call that a pretty decent idea. That seems to be the right play coming from Ottawa.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a wise decision. You have those rounds to give. Continue to play smart. Hold on to that operator, Jeremy, with no money up there. So, yeah, I mean, you really nailed the head on that one. But, again, Ottawa having to be patient here. They have that tie, so they have the comfortability of going into overtime. But I think if you let West Virginia take this into overtime, you really, face a chance at losing this game. West Virginia is on a roll here, and the roles have really reversed.
Yeah, look at Sauceton. Looks like they're gonna be coming in with the tour de force, and then again saving that econ, because if they're able to take this round, it's going to be huge. Going into the next one, this is going to be the absolute decider, because if West Virginia is able to take this one, they're going to have a huge advantage going into the next round. But of course, it's still match point in the favor of Ottawa Garnet.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do, but they've definitely inched their way closer and closer, as we see Hoosie being patient here as well. Sauceton looking for that, lurking flank here that's coming from Jed, and this could be a big kill if he's able to get it. We'll see here. Agility kind of hanging out just there in that B window, but really just both teams being patient, the calm before the storm, if you will.
Oh, yeah. If there's anything I know, it's the calm before the storm. Give people a little bit of reference, I live in New Orleans, Louisiana, and as a matter of fact, during an NECC broadcast, I got cut off mid-broadcast from a tornado. So if there's anything I know, it's the calm before the storm, and that's exactly what we're feeling right now. Utter silence between these two teams as we see the push going towards the B site in Garage, and now finally the spike will be planted, and Ottawa finally getting some crossfire here, as the Headhunter will come out, but Agility puts them down first, as Jeremy will pick up the kill on Agility, and now yet another on E-Girl Elo, and Sora gets one on Jeremy, finally putting them to bed, and now only one player remains for West Virginia, and still Sora is able to get 3 kills, causing the ult, and clutch for West Virginia University.
My, oh my, what a play from Sora. Unreal. I literally heard Brim in my head, like, teach these kids to respect their elders. Busting in there, slapping down, even just popping off the ult at the end, right, to ensure that they're able to get that final kill here, 10-12.
This is unbelievable at this point to see West Virginia University make such a tremendous comeback. Remember, I just got to bring it up again. At a point in time in this match, Ottawa was up 9-0, and now West Virginia has brought it back within 2 rounds. Sora going to be making this push towards A, is going to be peeking, and will get the elimination on Hoosie. And now gets another on Blade. Sora has been lining up these headshots absolutely insane, as Jay Chronic is going to put an end to Psycho, but not before Psycho can finally put an end to Sora.
Yeah, nice kill there by Psycho, but Sora is just absolutely on fire this second half, and especially these latter rounds, as the crosshair placement has been truly phenomenal, popping all the heads here. It's Chamber with the tour de force all alone, the APL here, and now the blind as well. Won't be able to step out, and Hilo E-Girl finds the final kill. And ladies and gentlemen, we are one away from having it all tied up.
This is insane. I'm honestly at a loss for words. I never in a million years thought West Virginia would be able to make such a tremendous comeback, to be within one game of equalizing against U Ottawa. And not only that, but going into this round, West Virginia has the advantage of econ on their side. So I'm just utterly surprised with the amount of skill that West Virginia has come to try and adapt and successfully make the corrections needed to challenge U Ottawa and take them the full distance.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving this right now. Who would have thought 11-1 at halftime, and West Virginia out here doing the unthinkable. U Ottawa, though, stacking a site this time. Kind of playing to that, tucked in the corner of the APL with a head on her. He's able to find one, teleport out as well into that garage area, but with that intel, they should be able to pressure onto the C side here, and we'll see if they're able to get this plant down. They do, Justin. No, the spray from Blade through the box, and that is unfortunate for WVU.
It most certainly is. They really needed to get that spike off, and now that they can't, they're going to have to try. And I don't even know if a rotation is even in the cards now, as the spike has been lost, and U Ottawa Garnett now has full control of this round.
Yeah, and U Ottawa, as you mentioned, on paper, I think they had one without a gun. We had Jeremy with the Vandal and light armor, so really not even a full buy for them. But here they are, not a single member has yet to fall. It's all down to Sora, able to find one, looking for the ace to clutch this up. Sora looking for the unthinkable. One in garage, two in garage, nearly gets the kill, has to step away. Now in trouble, Hoosie steps out, and that's all she wrote for game number one, going to U Ottawa Garnett.
Yeah, I think U Ottawa is going to be wiping the sweat from their brow after that match. That made me sweat, and I'm sitting over here in the booth. I can only imagine how U Ottawa feels as nearly escaping an equalizer from West Virginia. But still, if you're on the side of West Virginia, you should not be hanging your heads low at all. You played a tremendous game, and keep in mind, that was only game one.
Yeah, I mean, again, U Ottawa only dropping one game in their entire season and postseason. And here you are nearly coming to overtime in that first game on a map pick that was theirs, right? So you come back from an 11-1 deficit. Now you're going into your map pick. So now that confidence is there. I really expect to see West Virginia run with that, hopefully, and give us a good series.
And I don't doubt it. I feel like maybe it started really, really slow for West Virginia. It took them a minute to kind of get into their stride and really get warmed up. But when they did, they showed up in a major way. But like we said, it just felt like maybe they didn't really flip the switch until it was too little too late. But now they should be plenty warmed up, especially as they're getting ready to head into their own map pick. And I would like to say that we're going to see a closer match, but I don't know how you can get that much closer than game number one other than an OT.
Yeah, I think we're going to be looking out for Jeremy and Sostin. Again, we saw them on both sides, just absolutely putting on a performance for their team. But guys, right now we're going to take a short break, and after that, we'll be right back with West Virginia's map pick, which is Breeze. Don't go anywhere. right, and welcome back to the NECC Championship here in that yellow division. The number 1, Ottawa Garnet taking on number 3, West Virginia University. And what a first game we had here, Captain.
Oh, what it was absolutely insane. We couldn't even stop talking about it during the break. I'm sure a lot of you in chat watching at home was talking about it as well, but inevitably it was Ottawa to hold on for dear life and finally put a stop to the comeback that was coming from West Virginia. They will now go up 1-0 in the series scoreline, but don't you worry. Like we said, this is the finals. This is a best of 5. Still plenty of Valorant left to play for West Virginia to try and make a comeback.
Yeah, we've got West Virginia's map coming up here on Breeze, followed by Icebox. And then if we get there, if things keep going back and forth the way they have been, we could see a Fracture. And then if it comes to map 5, we'll see them that decider on Ascent.
Yeah, honestly, I'm all for all maps except Fracture. Like, that's the only map I don't like. I don't even mind Icebox. I actually like Icebox. A lot of people say that they don't like it. Honestly, I hear throughout the community that it's not one of the favorites, but I say, hey, I'll take Icebox over any day of the week over Fracture.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I like what they tried to do with Fracture, but it just doesn't quite work out for me. So many different sides to attack from, but nonetheless, here we are back on Breeze. Ottawa is going to be defending while West Virginia, of course, attacking on their map pick. We see Blade back on that Sova. Psycho, who was Sage on KO this time. Hoozy still on Jet. Jeremy is now off of Omen and on to Viper, and APL is on Chamber there. What do you think about West Virginia's lineup?
Well, of course, naturally, I'm expecting to see a Viper who, by the way, I also have a little bit of a bias towards because I love Viper, both the character themselves and the lore behind them. And honestly, when you're playing on Breeze, Viper is such a crucial pick, which is why every time we come on Breeze, more often than not, we will see a Viper for each side. Of course, on the side of West Virginia, it's going to be E-Girl Elo, and on the other side, notice that on Ottawa, they have opted to get the Viper pick for Jeremy. So again, Viper is such a crucial pick on Breeze. But with that being said, we also see a Yoru coming out, which is honestly something that we don't see too often, but I do like that pick for Sora as well.
Yeah, previously we saw Sora on Neon, so, we see Sostin off of Chamber. Agility's going to fill in that role. Sostin now taking over Neon, and then of course Sora going to that Yoru. And again, I'm very excited for that one as well. Obviously in pubs you don't see him as much. Yoru is a talented legend, but it definitely takes a different skill set to use him. I like those cheeky flashes teleporting behind. Time to jump. We'll see what happens here in round 1.
Yeah, the flashes get me every single time. But then again, I'm a potato in Valorant. But you know who's not? APL, as they're going to break out the Headhunter early, going to be teleporting back out to try and create a little bit of space. Not being able to get much doing there as the spike will come through, and it is planted there on the B side. And shockingly enough, no one has bit the dust just yet.
Yeah, I think West Virginia did a good job of putting that Viper wall on A site, kind of baiting him over there. Nice, easy push on the site. Got the bomb playing down with ease, but Hoozy looking dirty with the Sheriff. Able to find one. Sora, though, on the trade here. Finn or E-Girl gets one as well. Agility, Blade, Agility, the trades back and forth, but it's West Virginia University who is able to take round number 1.
And this is so important for West Virginia. West Virginia. West Virginia University. There we go, all together. But it's such a huge win coming from West Virginia, of course, so that way they can really set the tone for this match. And remember, this is their map pick, especially when they were coming so close to making that comeback in the previous match. And now they have got some momentum going in their favor, and they have set the tone as they should be able to come out strong here in round number 2.
There.
Yeah, we'll see if they can take advantage of this early buy here. Hoozy, though, tucked into the corner with that cheeky shorty. The Owl Drone coming out looking for the intel, but I don't know if he was able to spot Hoozy there. As the Viper wall should it be going down here soon. The recon dart, no, that's a shock dart, excuse me, clearing that right angle, but Hoozy still safe over here with the shorty, able to find one. Now traded out. Jay Chronic now back to Psycho, who finds one with the classic somehow. Agility able to wrap up a 2-piece, and now Chamber APL all alone with that shorty.
Yeah, now West Virginia University has the 2v1 advantage. APL, of course, being the hottie with the shotty, being able to pick up that kill, but inevitably will fall to Jay Chronic and the Bulldog. And again, if I'm capping, say Cap's capping, but I think the Bulldog is probably one of the more underrated guns in Valorant.
Yeah, I often find myself saying that as well. Just for the cost, the bang for the buck, it has that nice spray up close. You can click to that little 3-round burst at a distance. And if you're good, accurate with it, try not to maybe aim right for the head on that initial shot. That little 2-piece climb up, third one finally hits him, and just it's a rack. So I agree. I think the Bulldog is a very underrated weapon, but when you have these smokes and things like that, the Phantom, the Vandal, they just tend to take precedence because of that range, that one-tap range.
Oh, of course, but if you're balling on a budget, by all means, go for the Bulldog. But with that being said, we have APL now, who has a little bit of better weapons to work with now as Sauce Stan towards the backside. APL finally getting dealt with by Jay Chronic. Now Sora is going to be guarding over the spike plant, as it will be planted once again on the B side. Definitely the favorite so far for West Virginia University.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury coming out, and he's able to find one, but not get the kill as Psycho collects one on the J Chronic. Now on a 3v3 pressing toward the site here is Jeremy. Two tucked in the back corner. Sostin is one of them. Tries to step out past the head with a share. He's in trouble. Jeremy able to collect the kill. Sora does get one. Agility with a headhunter is going to be sniffed out here by Hoozy, but Sora waiting patiently finds the trade, and West Virginia sticking it to him on this attacking side. It's been all attack in both of these games so far, Captain.
It most certainly has, and that's what I expect when I arrive on Breeze. There's only a short list of things I expect on Breeze. One, beautiful atmosphere, nice, relaxing, calm, cool, and collected beachside front of a map, and then, of course, some offensive heavy fragging, and that's what we are getting here from West Virginia University, as they are piling on the kill count, and they are doing extraordinarily well in the economy.
Yeah, we see both Jeremy and Sostin at the bottom of that frag board this time. Currently, on top. Previous game for both teams, but Uzi holding it together right now for Garnett. We'll see if they can keep it up as Agility with a Tour de Force now, finding not one, but 2 kills, and he's looking for more, you better believe. But Viper on that quick rotation, I think the audio cue was there from Chamber. They're about to go head-to-head, and there it is, a third one with the Tour de Force. Agility absolutely popping off.
Blades finally puts it into Agility, but I gotta say, my goodness, what a show of display on how to use the Tour de Force. Anybody at home that wants to know how to play Chamber, that was it. That's how it's done. And just like that, West Virginia University will tack on another win, making it 4-0 in their favor.
Yeah, I really love the patience from West Virginia there, right? They had some pressure, but they had Chamber back there just lurking with that Tour de Force. And again, a lot of times you see, newer players or pugs, people don't have that type of patience, right? 10 seconds, 15 seconds, they're already moving. So it takes a true skill to sit there for a literal minute holding that angle and, really just fine-tuning that, able to collect 2 or 3 kills there with that Tour de Force and coming up big for West Virginia University.
And now they are on an absolute tear right now. Again, holding that 4-0 scoreline. But with that being said, Ottawa Garnett definitely not out of it. If we learned anything from game number 1, it's that it's not over until it's over. Hoozy now on the backside towards A, but once again, we're going to see that push from B coming from WVU.
Yeah, I haven't seen many 11-1 comebacks, if any. That was just an insane game, insane. Like these shots from Blade and Jeremy, the collapse through there, the headshot one, and the other just straight to the wall. As Psycho steps out, pops the head of Sostin, and that's all she wrote. Agility with a dirty kill transferred to the teleport, and now we can see Viper tucked into the corner. Agility all alone, and can he get 4 more for the ace?
This is going to be a tall order for sure, because we already know Ottawa Garnett has control of the spike, and they are watching it like a hawk. Jeremy there and waiting along the corner, and the last thing that they're going to do is peek an operator, but now we have Agility in full retreat, has the operator to use, as Psycho will throw out the flashbang, and Agility will get flanked by Hoozy, and finally we see Ottawa Garnett on the board.
Yeah, Hoozy really holding together here, but really the whole team playing well together. The kills fairly even across the board so far. Meanwhile, on the other side, Agility has been just that. Very agile. 9-4 so far. Sostin, who was the raid boss in that previous game, sitting at 1-5. However, he does have 4 assists. And so he's putting in the work. But West Virginia right now with a 3-point lead, and we'll see if they can keep it going.
And finally, Ottawa Garnett also answers back in the econ as they are able to get a full bye this round. And if we know anything about Ottawa Garnett, is that they are able to do a whole lot with a little. So now that they're able to get this full bye, it should be a better round for them this time around.
Yeah, we see Yoder with a push here. That's Sora up in that tube area. Of course, that loud stomping. And now the blind, but Blade able to dodge that. Steps to the left. Now the peak coming shortly after. We have E-Girl, Elo, and Sora waiting here in twos. And he has an idea right where he is. Blade able to find one. Can't get the other one. As Elo, E-Girl able to find the trade. The lift up from Hoosie, but Sora waiting patiently. And now West Virginia with a 2-man advantage.
And now we see the spike making its way, of course, back towards the B site. And now Jeremy getting the elimination on Sora, but not soon after. Agility returns the favor, and the spike will be planted on the B site again.
Nimbly bimbly like a cat. Agility, a full sprint running headshot to the dome. And, well, if you're on Ottawa, you can't be happy about those. They happen from time to time. But again, it's Psycho all alone here. He hears the noise of Elo E-Girl, but it doesn't matter. Viper turns, pops the head of Psycho, and just another great round here from West Virginia University.
And so far, both Sostin and Blade have an ultimate in tow, as well as Psycho, and we see the first time out coming from Ottawa Garnett. So far, Ottawa is responsible for both the timeouts that we have had so far.
Yeah, I think maybe West Virginia missed an opportunity in that first game to call a timeout and maybe win an extra round on that attacking side, which potentially could have changed the outcome of that game. So I like this timeout here from Ottawa. It's 1-5. You have got one round, but it's been pretty rough. So I think a good timeout here. Again, just refresh, stretch out the arms, talk it over. You've beaten them 2-0 right at the end of the season. You've only lost one game, throughout the season and postseason. That consistently you're a great team, right? So take the pause, talk over some strategies, work through it, remind everybody, hey, we're going to do the same thing on the attacking side. So let's just get a few rounds and let's just start with one at a time.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, Ottawa, of course, was the team to call the timeout in game number 1, and they ended up making the dub for that round. So they really were able to take advantage of the timeout and get their heads together and come back and adapt and react to West Virginia University. But with that being said, this is WVU's map pick, so I don't know if the timeout is going to be enough to stop WVU in their tracks.
Yeah, and I kind of like seeing this, right? Because Ottawa came out so strong on that attacking side in the first map, I love seeing this reverse roll from West Virginia as well, the momentum carrying over from the latter half of that first game as well. And it just kind of lets us know that, we are in for a great series of matches here tonight. Meanwhile, the pressure all toward the A side, and you can hear Neon. She is not happy. The ult is pop, pressuring on the site here in a hurry and kind of backing off some of Ottawa. There's Sauce from the side, and Hoosie with a dirty Marshall shot now in a 4v4.
Absolutely. Hoosie with a doozy with that Marshall getting this shot on Neon. And now West Virginia still has the 4 advantage, but now let's even things up with the 2v2 as the Viper's pit will come through, but soon after it is completely gone. And that will be the last player to fall for WVU, and Ottawa Garnett will get another round right after that timeout.
Yeah, great job there by Psycho as well, clutching up that final kill. APL, though, with a headhunter, found 2 nice shots to give Ottawa that round as they, again, that match pause, that timeout working in their favor. And we'll see if maybe they can carry some of this momentum forward as Jeremy now collecting a couple kills, working his way toward the top of that leaderboard again.
Yeah, it's not going to cause too much trouble on the side of WVU. They still had enough to get the full buy in. But with that being said, Ottawa Garnett now having that econ advantage. And if they are to take this round, it's definitely going to throw a wrench into the side of WVU as we get round number 8 underway.
Yeah, Jeremy is rocking that judge as well, so we'll see if he can maybe come away with a cheeky play in the corner of that B side, but all the pressure right now seems to be mid and that upper tube there as Jay Chronic and Sostin both finding the heads pretty easy. Sora able to collect a kill of his own, and now Agility waiting here, and maybe a little bit of an impatience issue here with you Ottawa, as they kind of get pressed down, kind of caught off guard here a little bit, holding those angles, but looks like they've rotated around, and the pressure here about to mount on this A site, Captain.
And honestly, I mean, I can't help but agree. You Ottawa definitely pushed a little bit too far, especially for the fact that they are on the defensive side of the spike. So it was really questionable why they pushed those peaks so hard when they really didn't have to.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was thinking too. You know, I sometimes I feel bad saying those things because obviously, you know, every one of these players out on the field is more talented than I am. But
Facts.
just looking at it from, you know, an overview perspective, I'm sure that they've talked things over. They probably mix up those strats. You know, sometimes we see them push, sometimes they don't. But you know, sometimes maybe you get a little too aggressive, and I think that is the case here for Ottawa. But you know, we know how strong they are on that attacking side. So again, I think at this point you're just looking to grab a couple rounds and set yourself up for that attacking side. Meanwhile, E-Girl Elo finding one blade on another trade here. And there is that ult coming out from Sora as well. Agility able to find a kill now in a 4v3, and the pressure here mounting on B site.
And so far, this is where WVU has had the most success, and now Blade coming through with those shots. Not really being able to find too much success, as WVU will still have the player advantage, and now it is a 3v1 with Blade all by their lonesome, trying to take out their opponents while the spike nearly being planted, but that shot will connect. And just like that, it is now back to a 1v1.
Yeah, 3K already from Blade, looking for that fourth one. And these plays are so fancy, we might have to call them Blade. Now into the corner, though. Agility about to have a 1v1, and he just had the better angle. West Virginia University putting it to him here on the attacking side as we find ourselves at 7-2.
I just got to give a shout out to Agility. They switch over to Chamber and immediately go to work, wasting no time. They are sitting comfortably at 15-5.
Yeah, you absolutely nailed it. Just a phenomenal job. And, you know, that speaks on so many levels for this team, right? Both teams really, as we've seen switches on both teams. But to be able to, you know, dominate with one character on one map and then play a different character on another map, it really speaks true to the skill set of these individuals.
Absolutely. Now with a little bit of intel to work with, WVU is able to pick up the first kill of this round. And now we see E-Girl Elo trying to peek the corner here to find a little bit of damage, but the retreat will come through from you Ottawa Garnet, as E-Girl Elo will get the plant on the A site for the first time from WVU.
Woo! Psycho going off the rails of the crazy train with that one, as he sauces on sauce. And Agility, though, with the trade. Chronic finds another beautiful one behind Yellow, and Sora the Explorer here gets snipped out by Jeremy, and the Stinger on the subtle buy as Elo E-Girl finds the final kill. And West Virginia University is ending these rounds as quickly as they begin.
Absolutely. Definitely turning things around as compared to their beginning of game number one. But again, we talked about it time and time again, how crucial it is for teams to adapt and react. And of course, that is what separates the better from the best and the greater from the greatest, as we get ready to head into round number 11. And West Virginia University still holding on to a good wave of momentum.
Yeah, solid lead here so far. Love to see the momentum continue, but again, they hear that rope as well. Who's it? Able to find Sora here now. One more.
Spike down A.
The dash away as well. That's unfortunate there. Sostin does get one, but you know, a good early push there by Hoosie.
Absolutely. They were peeking those corners perfectly, and then, of course, being able to line up those shots to not just get one, but two. But they did take a good bit of damage from it as well. It looks like Hoosie is one hit, as now Jay Chronic going to be coming in with the Hunter's ult, trying to connect with anyone, but just barely misses 3 of the 4 U Ottawa Garnet players.
Yeah, really just kind of flirting around that Hunter's Fury there was Ottawa Garnet, and Chamber Jet both very low, though, as they press into this 2v4. Still a feasible round. There's Agility able to find Psycho. Now APL with that Tour de Force gets one, and Hoosie from the side box here collects the triple kill. And Hoosie at 10-9 on top, looking to push this Ottawa Garnet a little bit closer to that 4-8 half.
Yeah, and again, surprising to me is, we've seen a great amount of boost in the econ coming from both of these teams, and yet we haven't seen an Operator or Odin. But I guess this just isn't the map for those when you're here on Breeze. I guess you're just not going to see too many Operators come out, but I don't know. I just feel like maybe there should be more of those high price weapons being shown here. But then again, I'm not the player on the field. It's all up to them on how they spend their money.
Yeah, I mean, we saw an Operator a couple times. I think it was the Ion Operator, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I feel like Breeze, especially with that mid control, if you just have one op there in mid, you can really hold down a lot. So we might see that on the reverse side once Ottawa switches there. Maybe kind of just relying on that tour de force being that op, though, as well. Could be West Virginia as they pressure into sight here. And another easy plant from Jay Chronic as it's the final round before halftime.
Agility, of course, getting the first kill on Hoozy. And now Sauston trying to get the peek here and will get the down on Psycho. And that will just about do it as WVU will close out the half with success as they take yet another round.
Yeah, 9-3, a phenomenal half. You want to avoid the 9-3 curse, so to speak, but 9-3, a phenomenal half, not 11-1. So we'll see if Ottawa can, give West Virginia a little run for their money as West Virginia did in game one. Or will West Virginia University be able to hold this one, you think, and kind of extend this into the more of those best-of-5 series?
Yeah, who knows? I am no psychic. I'm not going to be, rubbing the old crystal bald head to try and make a prediction on how this is going to end. Because if I was to make a prediction of game number one, I would have never expected in a million years for WVU to make such a tremendous comeback. So if I learned anything from game number one, it's not to call the match until the match is done. Ottawa Garnet still has plenty of time and plenty of opportunities to equalize against WVU.
Yeah, now this pressure all on the B site. Not a single member of WVU is here now. Neon with a quick pressure from behind. Will she be able to find one? Sauston. Shots going out. Oh, able to get one. Jeremy APL both on the trade now in a 4v3 as Agility finds the equalizer. Chamber, not much help for WVU though. Tucked into the corner. Van able to get one though. A nice crossfire here for WVU as they look to play the retake with a man advantage.
Right here.
Although with the Spike Planet, they do have a little bit of a disadvantage. Although they do have the player advantage, the time is officially no longer on their side, and they're going to have to make a push, and they're going to have to make it now, as Husi will get the elimination on Agility. And now only one player remains on both sides as the spike continues to tick down. We'll go for the fake defuse, but it's not enough as Ottawa Garnet will come in clutch and take the pistol round here in the second half.
And Hoozy with a tactical crouch right before the explosion. I saw it, Hoozy.
See, I didn't even know you could do that.
Oh,
and what
yeah.
a great round win coming from Ottawa Garnet. And they really needed to get that win going into the second half, as now they are able to get that econ advantage over WVU.
Well, 4-9 as they clutch that pistol round, a crucial one indeed, and we'll look to see if they can carry that momentum here all toward the B side again, and WVU is nowhere to be found.
Again, it's just going to be a full push over towards the B site, but at the same time, I'm not sure if that's so much as a bad thing, as, we see WVU, they definitely like to get these cross-map shots in, but Psycho is going to be the one to get that one off with the Marshall, getting 3 in a row! What an absolute showcase of sniping ability coming from Ottawa Garnet, as they will get the full 5-player sweep over WVU.
Yeah, not a single member falling, and you have to feel happy about that. A good early push here from Ottawa, one they needed, and now I would expect to see him go to A site, and you wonder here, West Virginia now setting up 3 on B, and this might come back to haunt them.
And it's so funny because when I'm thinking about agents that just go absolutely ham with the sniper, even the Marshall of all guns, the last player on my mind was KO, but Psycho definitely breaking the meta on who can use sniper rifles. They were able to come out and make an absolute tear with the Marshall, getting 3 headshots back to back to back, and now really putting the momentum on the side of Ottawa as the crossfire will go down on the A site.
Yeah, honestly, I think Ottawa did some play reviews of previous games of West Virginia, especially on Breeze, knowing it's a map they like. First 2 entries over at B site, not a soul to be found. Now this push on A when they triple stack B. Phenomenal coaching and game sense here by Ottawa. Pressures onto the A side. Easy plant for them. Hoozy does find a kill onto Sasa now in a 4v3 onto the site. There's Sora, the spray, and it's not enough. Psycho able to find the kill. Chamber, all that remains on Bridge. Now here by Switch. Now a little cheat out. Hoozy are going to fight a 1v1. Agility able to win on that one as well. And now in a 2v1. But again, time not on his side.
And honestly, that's probably one of the, if not the biggest factors in Valorant, is when the spike is planted and you are going against the clock. And now Agility, the lone survivor for WVU, trying to get the defuse, will get the fake defuse, but still Psycho not pushing. And finally, we'll get the peek and the kill with the Spectre, as Psycho now being a top fragger coming out of Ottawa Garnet.
Yeah, not only a top fragger, but take a look at those assists. 10 assists over there as well. Not only top fragger, but top assister across the board. And, you know, phenomenal game sense by Psycho there at the end of that last round. Right? It takes 7 seconds to defuse the bomb. So he knew that there was going to be a fake coming out. He had plenty of time to sit patiently with that Spectre, and he really just cat and moused around those pyramids, played it perfectly. So great job by Psycho there to clutch that one up.
Yeah, it's been an insane second half so far for you, Ottawa Garnet, as they are going to force West Virginia University into a save round. Is now Psycho is going to be making their way towards the mid, and now Blade being able to get the kill on one, but not the other. But unfortunately, for the side of West Virginia, Sawston will fall in that exchange as well, as E-Girl Elo is now going to be working towards the spike, and Hoozy going to get the elimination on Jay Chronic. Is now APL going to be making their way towards the mid lane, and will put an end to E-Girl Elo. And of course, Psycho on Agility, and that will be another round in favor of you, Ottawa.
Yeah, they are just absolutely popping heads out here on that attacking side. Now just 2 away from tying it up. And of course, on the reverse side of things, West Virginia University started with 4 straight rounds. Ottawa doing the same thing here. So we'll see if WVU can finally grab one here. Sora with that operator as well. And we'll see if it works out in their favor.
Yeah, this is the time to step up for the side of WVU. They now have a full buy and an operator on their side. Now it's all about putting it to good use, as they are only winning by 2 rounds. Ottawa Garnet now within striking distance of equalizing, as Psycho is going to be making that push up the mid lane here, and it now looks like all will be in tow from West Virginia University to try and put a stop to this, as the push will come through, and now all is revealed. They know the plan, they know the strat, and now the fight will go down on the B site.
Yeah, this utility from Neon, though, phenomenal. There's nothing they can do to push through that tunnel when that's there. Now they're kind of tucked into this tough spot. They could get pinched, trying to back off a little bit. And really, West Virginia maybe giving them a little bit too much breathing room here at mid. But they are holding these angles, trying to remain patient. One in Nest as well. APL out here in mid, spraying through half wall, but nothing able to find their mark here. It's everybody just kind of back off and resetting here.
Now, this is the question you have to ask yourself, because clearly you have just divided WVU. Whether they know that or not, I'm not sure. But still, what do you do now? Do you try and commit and make that push to B, or do you try and rotate back around to A? Because literally, we see you, Ottawa Garnet, stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, normally I would like that B approach through mid, especially with that nest control, but because that Viper ult is there, even though it's not on the main B site, it's still a hard push, and so is about to run right into it. Viper hears the noise, and Elo E-Girl with a beautiful kill on the Blade. Hoozy, though, finding the double. Sawston with a trade of his own. E-Girl tucked into the corner, able to pick up on APL as well, and now the 3K triple kill to clutch the round. WVU taking that 5th round, again, just like Ottawa did on the reverse side.
Yeah, that was a great round for WVU, and they needed it, because we saw you, Ottawa Garnet, really start to make a comeback, and they were able to take a few unanswered rounds away from WVU, but now West Virginia puts a stop to the bleeding, and they are able to get back on the board again. Now only 3 short rounds away from clinching the victory here on Breeze.
You nailed it. 3 rounds away versus the 6. And can West Virginia do it? They need to win their map pick. It is going to be crucial in this best of 5 as Ottawa had that first pick. The spray from Sora and a beautiful teleport just in the nick of time to get out of there. Now Sostin to the back of the site. The utility there as well. Viper right beside him. Jeremy with the pressure and the spike as well. Going to use a little bit of utility. Most likely see him drop the spike here afterwards. And straight to the wall first. A lot of damage to Elo. And Elo does fall, but not before. Or I'm sorry, that was Elo with the kill on Psycho. Excuse me.
Oh, that was fun. A whole lot of wall bangs, and now the Hunter's ult coming out, and it is going all across the map. But you don't need a Hunter's ult to get a header. Jeremy is able to put J Chronic down, and in the dirt is now Sora. Gonna be making a reappearance here, trying to get the kill on Jeremy. Jeremy has only a small amount of health to work with. As Sora finally looks to try and get the peek around the corner, does not connect. Is staring down the barrel of all three. Will get the elim on Jeremy, but APL able to pick up the elim as well. And now Agility is in a 1v2 scenario, is able to get one, but can't get two. And that round will go to the side of you, Ottawa Garnet.
Yeah, just a little bit closer to tying it up. And honestly, if you look at the first half, you'll see that right now these rounds are just perfectly mirrored. So we'll see if West Virginia can win this one and maintain that to be true. But right now, Ottawa looking very strong. And of course, WVU doesn't have the economy that they need.
And that's where the biggest blow is, honestly. They were starting to make that small comeback in the realm of econ. But after that dub from you, Ottawa Garnet, it is going to be a struggle for WVU to try and make a comeback. But if they do, they will all but clinch this dub as they still hold the 10-8 lead so far over you, Ottawa.
And we'll see if they can do just that as the pressure now mounting on this A site. There's the Viper ult as well. Her pick coming in for Ottawa as they pressure the site. Chronic able to find one here, though. And now one more. Able to get two, and both lovely headshots played in the center there. Just kind of tucked into that Viper ult, and now the pressure from WVU mounting in a 5v3. Can they find more?
Just blind crossfire coming out from both sides, as that was an amazing Viper's Pit used by you, Ottawa Garnet, but now will they be able to capitalize on it as more and more bodies hit the floor. Psycho able to pick up a two-piece, and now here comes the Hunter's ult being able to connect, and now it is a 1v1 between J Chronic and the surviving Viper. But the spike continuing to tick away. Will it be enough? They fake the defuse, but not having enough time. That should all about do it for you, Ottawa Garnet, as just in the last second, they pick up the kill, and they are able to take yet another round away from WVU.
Yeah, and unfortunately, J Chronic in that Hunter's Fury did get the kill there, but he also killed Agility while getting that kill. So, you know, kind of a little bit of a win-lose there.
Okay, and I'm also just learning in the midst of that crossfire, one of those kills that came from the double kill, the two-piece, was some friendly fire. So that is a gigantic feels bad.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so where are we at here? Round 20. Sostin finds the double blade, gets the trade, but that ult from Neon is just so crazy.
I have the spike.
Oh yeah, I was saying that earlier in the last game, the first game that we played on Haven. Insanely clutch when that ult is used, and extraordinarily devastating, not to mention with the speed that comes combined with Neon. That ult can really turn the tide of an entire match.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've played against it, but it has certainly annoyed me several times, much like Psycho, hopefully about to get one here on Sora. Sora with a little jiggle, though, has help from Elo, E-Girl, Elo, excuse me, tucked there near those wood doors. And right now, West Virginia has good control of mid, but all that pressure is mounting over there on the B site.
Yeah, you want to talk about, suffering at the hands of Neon. Before Neon came out, I had a full head of hair. I was completely stressed out by Neon and their ult. As soon as that ult came out, that's when the stress started to hit me. So trust me, I understand all too well the powers of a good Neon. And with that being said, we see the crossfire coming out yet again as Elo is able to put one into the dirt using the Marshall. And now Jeremy with the flank to get one on J Chronic. And it is a 2v2 with the spike continuing to tick away.
Yeah, and Viper actually holding that wall for a long time is going to work out in Jeremy's favor. Agility here in Nesto, they're going to hear that drop down most likely. Jeremy's going to rotate around on the other side of that half wall. Just kind of jiggle peeking out here. Viper has to press through the wall. Blade and Jeremy both find the kill. And ladies and gentlemen, we are all tied up.
Yep, 10 apiece here. A total of 20 rounds gone, and neither side is going to be making this match easy. But finally, WVU will call their first timeout.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see that. They've played it very well. This is their map. That obviously that round was tough due to the economic reasons, but I think this is a crucial timeout to kind of talk over some of those strategies and maybe what they might be doing wrong, where maybe that defense is breaking up, if they're rotating too early or whatever it might be. So hopefully they can get things sorted out, and so we'll see if they'll be able to battle back and retain their map pick here on Breeze.
And that's really an underlining benefit to calling this timeout. Not only are you going to be able to go over what the problem is and being able to react to said problem, but at the same time, you get to slow the pace of the opposition. You get to slow down their momentum. And we see this in other sports as well. In football, it's known as icing the kicker. You put a timeout on pause and you slow the pace of the game and possibly throwing off the other team and throwing off their momentum. So again, calling that timeout is a big brain, high IQ strat when used correctly.
Yeah, usually you can slam dunk the touchdown after that, and it's all said and done.
Absolutely. You got to slam dunk those touchdowns and make sure you get the home run there before the half. But with all jokes and bad sports puns aside, we will get round number 21 underway.
So here we are, and again, that early Viper wall going up toward that B site, seeing if they can draw that West Virginia University team over that direction as I fall there. Chronic, though, trying to get a peek here from the side, and again, we see that rotation, that early wall kind of drawing him over toward B, and now that rotation toward the A site chamber, really the only one there. He's going to hear the intel. It should allow WVU to get over there, but again, I think it's going to be maybe too little too late here.
Just about as we
Spike
see
down A.
Player New Ottawa Garnet hit the dirt, and now West Virginia with the 4v2 advantage, but the spike is now in the control of WVU. We could see KO. They're peeking, trying to decide whether or not they want to go for it, but we see Sora there and waiting to take advantage of anyone who would try to take that spike, but Sora will fall to Psycho as they pick up the spike, and the plant will come through on the A site.
And the Tour Day Force here from APL. Now on a 2v3, and unfortunately, he does miss the shot. Agility able to capitalize the stun from Sostin as he slides in and puts him 6 feet under. A much needed round from West Virginia University.
You are not lying. That was a huge dub because I gotta say, remember, they went full buy. If they did not clutch that round up, they would have been in trouble. But finally, with that win, WVU is able to strike back in the economy and secure their bye heading into round number 22.
Yeah, look at agility there. 25-13 for his team. Doing a phenomenal job there as well. Sasta, we saw up top in the previous game, still doing a phenomenal job, even though they are at the bottom frag right now in that position. But again, it just goes to show you the different roles that all these characters or students can play.
And now here we go. This is going to be a huge round for either side, as now we see Viper throwing down the util. Psycho now going to be holding things down towards the mid as they pick up the spike. And once again, we see the Marshall coming out for Psycho, and we know how deadly they are with that weapon, as WVU will be the first to lose a player. It is the Viper that goes down first for WVU, and now Jeremy will fall to agility as Sostin is able to get a kill as well. And now the player advantage is on the side of WVU as the crossfire will continue to go down on the A side, and WVU starting to break away from U Ottawa Garnet.
Yeah, big recon dart here as well. We can see the pop flash from KO, but Sostin tucked into the corner, being patient. The dart as well, and that is going to be huge damage onto KO here. There's not much remains for him. Jet Hoozy with that Blade Storm here in tunnel. Looks the pressure out up high, but J-Tronic waiting. Patiently finds the easy kill, fakes the plan as Psycho steps out, knows there's one behind the wall as well, but in a 3v1 with no health. Oh, and there it is. Chronic with a final one, and West Virginia University is now sitting at match point.
Does anybody else just love the explosion when KO died? It just spontaneously combust. I loved it. It was just the cherry at the end of that match to top things off perfectly as WVU goes up again, a 2-round lead, 12-10 now, and match point for West Virginia.
Well, I don't like to take sides because both of these teams are very talented, but I would love to see West Virginia pulled out. They are the underdog here. This is their map pick. I love casting Valorant, so I would love to see this push into continued more maps here, even though we're not big fans of Fracture. But, I'd love to see this go closer to the distance as we get set up here, and both teams kind of being very patient here in round 23.
And honestly, I don't blame them. No team wants to be the one to peek out and get caught off guard. Nobody wants to make that first mistake to give anything away for free. But with that being said, Ottawa has got to make a push. Remember, they have got to get the spike planted, and time is not on their side. So kind of holding out right here, waiting, is not going to pay off for them in the long game.
Standing ahead.
There is Blade trying to get some intel, but man, they're quick to shoot that dart down the rotation now back toward the A site. As they are triple stacked on the B, we can see Yoru throwing that teleport toward the A site. As I think he might have a general idea of what might be going on here.
Yeah, still that triple stack on towards the B site. No intel given away just yet. And finally, the rotation will come through from WVU as they know that Ottawa has now decided to fully commit to A, as Hoozy will get the plan off, and the spike is down on A.
Yeah, not a single member to fall for either team. One at switch, that Psycho gets sprayed down by Jay Chronic. That Marshall shot does miss. APL in this slow here with that Headhunter, though. Trying to step out, waiting for the slow to dissipate. There's Neon, cut off guard. He's able to find one, but can't get Sora with that Operator. Meanwhile, Jeremy finds the trade, collects the ult, and puts the pit down. Steps out, gets one more. Equalizer from Sora now on a 2v2.
Oh my goodness. Had that Viper stayed alive, that would have been a huge Viper's pit. But regardless, it will be Ottawa to take a dub and regain some momentum here as we head into match number 24. And this very well could go the full distance if Ottawa can clutch things up here going into the next round.
I mean, this is exactly like game one, right? Here we are. Now the roles are reversed. Match point for West Virginia. Ottawa looking to take it into overtime. Ottawa, though, having the money for that full buy. West Virginia, not really, right? I think I saw a Bulldog in there and maybe not even full armor. So, again, the roles are reversed, even though West Virginia at match point, very similar to that game one. And we'll see if they can clutch it up, or if we'll head into the first overtime of this championship series here in the Yellow Division.
I gotta say, if you can't full buy, I would say save, especially if you're on the side of WVU. I mean, I'd rather tie things up. Oh, this is being the last round before OT?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I was getting ready to say if you could save, I would just do it. But with that being said, this being the last round before OT, then by all means, buy your heart out. Do what you can to try and put a stop to Ottawa. But the way things look now, this very well could head into some overtime.
Yeah, capping out here. Capping, he said. Capping on that last round, man.
Hey, capping, always capping. That's what it's there for. That's why I don't wear caps. I'm already bald because I capped so hard.
Capped too much.
Yeah, that's what happens when you cap too much, chat. Don't cap too much. You're going to lose your hair.
Absolutely love it. Always good fun in the booth here with Captain. But ladies and gentlemen, let's not take away from match point here for WVU. The combo for the Storm in 3. Already up through tube here for Ottawa. The intel from the Euro is played. Able to step out and get one on Agility. The Hunter's Fury there as well. And now the pressure from Bridge. And what a phenomenal play here on the books for Ottawa Garnet.
And here we go, Sawston going to try and get that peak, but will get dealt with instead. Psycho able to pick up that kill, and Blade will get the spike planted, as now the intel will go out with the drone, trying to catch anyone slipping, as now we see E-Girl Elo all by their lonesome in this 1v3, is able to get one a limb and now turn it into a 1v2, but that location will be given away, and now U Ottawa knows exactly where E-Girl Elo is coming from, and here comes the 1v1, and Husi is able to put E-Girl Elo down in the dirt to make it hurt. We're heading into OT.
And for a moment there, I thought E-Girl Elo was going to clutch it up, finding the kill on KO. Not much health left for KO, who's flirting around Pyramid there, but just a nice peek by Husi. It just consistently has that good crosshair placement, comes away with a huge clutch round for Ottawa to send them into overtime. And here we are at our first overtime of the night. Will WVU be able to pull this one out in the long run, or is Ottawa going to go up in the series 2-0 in this best of 5?
All I know is that these games are insanely too close between round number 1 and now. I don't know. But then again, this is why this is the grand finals. You literally have the best 2 teams in the yellow division battling it out. So should I be surprised? Probably not. That doesn't take away from the fact that I cannot believe how close these games have been between these 2 teams.
Yeah, and you absolutely love to see it in a final series, though. Husi there to step out, finds the head in the center, and then dashes back in. Now into the tube here. The switch, of course, being open. Sora just on the other side. The teleport is there. E-Girl Elo on the other side of the Aldrone with a big reveal here.
Now a 5v4, like we said, in favor of U Ottawa, as the spike still yet to find its place, neither on the A or B site. And again, it just looks like a bunch of team deathmatch so far, as we have yet to see the spike really go one way or the other. And honestly, West Virginia University not making a push to either site. It was a little confusing in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just wanting to slow it down, especially on this attack side. I think they've done a good job of mixing up these strategies, so we'll see if they can clutch here. They are a man down, and Blade comes away with another big one as E-Girl Elo finds the trade, but will it be enough? A man down, the rotation here.
Left.
Coming in possibly as they flirt around mid. I think Chamber and them heard the steps of KO. They're going to back off toward that A site to see if they can capitalize here. Husi, though, who's been unstoppable, finally gets taken out by agility, but not before he finds the trade on Sostin.
And now the full commit finally comes through as the final 10 seconds approach. In regulatory time, the spike will get planted on the A site. And now WVU has a fighting chance as the elimination comes through from agility. And we have a 2v2.
Yeah, I can't believe it there. 4 seconds to get the plant down. They do it with a little time to spare, but agility finds the kill with a tour de force here in overtime. And APL is on the hunt, but in a tough position nonetheless.
Here we go. This is going to be the play. Going for the defuse now. We'll make the defuse. The tour de force comes through from agility, and it finds its mark. Agility picking up the quadra kill and getting the dub for WVU.
Yeah, just the fact that agility was able to grab his ult, the tour de force of that round was huge, and now you see him sitting on that 30 bomb. 30 and 16 is agility, an absolute juggernaut here on Breeze. And can he keep it together and clutch this up for WVU?
Again, this is just absolutely insane. Both of these teams going the full distance. And again, keep in mind, this is also a test of endurance and stamina to see who can really be that consistent and show up time and time again to pull off these clutch plays in these high percentage shots, as we see the push through the tube coming for U Ottawa Garnet. WVU trying to get those wall bangs, and will get one, but the trade will come through as both Jeremy and Husi pick up a kill. And now looking downfield is Jeremy trying to pick up yet another elimination, as the spike will get planted on the A site.
Yeah, Jeremy did get dinked through that little half wall, retaining wall there. Sostin able to collect on that kill as well. And now Elo E-Girl with one more. Sostin steps out, and now Psycho looking for that trigger control, but Sostin caught him slipping on the sauce. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, 14-12, WVU taking game number 2 at the end in overtime. And what a phenomenal game it was, Captain.
Honestly, you can't ask for anything better than that in the grand finals. Round number one, nearly going into OT itself, of course, going into the way of U Ottawa. And now WVU, the underdog, answering back in a major way to take the dub in OT on their map pick. But oh my goodness, so far so good here in the grand finals. And honestly, I could not be happier as we get ready to head into round number 3 between these two teams on the next map. Hot sauce, what have you
Yeah,
got to tell us, and what can we expect going forward?
I mean, it's been crazy, right? We had an 11-1 at halftime first game. It went the distance. We had 9-3 at halftime this game. It not only went the distance, but beyond and into overtime. So we're going to come back here with Icebox, and that is going to be Ottawa's map pick. You had mentioned before Icebox, a map that you enjoy. I truly enjoy Icebox as well. The different the levels as well. I like to see, Jet, Omen, Raze, all. They can get up into high positions on top of tube, get control of mid. So I'm really excited to see what's in store on this next map, Captain.
100%. And I can only imagine how the fans at home are feeling as we are getting well underway into this grand finals. We are all tied up in the series, one apiece between West Virginia University and U Ottawa Garnet. But we will be right back after this short break. Do not go anywhere. We have some more Valorant grand finals going down right here at the NECC. Well, hello, good evening, and welcome back to the Valorant Grand Finals right here on the NECC. I again am your host, Captain Etsoka, joined by the spiciest caster with a little bit of that spice sauce drip. It is hot sauce.
Heck yeah, and what a night it has been so far. I mean, both of these games, that first one, 12-11, now into overtime, 14-12. And, when this team had previously met at the end of the season, it was a 2-0 sweep for Ottawa. So, WVU adapting well, showing that they came to play here today in this championship, and certainly showing that they deserve to be here as well.
Oh, they most certainly do. They've been giving us the run-of-the-mill Valorant intensity from start to finish between game number 1 and game number 2. Really don't know how much more hype that you and I could bring to this. It feels like WVU and U Ottawa is just bringing all the hype themselves.
Yeah. Certainly hope that everybody out there is having as much fun as we are as we head over to that character select screen. But again, guys, on Icebox, we are guaranteed a map 4, so we will see Fracture as well. But here on Icebox, West Virginia will be defending. So we'll take a look at their pick. It looks like Ottawa is already locked in over there. Of course, Blade still on Sova. Hoozy on Reyna this time. I know we'd mentioned her a little bit earlier, Captain. APL on Viper. Psycho on Chamber this time. And Jeremy is back on that Omen.
Absolutely. And again, we were talking about Reyna, of course, as one of the top fraggers because we try and talk about duelist and, more often than not, Jet comes into the conversation. But after that rework, maybe we will see a resurgence of the Reyna meta. But with that being said, as we get ready to head into Icebox once again, we see the Vipers coming out who played an insane role, of course, on Breeze and now the same on Icebox. These are going to be clutch players heading into this one because that Vipers pit goes an extremely long way when we're playing on Icebox.
Yeah, and then we see the Jet instead on the left side here instead of the Reyna. And, Jet still globally has the highest pick rate at 11.5%. Reyna, though, is actually the second with 10.8. Of course, Sage is fourth, followed by Chamber. But, excited to see some Reynas in action here. Something a little bit different in the mix than what we've been seeing all night here. So.
Yep, and here we go. Pistol round just ready to get underway. And as we've mentioned it time and time again, we will say it again. Whoever, of course, wins the first pistol round is going to get the econ advantage heading into round number 2. And with that being said, of course, I love seeing a Sheriff in the pistol round. Sheriff plays are just so fun to watch, especially when you get that one tap to the dome piece. Watching that is nothing short of entertaining. And I say that because I am horrible with the Sheriff. So watching people do good with it is always fun to see.
Yeah, I normally, as a teammate, I get frustrated when people buy Sheriff first round, but it is something that you see time to time, especially from the better players. I tend to like the Ghost. I think it's overall a better pistol. It's not as rewarding as those one taps, but overall, I think it is a more trusty pistol. But nonetheless, we'll see Blade with that owl drone down long B for a little intel as they leave that spike near spawn. Just kind of playing a little bit of a default. We can see 2 pushing toward the A site right now in this 2-2-1 split for you, Ottawa Garnet.
And of course, as a friendly reminder, don't forget, not too long ago, there was a rework on this map for the B site around that container. So that is also going to be something to be of note as we head further into this round number 1. And now, of course, we see the rotation coming through from U Ottawa, but it's not going to do much as WVU is able to get yet another elimination. And now here comes the follow-up, and only one player remains for U Ottawa.
Yeah, we see that right click coming into play there, missing a lot on the right click, just not quite what it used to be. As Sword clutches up with the 3K, and they also reworked the A site a little bit. That little Zamboni back there is gone now as well, and as well as the sewer pipes area on the attacking side doesn't have the little hop up as well. So, 2 really subtle reworks to this map, but 2, I believe, necessary reworks as well.
And we were talking about the pistol round, and of course we were mentioning the Sheriff. Sora, the only player with the Sheriff in that first round, and they have 3 kills and 0 deaths. So when put in the right hands, that Sheriff does work.
Yeah, and the nice thing is when you're feeling it, right, you're able to continue to bonus with it. You don't need to force up. You let your 4 teammates buy those Spectres. You can kind of play around for that. Being Jet, now you most likely can buy an op third round as well, and we'll see if that is what happens. All the pressure now mounting from you, Ottawa on the site, though, and Sora with another flicks to the head. Finds one more. Played with a trade. Sostin gets the 2K as well, and Jeremy all alone pushing up middle with the classic, but it's not enough, as Finn secures the final kill with a Spectre, and WVU finds themselves on top here early with 2. And again, just to remind you, this is U Ottawa Garnet's map pick.
Yeah, it just goes to show that you really don't know what secondary options are had by these two teams. Even though this is U Ottawa's pick, it's not to say that WVU isn't talented on this map either. They are coming in storming, and still Sora going into the third round is still just gonna keep the Sheriff.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised we don't see a Sage here as well. Sage a lot of times can be very annoying on this map just because she can help cut off that too. But I think with neither team having a Sage, it's going to be in better favor for these teams to work that mid pressure a little bit and kind of play off of mid control. As we can see that Garnet already has 2 through mid, 1 near that kitchen site. Sprays coming out from yellow as well, and that's going to be Finn tucked into that Viper. Little smoke there. As the Blade Storm from Sora able to find one. The dash follows. The sprint from Finn, and able to collect another kill. 1 more, and Blade, all that remains here for Ottawa. The Blade Storm comes into clutch, and West Virginia University is looking very strong here early. Look at Sora, 8-1.
Yeah, I've already had 2 low IQ thoughts just in that last round alone. First low IQ thought is when you brought up the Sage and how, we want to see Sage on this map. I think it would have been a pretty good pick because of how she can use her util to really boost her team. I'm thinking that Sage would be good for this round just because it's Icebox and she has ice powers. So that's just cosmetically what my low IQ brain was thinking. But then the second low IQ thought I had during that round is when we saw the Jet come out with only the Sheriff, and I'm thinking, wow, they're going ham with the Sheriff in round number 3. No, they were coming in with the Blade Storm to clean things up, and they did. So WVU definitely coming in and doing work here on Icebox as they pick up a flawless and now go ahead in the lead 4-0.
Yeah, and by buying and bonusing on that Sheriff, much like I said, Sora now having the op in hand as well, sitting at 10-1. Absolutely unstoppable at the moment. And who is this WVU team? They are taking the momentum from this previous game and running with it out here, looking very strong, very early.
Absolutely. And like I said earlier, I love seeing the operator in the hands of the Jet. And honestly, this is a map for it. We're talking about Icebox. It's I think Icebox, when it comes to the Valorant community, kind of has a split difference of favor. Some people love it and other people just hate it.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I personally love it, though. I think a lot of times when maps first comes out, everybody kind of hates it because they got to get used to the new meta or where the angles are. But overall, I think Icebox is a phenomenal map, and Ben's doing a great job of putting some pressure here. Chronic gets 1 Blade on the trade as well. Now in a 4v3 as Ottawa looks to pressure and find a round win here. Still unable to grab 1, but this could be it as Psycho finds the equalizer, and everybody just remaining patient here.
And now the spike, of course, in the hands of U Ottawa. They have yet to make a push to try and get the spike planted. Yeah. And honestly, they still have a lot of time. If they did want to rotate, they could. Not saying that they should as the time continues to tick away. And now the push comes through from E-Girl Elo to get the elimination on Blade. And now Sora on Psycho. And just like that is a 2-player swing now. 3v1. Let's make it 3v-none. That is the round going 5-0 in the favor of WVU.
Yeah, and Jeremy sitting on top of 410 was pinging out exactly where Jet was, but nobody was able to handle Jet. Just again, and Jet holding that angle, right? Not looking elsewhere, not stepping off, not unzooming, but just having that patience, knowing they're there to push, and just a phenomenal job by Sora with that operator, now sitting at 12-1. 5-0 as WVU is on top of Ottawa right now, who is, again, 9-0 on the season and only dropped 1 map through the entire season and postseason. They've already dropped that many here against West Virginia. And we'll see if maybe WVU can grab the lead for the first time in the series tonight here on Icebox.
Yeah, speaking of Icebox, let's take a look at all the friendly characters we have here. I gotta love the person behind the camera giving us a close-in on this lovely friendly squirrel and, of course, the worm with the top hat and cane. But all jokes aside, when we're talking about the utter performance that's coming from Sora using the jet and the operator, and again, I even called it back in game number 1. The jet with the operator is simply a bad omen, all Valorant puns intended, as we get ready to head into round number 6, and still, once again, we see WVU forcing U Ottawa to pretty much just call that timeout and really reevaluate their game plan. And from the looks of it, is going to be forcing U Ottawa into a save round.
Yeah, I don't know how friendly that squirrel is, though. It looks like he's holding a grenade there. I might not mess with that, man. But
I thought that was an acorn.
That's an acorn grenade, I think. But yeah.
Oh, my.
Nonetheless, here we are. Round 6. Sora up top with the op. Tries to find an early pick. Doesn't get it. Gonna have to get away still with that recon dart. Oh, nearly hitting the top of the head of Sora, but up close is the action. Sheriff's in hand, and Sora somehow finds a kill as then gets one of his own, and now in a 5v3, WVU is an absolute steel curtain on defense here.
Yeah, I gotta say, I love the work that we see coming from Sora with that operator. Was able to get that shot in, get the elim, and just swipe right on the kills and being able to chalk up 13 to their name. And now WVU is holding the lead 6-0 over U Ottawa.
Yeah, I mean, and we're heading into round 7, right? If you combine all of Ottawa's kills, you have 7 kills in these 6 rounds. Meanwhile, Sora 13-1. Finn, 7-1 with 5 assists. Sawston, 5-0 over there. I mean, absolutely running wild is WVU right now. The real question, as we often mention, consistency being key, Captain, and can they keep it up?
Yeah, so far so good for WVU, but still U Ottawa Garnet have yet to find themselves on the board, still sitting with 0 wins here on Icebox, as now the Viper Pit will come out. And now we see Ebro Elo there hiding in the Viper's Pit, but of course that Hunter ult comes through in a major way, and Psycho being able to get the kill on Jay Chronic, now forcing a retreat from U Ottawa Garnet, as it looks like they may try to rotate towards the B site. Ooh, but Sora there and waiting to peek them out, forcing them to stay at A.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sora does miss that shot, though. That blind a little high. So it didn't really affect Sora there. I liked that rotation initially because this Viper's Pit is here. Right now they have that 2-man advantage. But again, we talked about Sora being patient, holding that mid. Now just kind of making sure nobody crossed. They should have an idea that nobody crossed. Ideally, though, Sora there did get there in time on that rotation. And it does look like they are going to force Ottawa Garnet back toward that A site.
30
yeah,
seconds
and the thing
left.
about it is that you really see U Ottawa being cautious, even though that they have the man advantage going 5v2 now. But you got to keep in mind that the Viper and the Omen both have tremendous damage. They are just about one shot.
Remaining.
But with this advantage now, 5v1, it should be an easy round finish for U Ottawa.
Yeah, now the question is, if you're Sora, well, you hope to get more, kind of put in a tough position there. Able to find a kill, but dashes into harm's way, and now 14-2, but still a nice, strong lead here for WVU. The economy is there as well, still able to fool by the op back in Sora's hands. And so we will see if Ottawa can get one more and maybe start to put a damper on the economy or WVU, or if WVU will keep up this pressure and start to run away on the defensive side.
And honestly, this is a good opportunity for U Ottawa to try and make a comeback, as now they have a Viper's Pit on their side. And if they can get that Viper's Pit down, it could very well secure a win for them and finally get them back at least momentum base to try and strike towards West Virginia. But these operator shots coming from Sora is going to make that extremely difficult.
I don't know if he knows APL got by through that Viper wall, though, and he might run right into APL. Here he does. He tries to get the smoke down in time to get away, but it is not enough, and that being the equalizer now in a 3v3 they have. Recognize the spike being down in spawn. Jeremy just misses the dome of Chamber, who returns fire, pops the head, and Omen ends up dead here now on a 3v1. WVU trying to maintain this stronghold that they have on U Ottawa Garnet.
Yeah, nobody really taking control of the spike here, as we see WVU, I guess, would be in control of the spike, but for U Ottawa, they have got to get it, and they have got to get it soon. Only 35 seconds remaining for them to try and get the plant, and now that that operator sitting out there as bait for U Ottawa, as the Viper util will come out, and we see the peak coming through for APL, and there's the shot with the tour de force coming from Agility, who is able to put APL in the dirt, and now Hoozy picks up the operator to go to work, and now has the 1v1, and all that WVU has to do is play clock and buy time, and somehow, some way, they get away.
You know, if Reyna would have just held that angle, Finn was going to keep running there, and it would have been all over Finn, just literally dodging a bullet there to hold on to the round, and Reyna almost doing the, or Hoozy rather, almost doing the unthinkable. But it's West Virginia University who is on top 7-1, and much like game one, quite the dominating performance here, this time on the defensive side, though. And we'll see if Ottawa can start to turn things around before we hit that halfway mark.
And also keep in mind that the econ still very much in favor of WVU, but that doesn't stop, of course, U Ottawa from getting a full buy here. But if they don't come in clutch with a dub, this will not bode well for U Ottawa in the long run.
And now this pressure up Long B, trying to push with the owl drone. They have a little bit of an idea where Finn is. They hear the shots ringing out, but Finn able to dodge one. Agility with a backup, gets the kill. Blade on the trade here now. Psycho pushing with the operator as well. And in through mid, now a huge Hunter's Fury from Jay Chronic coming out for the double kill.
You gotta love when the Hunter's Fury is just on point, not just getting one kill, but picking up two. You love an ultimate that gets used to its utmost potential and being put to good use. With that, it is now an advantage in the favor of WVU 3v2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a tough break here for Ottawa so far. But again, as all games have been a run on one side or the other, Jay Chronic is holding the angle, and he just threads the needle nicely there, gets the headshot now on a 3v1. Jeremy, Omen, the slow spots him out, and now he's even in a tougher position.
Yeah, you can't get much more of a tougher position than being put straight down and into the dirt, as now that will be another round dub in favor of West Virginia University, forcing a tough decision for U Ottawa in terms of econ.
Yeah, you know, I think we'll most likely see a little bit of a scrap buy here, probably opt to buy for next round. But again, at some point, you have to start forcing and trying to collect some of these rounds because, yeah, we've seen some crazy 11-1 comebacks, right? But that's not normal. You don't want to put yourself in that position.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, who else but West Virginia might be able to turn things around and make that 11-1 comeback? You definitely don't want to tempt fate and try it yourself. But with that being said, U Ottawa still has the Viper's Pit ready to go if they choose to use it, and it could turn the tides in this round and get them an elimination or a dub, as now Hoozy is going to be able to pick up an elimination as well as Jeremy, and it will be U Ottawa to get the spike planted, as now it is a 2v2. And Sora up top with the op.
Yeah, Psycho trying to do work with the classic as well, but really, and Hoozy doing them dirty with a sheriff. Let's go! What a round here for U Ottawa. One that they should have not won on paper, and they somehow clutch it up, desperately needed it. Can they start to turn this around?
Yeah, there's really not much that is more impressive than seeing a team win on a save round. Really coming in clutch and then putting the Sheriff to good use yet again, as we saw the headshots really rain through for U Ottawa Garnet, and they are able to answer back. Now only a 6-round deficit. Still a tall order to take for U Ottawa, but still, it is a sign of life.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Like we said, we've seen a 9-3 and an 11-1 comeback today. So definitely nothing is out of the box or out of the ordinary here, rather. But Agility finds a nice headshot. Of course, the Viper utility there in the way is that Decay. Very dangerous to go up against. Blade looking for that recon dart, but Hoozy is absolutely come alive, but man, able to extinguish that fire in a hurry now in a 4v2. Blade with the spike. In a tough position here at Long B.
Yeah, and again, keep in mind, this was Ottawa's picked, so to see them go down so quickly, at least in the first half, is a little bit surprising, as WVU is doing a tremendous job defending the B site, as now we see Blade try and push around the corner, but Sora saw Blade from a mile away, and that will be another win on the side of WVU.
I mean, you must be having a field day over there, Captain. Sora the Jet with the op, 17-5, putting in the work that you absolutely love to see.
Oh, 100%. Captain be capping, but not about Sora, not about Jet with the op. That's just facts. That's not cap. That's facts.
So here we are, though, 9-2, right, heading into the final round before half. And you take a look at Garnett's utility here, the economy really not there. A couple Spectres, a little bit half armor as well. So we'll see if they can clutch up on these important rounds, or we might have another 10-2 here.
Well, we very well could. And now once again we see Sora at the top shelf getting the elimination on APL. And now Hoozy, of course, getting the knock on Austin. Yes, Hoozy's going to be blind firing through the Viper wall. And now Agility getting the elim on Hoozy. Agility now still there and waiting towards the corner. The peak comes through, but the teleport will get them out of harm's way, if only for the moment. Blade eventually going to be getting the knock on Agility.
Yeah, Silva not needing the recon dart to sniff out that play. Does a great job of playing off that teleport. Collects not only one, but a second. And Psycho again going crazy. The operator, as he finds himself a kill now on a 3v1 Sora with the op as well in the final round. Everybody rotating toward this B site. We should have some action here in just a few more moments.
Yeah, keep in mind, Blade literally only has a decimal of health to work with, so that is a one-shot guarantee if the Jet or Sora on the other side can get the shot off, as now they will be trying to peek with the op, trying to find any type of advantage. But Jeremy once again gets the first drop on Sora, and that will be a round win in the favor of U Ottawa.
So 9-3 halftime, just like the previous game. Game number 2 was 9-3 at halftime. So we will see, that went to overtime. And again, this is U Ottawa Garnett's map pick. So obviously maybe a little more of a defensive map here. We'll see if West Virginia can capitalize on this attacking side, or if it will be all defense again here in Ottawa's setup.
Well, only time will tell. Back to the pistols we go, and Sora once again coming out with the Sheriff. As a matter of fact, the only Sheriff on the field here so far.
Yeah, I think that was the case with the first pistol round as well, and I was a little bit of a naysayer, but Sora showing me that there's no need to doubt the Sora, the Sheriff, and the Jet Skrills as they come pushing here down Long B site. Psycho with that headhunter, a little bit of a Sheriff-style action of his own. He does see one tuck into the corner of the recon dart, about to find him, but Agility with a headhunter of his own finds the kill the other way to give him the advantage, and now WVU looking to get the plant down. They do just that and back off. A little bit of a surprise here for WVU.
And now it's on the side of U Ottawa Garnett to try and make the push back towards the spike, as they do not have time on their side. The fake defuse comes through, and Sova peeks out just a little bit too much, but somehow, some way, will get away. And now it is a 2v2. As Omen barely has any health to work with, and now he'll just about do it, as Hoozy will get the elim, and now APL getting one on Finn, and the defuse will come through from U Ottawa Garnett.
Yeah, just a dirty headshot there from Hoozy to turn that round around, but they were able to get that spike down. They do get that extra bit of cash, so occasionally you will see a team also force up when they get that plant, and that is exactly what we're going to see here. So this is a huge round for both teams, right? Whoever wins this round should most likely go on to win the following round.
I mean, that's pretty much the script this point in Valorant is whoever wins the pistol round, of course, is going to take the second. But with that being said, though, I mean, we're looking at WVU come out with all Spectres, so they still had a little bit of change left to work with, but now Sora doesn't have the op. They will have the Marshal, but let's see if that's going to hinder them at all as they make a full commitment push towards the A site.
I don't know. I've seen Sora with the Sheriff. I've seen Sora with the op. I imagine it's not much different with that Marshal. Very skilled in the gun set. Now the shock dart's coming in. The blind as well. And WVU's going to have to back off here a little bit. Feeling the pressure here from Ottawa. Tucked into the corner. Going to find one. Agility. Waiting for someone to step out. Being patient. APL just on the other side here. Meanwhile, Sova is tucked into the back of sight as well. Sprays coming through these walls and kills. Left and right. The spike is spotted now in a 3v2.
This is insane. The amount of spray coming through, and APL definitely taking advantage. Now has 3 kills to their name with this 2v1 Sora, the lone gunman for WVU, trying to peek around here as the Viper wall goes up, not getting a lot done as the spike, of course, is right there within distance. Sora getting the peek, getting the elimination, and getting both with the clutch dub win for WVU.
If Ric Flair was here right now, he would give him a big whoo, because what a play there by Sora. And, you know, maybe a little bit of a miskey or miscommunication on the part of Ottawa. Chamber and Viper wanting to hold a similar angle, but really kind of lining up virtually for that collateral. Not much of a spray transfer necessary for Sora there. Able to clutch up, find those 2 kills, and give an early round here to WVU on this attacking side.
And once again, we see WVU with 10 on the board, and I gotta say, when you see WVU get within that striking distance of the dub, it's really hard to slow them down. Keep in mind, in the previous match, Ottawa Garnett did a really good job of making that comeback, but inevitably, it was WVU to take the win in OT, and now the plant will come through for WVU, as finally we see ourselves in a 4v2.
Yeah, this is a huge plan as well. Sostin's going to spot him out. He knows he has a pistol. The spray is there. And they collect the kill here now, nearing that match point. Just 1 away from match point. But what are you thinking right now? I mean, West Virginia comes in. This isn't their map pick. They're putting on a dominating performance, you know, and they had lost to Ottawa in the preseason. The last game was the first time they've ever beat them. And now, all of a sudden, in this best of 5, they could be at series point, coming away with a win on the map pick of Ottawa. What do you take of this, Captain?
Honestly, right now, I'm thinking that WVU has nothing to lose. They knew going into this one that Ottawa was going to be a top contender to go against. But now, since they were able to taste defeat in round number 1, they're not worried about it anymore. They're not overthinking. It's not about, oh my goodness, am I going to lose? It's about doing the absolute best you can with the time that you have. And I honestly think WVU has shaken the nerves that they came into this with, because honestly, if you look at WVU now to how they were in the very first game, it's almost like watching an entirely different team.
Oh, yeah, I'm incredibly proud of this WVU team. I mean, they came from, you know, how did this series start off, right? It started off 11-1. That could be mentally defeating, but no. WVU is fine. Tooth and nail. They brought that one back. They won the second game in overtime, and now on Ottawa's pick, they have a dominating presence here at 11-4 as the spike is down yet again. And this 2v2, Jeremy on the flank with a tour de force coming out here from Chamber.
And this is actually a huge play coming from Chamber, because keep in mind, being able to take out that tour de force is really going to help you in the long run for Econ, because they did not have to go full buy. They could rely on that tour de force coming from Chamber, and it's going to save them going into match point, into the next round, as Agility gets the final kill of the round on APL.
I cannot believe what I am seeing right now, and I absolutely kind of love it. Not going to lie, I've always been a fan of the underdog, and WVU right now is putting in work, especially after that first game, being an undefeated team here now at match point, and not just a measly match point, but a 12-4. What a performance here by West Virginia University.
And honestly, you cannot ask for anything better except for maybe a possible turnaround and comeback from U Ottawa Garnet. But much like WVU in the first round, it is a tall order, as already we see Sawston getting the elimination on Jeremy. And of course, the Shadow Smoke will go down there into the mid. APL peeking out is able to get the elimination on one, but will be forced to retreat as we now sit at a 4v4, making a 4v3 as Agility gets a pistol kill on APL.
Yeah, I mean, I like the change in play there, but I think that push through that center smoke by Omen is just a dangerous one. You don't know what's on the other side. You push right into 3 people. Whoa! My! What a shot from Sora! The flick of the wrist! Look at the flick of the wrist, baby! As he pops the head into heaven, he collects one more on the Psycho. Blade with a trade, but the Blade Storm on the Blade will wrap it up. And I can't believe it, but WVU is now sitting at the series point. Would you have ever thought this, Captain?
I mean, honestly, you could say no, but I mean, I don't want to say I called it, but I'm going to say it. The Jet with the op is OP. What can I tell you? That is the meta. What can you do against it besides falter at the very sight of such an immaculate performance coming from Sora, who definitely led the way for their team, not only to take the dub and take the lead in the series for WVU, but on the pick that U Ottawa chose on Icebox. What a win for West Virginia.
Yeah, I would love to hear, the comms in that room. If they're all in a room together or whatever, I would love to see some video feed of that clutch up there, because, they have to be excited. They have to be exuberating with confidence now going into map 4, and not only a map 4 pick that's theirs, but a map that a lot of people are very frustrated with, right? We're going to see him on Fracture. So, it's, how does Ottawa feel about this? Is this a map that Ottawa plays a lot? We don't really know these things, but right now, West Virginia is sitting at series point, and it's their map pick.
And honestly, to me, that's scary. Any team that voluntarily goes to Fracture, that scares me. Like, who wants to play there? What type of insanity does a team have to be at to want to play on Fracture? And of course, I only say that because I'm terrible on Fracture. That's my only thing going into it. But with that being said, as we get ready to head into the next match, I am expecting nothing short of some amazing gameplay coming from both teams. U Ottawa still very much in this series.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we will see him take it off on Breeze. And if Ottawa can somehow upset West Virginia on their map pick, we will see that deciding best of 5 taking place on Ascent. So, guys and girls, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. All right, and welcome back to the NECC Championship Series here between the number 1 U Ottawa Garnet and the number 3 West Virginia University. And right now, West Virginia looking to upset Ottawa here as they are up in the series, best of 5, and they are up 2-1 going back to their map pick here on Fracture. Captain, hit us with all the stacks of facts, baby.
There's really not much to tell. We've been seeing it all day, and I gotta say, right here has been comeback season all day long here at the NECC, and you had already said it. We are seeing the number 3 seed taking advantage of the number 1 seeded team as we get ready to head to their map pick on Fracture. Now, keep in mind, we had just seen WVU take it to U Ottawa on their own pick on Icebox, so it's going to be interesting to see now that they have the map pick advantage.
Yeah, 13-4 too at that. I mean, both of those earlier maps were very close. We had the 13-11 where West Virginia had brought it back. Then we had the overtime where West Virginia barely won. But then we have a 13-4. Quite the blowout there on the map pick of Ottawa. So here now, West Virginia's map pick on Fracture. We see Chronic on the Chamber. Finn back on Viper. We saw a Brimstone. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm loving it now. So a couple Brimstones here as well. How do we feel about these comps on this one? I know Brimstone is good, but I'm surprised we don't see a Killjoy as well.
I mean, I do like Killjoy. She's a great controller. But with that being said, I do like the use of Breach here being the initiator. I think Breach, of course, is going to be the right pick, honestly, to go with, especially on Fracture, because it is one of those maps that's really difficult to navigate, and especially with a lot of these corner peaks, you really need somebody that can get you through and around these corners. And so instead of, I guess, maybe bringing the Killjoy or even an Omen for that matter as a controller, I think Breach as an initiator was definitely the go-to pick here.
Yeah, and I think to touch on that just a little bit more too, Breach is the one true counter to Killjoy on this map. When the people try to, put that ult below Canteen there, Breach can obviously, hit through the floor there, I believe, with his flashpoint. So, he's able to destroy that ult through the floor. And again, I kind of rethinking on that, I think you're right. Breach is the better pick.
Yeah, and not to mention, I want to draw attention to Egirl Elo's pick. I think a Viper pick is very interesting going on to this map because, when you're looking at it, you really want to use those Viper pits for the really, I guess, the bigger plant sites. And, when I'm thinking about, Fracture, the only real advantage I could see the Viper's pit being used is on the A side. I don't see it really coming in clutch for B.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I guess I've seen a little bit of Viper on these maps, both on A and B, really. But again, we see that Brim smoke coming down there on Satellite, forcing this WVU team back toward Arcade. But again, already rotating back toward the A site because, as you can see, Sora on site already collecting kills, has the intel, has control as well, and Chronic's going to pick up one. This should be an easy plan on the A site here for WVU.
And again, they're riding that wave of momentum that they established ever since they took the dub on Breeze, and they have not slowed down as now they have a 4v1 in their favor with the spike planted on A.
Yeah, being at series point here as APL able to get one. Agility finds the trade, and WVU does get the first round. And to be at series point here, guys, not only are they going to win an awesome trophy and some t-shirts with the bragging rights, but they're also going to get a bid into the Nationals as well, I believe. So very exciting stuff here, if WVU is able to pull this upset out.
Is it weird that if I was in this and looking at the prizes, I would want a t-shirt more than a trophy? I don't know why. I just think an NECC t-shirt or any type of merch would just be absolutely, just awesome. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a fanboy.
I'm torn because obviously the t-shirt you can wear around and really display and show, but having that trophy and taking pictures with it, bragging about it, letting everybody know I beat them, I might be a little bit of a jerk in that sense, but I like that pleasure as well.
Oh, no, it would be cool. Just for my studio, I have a nice little setup, and something to put up there in the trophy case would be pretty cool as well. But let's see who's going to be able to take the prizes home as we are well underway here in round number 2 of what could be the last game between WVU and U Ottawa Garnet. Sora getting that corner peek, and we'll get the elim on APL. Is now WVU once again will get the spike plant, this time on the B side.
Yeah, APL had that slow there, but kind of looking to peek toward rope side, and Sora just had the timing in her favor as, Sage had that shorty, but after those 2 rounds were expired and, Sage had to reload, that pretty much knew at that point it was a wrap. Sora able to clutch the kill, and we have Sostin back on top with good old Brim here, and Sora 3-1 as well. So already a strong start here for WVU, not only on their map pick, but, they didn't get to choose what side they're on, so they're also attacking here. So doing good, very well so far.
And this is something I wanted to pick your brain about. I need to know what your analytical opinion is when we're talking about Fracture. Of course, we already talked about Breeze and we talked about Icebox, how some of these maps are more attacker-friendly, some more defender-friendly. Where does Fracture fall in that category?
I feel like I don't have enough experience to give a really well-educated opinion, so I'll give my own dumb opinion, but I tend to think it is a more favorable attacking side, right? Just because there are 2 sides from each point, so 4 sides to attack from. You have your front and back of both A and B. I think if a team has utility and plays well from the center spawn area with maybe just 1 guy on each site, it can be a little bit easier on defense, but overall, I personally would have to say it's probably a little bit easier on the attacker side.
Well, let's see how this will come through, as already we see the Rolling Thunder making its way over towards the A side, and now the eliminations following shortly after. Jay Chronic getting the elim on Blade, and now it is a 4v3, and the spike will get planted on the A side.
And the Molly coming out here. Love to see 2 Brims in action. I wasn't sure we were going to get to see him here tonight, but we do. Agility on Breach, though, finds the headshot on the APL. Jeremy with a peep, but Chronic. Talk about the underrated Bulldog showing the work that it can do here. Psycho from A main trying to get the Jiggle Beak. The pre-fire is there as well, but that pre-fire gives him away, and Sora able to collect that kill. And right now, the attacking side looking favorable as WVU finds themselves up here early, 3-0.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie, that econ is hurting right now on the side of you, Ottawa Garnet. Once again, there are going to be forced to have another save round, which inevitably, more often than not, is going to lead to another victory for WVU to make it 4-0. But we've seen you, Ottawa, win a save round before, so it can be done again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's never out of the question. Obviously, a more difficult thing to do, but the stun coming out from Sora. Sora has been all about this fast push. There's usually a slow waiting here from Chamber, and she is able to sniff that one out as well. We'll see if Brim drops those smokes, the rotation toward B Arcade, and they might run into Sage. Sage did hear the audio cues, though, and is trying to back out.
Now the elimination from Sora onto APL as Sora is going to be making the push here. Calls in their ult, but gets denied by Psycho. As now Agility and Finn both pick up another kill of their own. And that will just about do it. WVU will take another round.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it does favor the attacking side, so I don't want to get too, favorable here right now. As we've seen, like I said, we've seen an 11-1 half. We've seen a 9-3 half. We've seen a 10-2 half. So I don't want to get too crazy here, but again, I think West Virginia right now is really looking strong.
I'm sorry. All I'm seeing right now is just self-evident of your big brain. You called it. You said Fracture was going to be an attacker-heavy map, and so far you are right. The theory has been put to the test, and it is coming back true. So salute to you, Hot Sauce, in your high IQ.
And we'll chalk it up to a little bit of luck. I don't want to feed my head too much here as we see Chronic and crew pushing toward this B Arcade, and Sora, who's been absolutely on fire, finds the 2-piece. Now the pressure as well, and you nailed it with this breach pick, making these entries so much easier as Chronic picks one more. Hoosie with the op shot, now alone up here in tower. Misses that one, though, as Psycho, and that is unfortunate.
I don't know if it's just because of my biases, but it just hurts to see a tour de force not land a shot and to be shut down in such a manner. It almost feels like a wasted opportunity, but oh well, feels bad. Still, one survivor remains for the side of you, Ottawa Garnet, and Sora just trying to get all across the map, really on a hunt for this last remaining you, Ottawa Garnet player.
Yeah, we see Hoosie with the op. He hears Sawston, the jump though, and Sawston literally dodging a bullet as well. Agility collects the kill, and Sawston might have got leg there. I see he's chunked out quite a bit in health. I'm not sure if it was from that altercation, and now we see the sprays and the tactical crouching coming out. West Virginia, they are definitely excited, but you don't want to get excited too early, as we've seen some crazy switches at half here.
Oh, absolutely. If I was on the side of WVU, I would be acting as if it's still a tie game. I'm not going to give any mercy or show any type of, what's the word, underestimation. You don't want to underestimate you, Ottawa Garnet. Both of these teams have proven they can make a turnaround happen. Comeback season has been lasting all day today. So WVU, don't get me wrong, celebrate your victories, but it is far from over.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. Sawston, though, holding a cheeky angle, and he's able to catch Hoosie. Oh my, not one, not two, but three. The triple kill, 3K, and Sawston is saucing on everyone right now.
And again, I don't want to talk ill of any team, but it really looked like you, Ottawa Garnet, was lining up for those headshots. It looked like as if they were waiting in line to get just absolutely dome-pieced and was polite about it. Oh, it's my turn. I'm going to go up next. Oh, now it's my turn. There we go. And now, just like that, it is a 5v1 in favor of WVU.
Yeah, I think they were trying to follow that jet out on that Blade Storm. But again, with that new dash system, you don't want to activate it too early and waste it. But, I think because of that change, we didn't see an immediate quick dash right there from Jet or an up into there, which potentially could have bought some time. Even if she updrafted there and got the flick to come up, he might have not been able, Sauce might have not been able to get all three of those kills, but you nailed it. I mean, they just came out right at headshot level. Boom. 1, 2, and 3.
And speaking of headshots, Psycho is able to get one there, but not enough time remaining. It will be another round in favor of WVU, and they will go up in game number 3, 6-0.
6-0 is right, and that's the first time they've even needed the bomb to explode there. I mean, the first 5 rounds just coming a ways of kills, but right now a dominating performance. And again, Sora and Sawston both, right? 9-3, 8-2, even Agility 6-0, Chronic 6-2. So here we are, 6 rounds in again, and we find that Ottawa is sitting at 8 kills. I think it was 7 last game. So really trying to find their way, find some momentum, Ottawa here, but again, kind of want to scrap by.
Not to mention, they're doing very well with teamwork as well. Every single player from WVU has at least 1 assist, 2 of which have 3 assists. So they've been doing really good at coming up with these team plays. And now, even stunned and dazed, Jay Chronic tries to put up a fight, but will fall to Blade. And finally, we see you, Ottawa Garnet, making a push here, rotating back around towards the A site where the spike has been planted.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great kill, right? But it was at the expense of Breach's ult. So now they have to try to retake this site without Breach's ult, and I think that's tough to do. Agility, Sora now with a 3-piece into the ult, and again, Agility. The whole crew here from WVU is looking absolutely dangerous.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on the side of WVU, but they activated some type of ult on their team. They have just been non-stop so far in this map of Fracture. They have been popping off, and they do not show any sign of slowing down. And with all of the econ in their favor, I just don't know how you, Ottawa, is going to stifle the flame coming from WVU.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. They need to find, at least a couple rounds here in this first half. I know it can be tough, but if they can gather at least a couple rounds in this first half, you can always say, hey, if the other team can do it, we can too. But APL able to find one, steps out into the firing squad, and it's Jay Chronic who finds the kill. Blade here at mid, looking to push through. Psycho, of course, on the B site, rotating a little bit off. The Viper wall's there, and now Breach coming in. Chronic with the 3K. Agility collects one more, and Brim all alone here for Ottawa.
And that orbital strike came in, misses mark, but who needs it when you got Sawston to follow that up with a shot and kill of their own? Now, again, it will be WVU to pick up the win.
Yeah, you did well, Breach, but don't expect a hug. I was waiting for it, Brim, Breach, I love the combo. Now we see the timeout coming from Finn or E-Girl Elo, And I think it's a good timeout. I think overall Ottawa has done a phenomenal job in every game of utilizing their timeouts. They usually collect a couple wins and kind of get back into the game after the timeout that they take. So we'll see if it does work out in their favor here again.
Now, you see, this is the first
Oh,
time
this
where the
is
leading team takes the
yeah.
timeout.
I
Yeah, I
just
was getting
realized
ready to
that.
say.
Wow.
This is WVU's timeout, and this is the first time today that we saw the timeout come from the winning team.
Yeah, that could be something as simple as a bathroom break as well, I believe. Who knows? I don't know why they would pause and talk about strats here because I mean what they're doing is working, but nonetheless, you never know. Maybe they want to switch things up a little bit. Maybe there's something that they've noticed that Ottawa is starting to do now, so they're trying to counter that. But nonetheless, we do have that pause to come out. Thanks for correcting me, Cap. It was me who was capping this time. So
Hey, there's enough cap to go around. All
I
right,
love it.
everybody.
I love
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. But now with the timeout officially over, it looks like yet again you Ottawa is going to have to go into a save round. But of course, they're going to be spending what little they have to try and scavenge anything and everything to try and, I guess, get a dub on the board because they are still sitting at that 0 right now.
Yeah, Jeremy played really well in those first few games as Omen. Right now, hasn't got a single kill with Brim yet, so struggling just a little bit. If Jeremy could get things going, maybe find a kill here, get a little momentum under him, we could start to see things change a little bit. He is on that lurking flank here, and they actually have a quick flank of 3 trying to come in behind, but WVU again attacking this A site and attacking it well. Everybody in position. The spike is going to go down with ease, and really, how does Ottawa counter this, Captain?
I don't know. Right now, that was just a great smoke drop coming from the Brim on the side of WVU. But now with the spike planted, the player advantage, of course, is falling in the favor of a U Ottawa Garnet. And just as quickly, it will be all eliminated on the side of WVU, and the defuse should come from U Ottawa, as that should just about do it and should be the first win in favor of U Ottawa Garnet.
Well, we talked about match pauses favoring Ottawa, right? And it wasn't their timeout this time, but however, it did favor Ottawa as they are able to clutch their first win, and Jeremy able to get his first kill as well. So we'll see if him and Brim can kind of get things together here and start popping off as they slowly trudge and crawl their way back into this game, now down by 7 as WVU sits at series point and the chance to win the entire championship here for NECC in the Champions Yellow Division.
Yeah, now we're looking at U Ottawa Garnet not fully being able to come out with a full buy, but still one of the better buys that they've had so far. And here comes the exchange, as they will exchange one player for another, but the revive will come through on Hoosie. And now Jeremy laying down some fire, but will get dealt with immediately by Jay Chronic. And now the follow-up from Psycho, and just as soon as the round started, it is officially over. U Ottawa Garnet answer back again.
Yeah, starting to fight back into this one, and a great job there from Jeremy as well, clicking a couple kills. We see Hoosie down there at 2 and 10 as well, struggling a little bit. So I'd like to see these guys get something popping off right before halftime. Again, I think it is more of an attacking side map, so I think we will see roles reversed a little bit. But you want to give yourself some breathing room, and you do need a few rounds to do that.
I'm sorry, that was probably the fastest match I've ever casted. Like that, I felt like I casted that entire match in a single breath.
Yeah, I believe it. I think it was over as quickly as it began. I think the starting round timer might have been longer than that current round.
Yeah, what an insane round that was. And now we head into round number 11, and already Psycho getting the elimination with the tour de force. What a shot.
Yeah, that man's name suits him well. Psycho, an absolute nut, as he's able to find another one with a tour de force flirting around this smoke. It is no joke. He is putting in work. Blade gets one more. Psycho with a triple kill. Sora's going to spot him out here. Blade taking a little bit of damage. Tucked into the corner, though, up here in tower is Sora all alone. A 5v1, the knife coming out, and Jeremy looking for the disrespect. Doesn't get it. APL with a shotty, though. All said and done. The bread and butter. And Ottawa getting these final few rounds they need before halftime. Will we see that infamous 9-3? Or can they bring it to the 4-8? Excuse me.
Well, let's see if they can. WVU on the move, of course, as they are heading towards the other side of Fracture with the spike in tow. And now, once again, we see the econ starting to balance out a little bit more, except this time it's in the favor of U Ottawa Garnet.
Yeah, I am just, this is crazy. My mind has been blown here back and forth. The way these games have gone, it's been truly phenomenal. And these quick pushes here from WVU has been all but speed. But Hoosie coming alive here. We talked about how Hoosie needed to come alive, doing just that. Finds a nice two-piece there. Sostin able to get the trade, but Jeremy with that auto shotty. And you know what? I think there was some comms coming into Jeremy. Rather than just saying yes, you kind of saw him shaking his head yes with the character there. And I think that affected that judge shot. Sostin able to come away with that clutch there.
Yeah, not everybody can be a hottie with the shoddy. You know, it's a required taste. It's a required skill. As now we see yet another elimination from E-Girl Elo onto Psycho. Is the Rolling Thunder will come through, and it's Jay Chronic to get the elimination on Blade. And now APL, the lone gunman for U Ottawa Garnet, will be put into the dirt, and there is that dreaded 9-3.
9-3 it is, but you know, the last time we had a 9-3 was on map 2. That was also WVU's map pick on Breeze, and that one, I remind you, went to overtime. They weren't able to clutch that game in overtime 14-12, but nonetheless, they did break that 9-3 curse. We'll see if it comes back to haunt them here this time, and as we all know, this pistol round here is going to be one of the biggest pistol rounds of this series tonight.
I couldn't agree with you more, honestly. If WVU takes this pistol round like they did the first one, then it will only further push them closer to being your NECC Grand Finals here for Valorant. But with that being said, if U Ottawa is going to be able to take this pistol round, then they could very well start the beginning of a comeback.
Yeah, I think if WVU clutches this up, then gets that bonus round, it really solidifies that win. Of course, not out of the impossible. There's Jeremy taking some stun from utility. Sora from behind, underneath the quick play. Now into the corner. Sostin able to get one APL in the trade. Finds the double as APL, but Chronic with a headhunter. Getting one more. There's Hoosie. Wild Blind now in a 2v2 from behind, but Psycho somehow able to save Hoosie now in a 2v1, all down to agility.
And now the spike, of course, still there and on the side. Can be accessed at any time as Jet will not go for the plant so far. They're going to hold their spot. But with that being said, time, of course, not on their side. But now the spike will come through and the plant will go down on the B site. And now it is all up to agility to try and get the defuse.
Enemy remaining.
Ooh, what a play here by agility, the utility as well. I think he had an idea, B-Ramp, but now the peak didn't come from it. Not much health for agility as well. He is in a very tough spot as Psycho remaining patient with that headhunter. And unfortunately, agility's going to have to move soon because time is ticking down.
Oh, and there's the shot coming from Psycho. It will find its mark on agility. And that will just about do it there. It is now 9-4 after that dub coming from U Ottawa Garnet.
Yeah, a huge clutch for them, right? They had to win that pistol round, really, if they wanted to stay in contention. Obviously, anything's possible, but ideally, you have to win that pistol round if you want to stay in contention. Right now, being upset by WVU 2-1. Series point, and West Virginia looking to do the unthinkable here. Can they clutch it all up on their map pick, Breeze? Will we head to Ascent? Only time will tell, Captain.
And as time is now officially underway here into round number 14, Hoosie is able to get the first elimination on Sostin. And now Finn with the follow-up on Hoosie. The spike is down, and Sora following up. This is being so far an incredible save round for WVU. Now agility will get the elimination on Jeremy, and only one lone survivor is Psycho for U Ottawa.
Talk about turning things around, and WVU on the save round doing the unthinkable. And what a display of teamwork there. The utility working together off those picks, then at mid as well through Spawn. Brim on the flank, he steps out with the classic, clutches the kill, and WVU has to be ecstatic right now.
Absolutely. Every time WVU has gotten a spread like this, 10-4, they have come out with the dub. So now things are really looking good for WVU. But like we said, U Ottawa Garnet not out of it yet, although it does look like they are going to be forced yet again into another save round. The best weapon on their side right now, of course, is the Spectre.
Yeah, Sora with the Phantom that they were able to collect from that chamber in round. But again, a lot of pressure here. Now that, oh, he's got an idea where Psycho is. Psycho stuck in the corner. And what a play again by Sora. Sora has been an absolute legend for WVU. Sostin as well collects on Hoosie. Now the wall waiting to be broken here. Sage just on the outside with a Stinger. And that is a tough position to be in. The Stinger, not a horrible weapon up close, but it does not have the giant magazine, and it doesn't have what you need to clutch a 1v4.
Yeah, unfortunately, no clutch will be had for the side of U Ottawa Garnet as WVU will extend their lead 11-4 here on this map Fracture, and what very well could be the last map of the series.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right about that. Nearing match point, WVU again. You know, Ottawa, let's touch on Ottawa first. They dropped one game in their entire season and postseason. West Virginia has already taken more than that from them here tonight with 2 games, looking strong. And right now on top, 11-4, just 2 away from clutching it up.
And let's get this next match underway. This next round is already, the crossfire will come through. We see Housie up there and trying to get an elimination. Will not find any as the turnaround comes from Agility to pick up a 2-piece on Housie and APL. Blade, of course, getting the elimination on Agility now. And we see ourselves in a 3v2. Let's make it a 2v2. Blade able to pick one up on Sora. And now we have ourselves a 1v1 as the Rolling Thunder comes out, and E-Girl Elo will still pick up the elimination.
Wow.
And now put WVU only 1 win away from being your Valorant Grand Finals champions.
Yeah, and you know, the last map ended 13-4 as well. I don't want to say anything, but to resonate things true here, the last map did this ended the same way, with them also winning that eco round, that secondary eco round that they initially lost. So here we are, 12-4, WVU looking to get the upset on U Ottawa Garnet, the trophy, the awesome t-shirts, the bid on the Nationals, and here we are at what could be the final round of the game.
And here we go. It is underway. E-Girl Elo making their way through the mid. And now Blade going, of course, towards the side. J Chronic up high will get the first elimination on Jeremy. Will get out of dodge and find their way back around as APL makes the push over towards the B site. And the spike will go down. It will be planted on the B site as WVU has the 4v1 advantage.
And there it is. That's going to be all she wrote as Sora finds the final kill on the Jet, gets the defusal, and ladies and gentlemen, West Virginia University upsets U Ottawa Garnet here in a 3-1 series. What an absolute phenomenal performance by West Virginia University, by Sora, Sostum, the whole crew. What a phenomenal last 2 games by them in this series as well.
And it really was an amazing show out from all teams involved, but there you have it. The tale has come to an abrupt end here on Fracture, and your NECC Yellow Division Valorant Grand Champions are none other than WVU. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, an intense match from start to finish, and the favorite U Ottawa was not able to finish out today. They will go down 3-1 to WVU, and again, GG's all around.
Yeah, I mean, undefeated in the regular season, undefeated in the postseason, and West Virginia University in that final series of the season before postseason losing 0-2. Getting swept by Ottawa. So coming in here with a little revenge, and I can't imagine how sweet it must taste. 3-1 series. What a phenomenal performance by WVU. And I think we might be having an interview coming up here, Captain.
I definitely think so. We're going to have ourselves a very special guest from one of the players that was down in the dirt in the match, making it all happen. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be bringing you that interview right after this short break. Hello and welcome back to the NECC at the Valorant Grand Finals for the Yellow Division. Once again, I am your host, Captain Etsuka, joined in the booth by Hot Sauce and a very special guest. We have one of the top fraggers from WVU. It is none other than Sora. Sora, how are you feeling after that dub?
Hello, I'm feeling pretty good. It was a good dub. A little bit of mess up on the first map, but besides that, it was quick and easy.
Yeah, that's what I kind of want to ask you. You guys had played them, I think, in week 9, right? And they won 2-0 in that series. So then coming into
hmm
game 1, I think it was 11-1 at halftime. So I mean, what were you guys talking about at halftime there, or even after? I mean, because you battled back insanely in game 1. So kind of
Yeah.
what maybe walk us through what happened there.
So we know our Haven defense has just never been strong. Really, we've had a lot of problems with it before. So on attack, we're just much more confident. We know like we can go in and we're just gonna beat them. And I think without a few
Absolutely.
fatal mistakes that we made, we would have beat them on that map too.
Still, though, y'all managed to make it an insane comeback on that round number one. But going into this series, we were looking at the seeding, and of course, we saw U Ottawa being that number one seed, and they had that tremendous record going on into the grand finals. How are you guys looking at that heading into this grand finals between yourselves and U Ottawa, being that you were the number 3 seeded team?
We don't let it concern us at all. We know what to do, how to play. We just play our game, try our best. That's all.
Yeah, that's great to hear. And then, one thing I noticed too, I think we saw you on Jet, we saw you on Yoru, we saw you on Neon.
Yeah.
So, I mean, really, you have the whole repertoire that you can play. It's very skillful in all players, Sostum as well. But if you had to pick a favorite, who currently would you say is your favorite character to play?
Most fun to play.
Yeah,
Out of the ones I played tonight, or all of them?
just all of them in general. Your personal
All
favorite.
of them. I think KO is really fun. I think I love playing him. I love his flash. I love how his kit works. I love taking away people's util. Honestly, to get me in a gunfight.
Hmm.
That's my goal. But out of tonight, Neon. Neon is so fun. Being able to just run
Yeah.
at the enemy. I had the opportunity to play Raze on the last map and make it 4 different agents for 4 different maps. But I was like, nah, let me just play Neon. Let me just sprint it
Yeah,
in.
well, you certainly play very, very well on Neon.
Yeah, I love Neon. She's very fun as well.
Yeah, one thing I also noticed that I'm going to be talking to you about is that I noticed you are an absolute fiend for the headshots. Your sniper shots are absolutely insane. We saw you pop off with Jet and, of course, the Operator, which, as you know, I think we all know at this point is probably one of my favorite combinations. How do you feel about Jet? And, of course, with the reworks that have been going on with that character, do you feel like it really made that big of a difference?
It really does, honestly. Yeah, I honestly don't even want to play Jet that much anymore. I think the other duelists are debatably better. So yeah, but no, Jet's still usable. She's still good. That dash, it has a lot of potential. I think I did it once in that Icebox game where like pop your dash, kill two, and it refreshes your dash. Like overall, that's a buff when you could do that. But besides that, it's weaker in every other situation. But she's still good.
Yeah,
She's usable.
and sorry, you're just a freshman right now in liberal arts. Is that correct? So you got a lot of
I'm
years ahead of
undecided,
you.
but yeah, I am a
Okay.
freshman.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, a lot of years ahead of you. Definitely have a ton of skill wrapped up there. So excited to see you progress over the seasons as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, not to mention, I was also interested to see that your team's pick for the third match, no, I'm sorry, match number 4 was Fracture. I gotta say, me personally, I'm not a fan of
hmm
that map. I'm not very good at that map. What is it about Fracture that made your team want to pick that one for game number 4?
Honestly, we don't play Fracture very much either. It used to be our permanent ban. We just decided, hey, I could play Neon on Fracture and I could run it down, and we picked it. That's how it went.
Well,
Yeah,
it
well,
certainly worked. I mean, what a strong performance. I think it was 9-3 at half, captain, and then wrapping it out just like the previous game at 13-4. Even at halftime, they both of those, the fourth and third game, they were able to win that second pistol round, and then on they forced up bot specters, and you guys still took that eco round away from them, which was huge as well.
Yeah, I remember that round. It was a good. I think I 4K or 3K that round. I don't know why they
Hmm.
just kept trying to fight me one on one. Like Breach came up the left. One guy tried to hop up and fight me and my teammate. That was not a good decision. Yeah, that really cost him the round, the eco, and everything.
Yeah, we
Well,
definitely saw a lot of heavy punishes coming from your side and on your squad. And you yourself, I got to ask you, towards the end there, not even
Hmm.
towards the end, but we saw when in moments that y'all were really getting, the momentum behind you and you were just riding that wave of momentum. We really saw the game go towards your favor. At what point do you think, of course, after all the tactical crouching and body shots aside, when did you realize that y'all were going to win the grand finals for the Yellow Division?
When did we realize? Before the game started. Like, we knew going in, like, we're gonna
Oh,
win. Like, it's not a, it's not a question.
oh, big sheesh, hot sauce.
yeah, well, there you have it from Sora himself. Congratulations to you and to WVU on winning the NECC Championship Yellow, and just a phenomenal performance here today, guys. It's been a pleasure being in the booth, and don't go anywhere because here in just a moment we have Premier taking on Carlton Black as well. But on behalf of NECC, myself, Hot Sauce, and the legendary captain Atsoka himself, it has been a ton of fun. And we wish you guys the best here. Everybody, have a great night and take care.
It is time for the grand finals here at the NECC Champions Division White, arguably the best division here at the NECC. My name is Vincent. I'm joined alongside the K9. I'm so excited to get things underway. K9, how are you doing?
I'm doing great tonight. Very excited for these two teams. Last they saw each other in the regular season, Carlton Black was one to take it in a 1-2 series who goes all the way. But we're in the finals here. Both teams are looking for their own championship win, and we're going to get right onto the first map of Haven real shortly here.
That we are. Before we get there, though, we do have to talk about these teams and who they're going to be bringing onto the server. Starting out, let's look at the side of UH Premier, where they have been and who they will be fielding. A very strong roster. Eric Appleson, the captain, joined by Coy, Jivey, Sully, and Adam Sullivan. On the other side, Carlton Black, a team I've seen quite a few times, including last week in their semifinal match. Let's switch over to them against that semifinal was against Ontario Tech. They are joined in by Rage, Danaris, Riano, Oz, and Niner. It's a it's definitely an awesome roster. I really think that these guys have a whole lot to bring, and I'm excited to see what they do.
Yeah, definitely very talented players on both teams tonight. I'm definitely excited to watch all of them play. I'm very excited for everything going on.
Certainly. This map pool, though, let's take a look. It's a best of 5 if you're not aware. We got the first bands. Ascent and Breeze will be the two maps that we don't see, and otherwise we could see all 5 of the final, or the remaining maps, rather. UH go and take Haven. And then that's going to be followed by Icebox. Fracture is guaranteed as a third map. We saw that last week with Carlton. They dominated their opponents in a very one-sided affair. And then Bind and Split will be the final maps should we need it. Yes, I'm aware that is not actually split there at the end. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yep. Last map, unfortunately, just the wrong asset, but a little bit off. So first map is going to be on Haven, and it is UH Premier's pick. So Carlton is opting for the attacking side on it as well.
That they are. Let's flip over to the bracket, though. Let's take a look at how these two teams got here. Northwood are arguably the best Valorant team in collegiate. Not here. They took a forfeit in the first round, those quarterfinals. I don't know what they had going, but they had something else going on. And so that allowed for OTSU to take on Carlton in that game that I was talking about last week. It was a dominant Carlton showing, 13-3 over on Bind, and then 13-4 on Ascent. It was 7 rounds that Carlton allowed for OTSU in the semifinals. And that leads us here, where UH took the forfeit win over Western Esports to get towards these champions. I'm very excited. Oh, well, in that case, apparently we're having some audio issues with my co-commentator. Apologies for that. We'll figure it out. But whilst we do, let's talk a little bit more about these two teams. UH Premier, I saw them play over the NACE/CSL Star League Finals. They were in the top 4, played against KSU, Northwood, and one other team, James Madison University. They came in 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. Couldn't quite take it over the edge against Northwood, but we also saw this Carlton team and this UH team play in the CEA, another collegiate league, and Carlton took 3rd place just behind the winners, which was SJSU Blue, another very strong collegiate contender. So I hope we have audio issues figured out as we headed towards Haven. We got UH Premier on the left side and the Carlton Ravens on the right.
Select your agent.
And with that, let's see the finished picks here. Riano, a breach. And I believe I saw that last week. It was a very strong pick from Riano. Big difference, though. No breach over here for UH Premier. Very much the same sort of standard comp we've seen in the past. The breach is a little bit more new, a little bit different, and I really love when I see this breach plus sky combination. There's such overwhelming utility available, and it looks like we got things fixed up as well.
Yep,
Good night, welcome back.
Well, hopefully everything's fixed over for me right now, but we are loading into the map as well, so hopefully everything is going well now.
Yes, indeed. We got UH Premier starting out on the defensive side here. And Carlton on the attack.
Starting on the attack, Carlton Black opting for it, looking like an early C aggression hit. All 5 members stacked up. Just the Omen all alone on C site. Try and defend as long as they can. I like both the comps that are coming out. Double initiator for Carlton Black. A lot of flashes to work with how these executes. We'll start off really quickly with the Skybound.
Got that Trailblazer looking to find some information. It's going to be the push and the dash in as well. Eric looking to defend. Eric going to take that fight, but it's not so successful. It's Carlton on the entries. 3 for 1 is the way it went down, and UH Premier now looking to retake with only 2.
Retake here going to be underway. 2 versus 4 for Carlton Black. Make that a 1 versus 4 in Oz. Not able to find the last one, but there goes Reno finding Sully, knocking down the first round for Carlton Black in this series.
First round, fast, quick, easy, with the weapons hot. Carlton pushing out into C, and UH Premier really didn't have an answer for it. That Trailblazer finding a lot of information, and Eric Appleson on the site was sort of trying to take that duel, but couldn't actually win any of them. And that puts us to where we're at now with Carlton having a weaponry advantage into this round.
And now they've got the weapon advantage into this round, and looking like they're going to be another very fast A hit here. Trailblazer clearing out all of that A short, but trying to be over here and trying to make some use of that classic. He's able to find 1. Make it 2 with the right clicks. Really can clear that last one out.
Classic doing very nice work indeed, but now those weapons and the advantage that they bring can come to fruition. The spike not yet planted, but it's a bait and switch here. Adam, the headhunter, trying to collect and will do just that on the Spectre. So the tides have sort of turned, but they're still here, ready and waiting. Gonna hit that shot with the classic as well. 3 classic kills already in a round such as this. A huge amount of damage being done by UH Premier. Coit, even to find that frag on towards Rage, and a bit of a mistake considering that Carlton separated themselves.
Separated Carlton. 1 versus 3 does have another one, but Coy's gonna be able to find Niner, and means that the bonus, this Thrifty round is gonna go over to UH Premier.
Indeed. UH Premier doing a whole lot of work here. And that's a fantastic start considering that in that regular season matchup that we were talking about, Carlton were the ones that took the victory. So starting out with an early Thrifty round, especially with, I think, 3 or 4 classics. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Getting all of the kills with a couple of classics is never going to be happening regularly. And when it does, you can take advantage and really push yourself to the limit.
Definitely, and that's going to be really good for Carlton Black to be able to get that Thrifty win, and now they have rifles in hand. Another push over here towards mid, but Oz with a nice sheriff shot there finds Coy. Puts themselves into an early 4 versus 5, and Solomon over. Ooh, good shock darts there, trying to make space. He's going to find 1. Oz, sheriff in hand, looking for a second. Reno's going to be able to find Sully. And another round early lead over for Carlton Black. Eric Appleson finds Niner lurking.
3v3 doing 2 though. Look at the HP. Carlton ain't got much of it. And you can see there's multiple players coming from multiple different angles. One over on the flank. Paranoia. That's not quite going to connect. The aftershock pushes out Eric. Gonna get that opening frag, and there's Oz going for the trade fire, and Oz does even better. Doubles down, and here's the quad. Back and forth. This is a crazy start to a grand final.
Back-to-back thrifty rounds each for both teams, and now Carlton Black has the momentum again, and now with more rifles in their hands, UH Premier forced to save once again, but they've done it before, looking to try and do it again and tie things up 2-2. Already off to a wonderful start in this finals, both teams playing very well.
We got the ultimates available, at least a couple of them. A Blade Storm here for Carlton. Hunter's Fury, and now the Seekers. Carlton able to utilize those in order to push back the defense, but UH Premier still very much in this round. No frags just yet. Set up, ready and waiting. Jivvy. The full rotation has come over, but Carlton wisely going to stall that out, wait just a little bit, and walk back the other direction. They would have been walking into a four-man stack.
Oh, but nice shot there by Raze. Koi able to find the trade, however, so it's a 1-for-1 in the end. But with 2 members on B, 2 members on A, C is wide open, and Carlton I've kind of sniffed that out, and they're going to be starting to make their way there. Oz with a nice shot there, and Eric Appleson gets the advantage back over towards Carlton Black in this round. Spike going down here soon means that UH Premier are going to be the numbers disadvantage. Make that even up there from Koi.
Here we go. 3v3. Nicely found by Oz. That was the one to find the quad kill, the real heavy hitter in that prior round. And an interesting decision there, Koi, not really aware that Oz could be aggressing in that area. UH Premier now left with just a singular player. Tap from Jibby. Going for the fault line. That fault line doesn't actually connect on towards Jibby, but still, time it's taking. There's not enough time left, and Oz is actually going to take it once again. Back-to-back quad kills.
Yeah, Oz on this Jet, an absolute menace in this game so far. Back-to-back quad kills in his name. Leading Carlton Black right now, but that was UH Premier's save. They are able to fully buy rifles into this round now, which means we're going to be on even footing. Besides ultimates, and UH Premier has 3 of them available. Carlton only 2, but Rolling Thunder, very powerful ultimate, can make a lot of space on each of these sites.
Carlton shaping up to look towards that C hit once again. Meanwhile, the Jet, Jivvy, is getting ultra aggressive. Almost through a short at this point. There's that Rolling Thunder going to be thrown in. He's going to catch out one player. It's Eric on the site. Eric taking one before he falls. Up and over the top for the guiding light. No, the spam damage. Cupping through. It's Koi and Adam to take it away. 4-3-2.
Spike making his way back over towards A. No one here, but Sova. Here's the reload, and the rotates are going to be coming in here soon. It's a 2 versus 4 here. Carlton Black needs to go big, needs to find big shots here if they want to be able to pick it up. And that dart is going to be able to get a little bit of damage as well. Tour de Force popped as well to try and make sure things can go their way, but there's the Seekers, there's the Flash, and there's the cleanup there from Soli. UH Premier knocking their second one on the board.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting decision from Carlton to double up in that position. It feels like the idea was fine if you had 2 rifles, but as soon as you commit the Tour de Force, it's maybe a little bit more questionable. And for that, Carlton get caught out by just a singular guiding light. Thanks. One bit of utility dispatches with both of the players. A great drop there from Heaven to give UH Premier that round. It's 2-3, and Carlton doing what they can.
A nice blind end Seekers there used by Carlton Black, able to clear out the site and make sure that none of their players fall. Keep all those rifles into the hands of them to take it to this next round. But we're seeing a little bit of a change up here from Carlton Black. No more of those fast pushes. They're going to be opting for a little bit of a default this time.
Very much slower, more methodical than we've seen Carlton play thus far.
Going for the
Really?
spray. No, nothing found just yet, though.
Good idea, certainly. Could have caught someone out, but it's not going to happen. The rendezvous actually used. Just to get back and reset. Speaking of resetting, that's what Carlton are doing. They've reset, collected themselves together, and surely we're going to be seeing this push as a more singular force, and it looks like it's going to be towards A.
Yep, guiding light as well. Doesn't tag anyone, but they've got plenty of them to work with. Chivy here has the Blade Storm. Stun comes out as well. Not going to find anything. R's already on site, and there's going to be Oz to hit the nice clean headshot. Rage as the rendezvous to get out of there, but sight is already in the hands of Carlton Black. 4 versus 5 retake here for UH Premier. And they don't really have the ultimates to work with right now. Oh, but Soli. Nice shot there on the Omen. Niners are going to be able to find Koi, who doesn't check his angle. We're going to find in the second one. Reno's going to be finding the last 2, which means Carlton Black picks up their 4th and a little bit of a tactical crouch here as well.
Very nice work for Carlton. As we get things moving. Carlton, I like their fast play. I like when they get slow and more methodical. They hit that site. The utility usage is perfect. And it felt like UH Premier, whenever they were looking to retake, they just didn't have the timing, the coordination that you would have expected. We got a tour de force out. And see how that goes. Oz looking to maybe peek right into it on him, though. Holds his fire for now.
Would have been very scary peeking right into the tour de force, but holds the shot. Only 5 of those to work with. Needs to make them count on this round. And Trailblazer scouts out Oz. And they're going to be hitting over here towards Garage. A nice flash there by Koi is able to find one. And he's going to be able to back off of that position. And they're walking into the C stack here. Rage finds one. Looking for more. Koi's going to be able to find his. Niner finds one as well. Koi going big here. That's 3. Big guiding light as well. Oh, but Niner's better for it. Chivy's going to find it, and there's going to be just 1. Niner's going to pop the Seekers as well. Knows where the last 2 players are, and is starting to get pinched a little bit.
Just that 1 player versus 2 here, Niner. 30 seconds. Chivy's hearing all of this stomping around. Niner, at least to their credit, seems to be aware of that fact. But Sully is repressed in towards the garage, and Sully is going to stop Niner in their tracks. All of that off the back of Koi's fantastic hold over at C Long.
A very nice hold there from Koi. Knocks down 3. Good use of the blinds as well. Not allowing for anyone in Carlton to be able to get any sort of space created. And another clean round here for UH Premier. And it looks like Carlton Black not the best economy situation right now. We got Stinger. We're going to see the jet knives popped here by Oz as well. And UH Premier trying to tie things up 4-4 off of this round.
Would be nice. Blade Storm, of course, like you just mentioned. One of those blades now gone, and Koi gets massive amount of info with that Trailblazer. And oh, that's massive. Sully, 2 with the Hunter's Fury, and it's all falling apart from there. Everyone comes in, and UH Premier hit Carlton with a monsoon of utility. The Trailblazer, the fault line, the paranoia, and more.
Just everything was shut down there from Carlton Black. Nothing they could do. The beautiful Trailblazer spots all 5 of them. And they just get punished. UH Premier, a nice Silva ult into multiple people. Able to pick up so much damage, so many kills with it. And just such good utility usage there from UH Premier to tie things back up 4-4.
Yeah, and that's something to watch out for this the Sova for UH Premier. Always been so good at getting those multi-frags or at least a kill with the Hunter's Fury. Speaking of kills, though, Rage opening up for Carlton on towards the opposition. Finding that first frag is impactful. But of course, you got to know where to go from there. There's some from the shadows for both teams. It looks to me as if Carlton are looking to re-aggress over here at A-Long. It's been their bread and butter in a lot of these rounds, and here we go again.
And there's the Trailblazer up short, creating so much space, but Sully's already here. Shots are a little bit wide, and there's going to be the dark covers to smoke off all those angles. Oz is going to find all the kills just going over to Carlton Black right now. And already early 2 versus 5. Spike going down as well. And a shot there by Eric Appleson. Finds Oz on the lurk, but a little too late in all honesty.
Well, here comes that retake. Very nice from Niner. Eric is going to gather another before going down to Niner's spray transfer. It's been back and forth, 4 or 5 for Carlton. UH Premier valiantly attempting to bring it back, but it's not going to be, not that time. And with that, we're into yet another gun round. I believe it's a little hard to tell, but it looked to me like we were seeing purchases over there for UH Premier.
It does look like they are buying, so it is going to be another full gun round from both teams. Boy walking the Bulldog, but for the most part, everyone has full rifles, and again, this early aggression from Carlton Black making so much space. All 5 members over towards the A site.
Sully, ready and waiting there. There's going to be 2 dark covers from Eric Appleson to stop that push for now. Bit of a bait in there, trying to bait some information out, bait some shots. Danaris, meanwhile, has TP'd in towards the back of UH Premier. And UH are somewhat aware of this possibility, but Danaris has not been caught out. No one actually knows for a fact that he's back here. Eric is watching the angle, but Danaris wins the duel. The rotation to C has already started, and the dark cover is out both at CT and over in the push from Garage. That being said, Danaris caught in the open as Adam swings through. Rage on the trade, and UH Premier now playing from behind.
Yeah, and now UH Premier in such a difficult position, 3 versus 4. They have the Rolling Thunder as well to stall the plant, and Oz, 1 HP is all they need to find solely. Trying to make any sort of thing, but unfortunately not able to find that last shot. Jarvie has the dash available, trying to do something, but this post plant is so hard to work with. Sprays through, good. Niner finds that, and we should just see a save come out from Koi. No time. In fact, they're looking to try and take the rifle out of his hands as well. Oz unfortunately goes down to the spike, and Koi good for 1, but Rhino makes sure that rifle does not go into this next round, and UH Premier a little bit of an interesting buy. Some players can buy, some players can't. We see Rifle coming out from 2. We see Jivey with the Sheriff. Koi not enough money to buy as well, and Adam Solomon probably going to be rocking that Headhunter into this next round.
Yeah, and the even weirder thing is this is the last 2 rounds before the end of the half, and you know, Sully and Eric, they fully invested, which really leaves them with very little unless they win this round. So you could argue it's a hero rifle on both those players. But if they lose, then, I mean, I think the money's going to be a little bit rough. You know, with only 900 and 350 in their pockets. So you got to say, UH Premier with a little bit of a weird decision.
Yeah.
That being said, we're in a bit of a pause time, so maybe they'll back it up. Maybe they're discussing.
Maybe they're talking things out right now, but we'll have to see if they decide to force up, try to go for the tie of 6-6, or just cut your losses, save, and play for the 5-7, which isn't that bad on Haven. Definitely not an impossible comeback to start bringing things back into your favor.
No doubt. I think this map can certainly be relatively even-sided. So there's always that chance for the comeback. Still in the pause time for right this moment. We're gonna see what that's about. I assume some sort of tech issue. Regardless, we'll be figuring it out. And it looks like Adam's gonna be buying in with the rest of their team. You know, at least this is making a lot more sense, right? Well, whether you agree or disagree with the purchase, doing something as a team versus doing something separately is always going to be better than doing it separate. You know, if you have a cohesive plan, you know, then the plan can fail or go through, one or the other.
Yeah, always better to play as a team. If you're gonna buy as a team. If you're gonna save it as a team. You don't want to have that one person who buys up and everyone else is saving, and then you go into the next round and oh no, they can't buy. I'm sure people have always had those people in solo queue. You know, in their ranked games, they buy up and they just are never able to buy on rounds that you're able to buy, and it's a little bit frustrating. But I will say, if Adam Solomon is able to get a kill, he will have that tour de force available for final round, which definitely can be very strong, especially if he's able to land those shots, can stall out pushes, and honestly can just win a round by itself. How powerful that gun is.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it makes a lot of sense for that. You know what? The other thing, though, for UH Premier is, you know, we've seen some very high impact moments from Oz. Drivey has really struggled here in the opening stages of this first map. It's best of 5, so there's plenty of time for him to get going. But every time I've watched Drivey play prior to this, he's been a real big part of the victories that UH Premier have been able to pick up. And so I think getting Drivey, you know, firing on all cylinders is going to be important and something that we haven't yet seen. And I think that the fact that we haven't yet seen that and UH Premier are playing so competitively is a really good sign for this UH roster.
Yeah, Drivey can go off if given the right opportunity to. But one thing to note is this is the new patch. Jet has been nerfed, so maybe still be getting a little bit used to those jet changes. The dash not available instantly has that 0.75 second window where you're not able to initially dash, but once that is popped, and it's treated exactly the same as the normal dash, go in any direction, just not as defensive as it was before.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, and just to kind of conversate about that for a moment while we have the time. You know, I was listening to some hot takes over on Plat Chat, and you know, I did hear that maybe there's a world in which that's pretty decent. You know, you can get a quick look at the reset, right? You hit the button and then wait and then dash and then get a kill, and you have the reset already.
Yeah, but we're seeing a very big change up here from UH Premier, sending 3 down long. They're going to be running right into rage, though. Good for 1, trying to find the spray down, finds 2, but Adam Solomon's going to find that trade with the Spectre. Meanwhile, A-side already cleared out. Eric Appleson, rifle in hand, trying to make something happen. But Carlton Black in this advantageous position right now.
2 versus 3. Eric sticking around a little bit longer than anticipated. Going to get tagged up by the Aftershock just a little bit. Rihanna ready and waiting. There's that fault line as well as the paranoia. Back and forth, but Niner has the positioning. Eric, though, winning the duel, has one more shrouded step. Rihanna playing as passive as he can. And Carlton going to confirm number 7 victory into the first round of the second half for sure. And they could find even more. It could be 8-4, or will the 7-5 be confirmed?
We'll have to see, but it does look like UH Premier are able to just buy up enough into this round. And we do see 3 ultimates available. A timeout coming here for the last round of this first half here. I think that is going to be Carlton Black's timeout, so going to be discussing how they want to play around this operator in the hands of Adam Solomon.
Yeah, I think that it's interesting. I mean, taking a tactical timeout, you know, here's a reality. Use it or lose it, right? You only get 1 tack per half, and so we're coming into the last round of the half, so why not just have that conversation? You can see that Carlton the ones to call it, and I think that's really really intelligent of them.
yeah, gonna just discuss how they want to play out the second half before the second half even starts. Also gives them a little bit of time to breathe, recollect themselves into this final round, and make sure they aren't overheating. Because that can definitely be a problem. You get a little bit too excited and start throwing your lead.
Yeah, remember, this is a long best of 5. It's not as if this is just a normal BO3. It's the grand finals. You got to keep it where, in reason. And it definitely makes sense to make sure to take what breaks you can, even if it's just a minute. But we've got underway. Tour de Forces aside, both of them, in fact. And the other key ultimate there is going to be the Seekers. Meanwhile, UH Premier, they've gotten 2 players pushed up, Jivy and Sully, pushing in towards the direction. And it's going to be a B hit. Here we are.
The Seekers from both sides already popped as well. Oz already on. A nice shot there, but dangerous. Finds the frag there in 3 versus 3. Drone's coming out as well. Oz back sight. Drone doesn't spot them. Very important. They're going to find Eric Appleson. Bladestorm's online as well.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, he's looking for another 4K. All up to Sully here. Finds one.
Well, Rage picks it up. The Tour de Force ultimately connecting for that one.
Switching sides.
And Carlton, 8-4. A fantastic first half of this series. And they close it out. And it was, I mean, Oz really did have so many high impact rounds. You have to give them credit that they were really the big difference maker.
Definitely credit, given where credit is due. Oz playing phenomenally right now, 16-8 on the attacking side, but is now on the defending side and is playing a duelist. So try to make the character work as well, but again, the jet change definitely hurts her defensive side more than the offensive side. Offensive side dashing into sight, not as hurt as the defensive op play that many people were complaining about and what was warranted for the nerf.
No doubt.
But
gonna
on
be
site already.
Information gained while UH Premier push on towards the site with the plant. B side overwhelmed. Now, with that plant in, it's going to be time for the retake, Jivy. Back of sight. Is he going to get checked by Rihanna? Yes, is the answer. And Niner, meanwhile, he's already found another. Koi trying to pull and push back these rotations. Gonna get the dash back, and Oz still hits the shot. And Oz continuing to find success. Carlton Black take the pistol round. It's 9-4.
And they take it in a flawless fashion here. Not a single member dropping for Carlton Black. Really dominant fashion. Such good plays there by all of the members. Oz going crazy with what little life that they did have. Was all that they needed. That Ghost good for 2. Means Carlton Black win the pistol, put themselves 9-4, and this lead is starting to snowball for Carlton Black. They should be able to get this second round. But in the first half, we did see it get thrifted, flip-flop, but most of the time, this should be going over to Carlton Black, put them at double digits. And UH Premier has quite the mountain they would want to climb in order to bring this back.
Certainly a 5-round deficit is significant. I see the mid to C split. First duel working out for Carlson, Danaris and Rihanna. Both successful. Rihanna coming around the site, and Danaris has another. So 2 apiece as Sully does work out the kill towards Niner, but it's only for a moment. Double digits here for Carlton.
And Carlton are now in a very good position here. They're going to be bonusing, or at least they should just keep the Spectres, keep the Sheriffs into this next round and just kind of do as much damage as you can to UH Premier. If you get the round even better. But gun advantage now is in favor of UH Premier. And Carlton just going to start building up even more economy. 4 Spectres and a Sheriff saved into this round, and UH Premier need this round if they want to start mounting this comeback.
Certainly would be the round for them to start that comeback. Oz having no problem with the ultra aggressive maneuvering. Dashes back, looks to put down Cloudburst to try and deny the refrag, and it will be effective. But meanwhile, Jivy, with the help of the Paranoia, has allowed for UH Premier to find an opening frag. Oh, sorry, that wasn't the Paranoia. That was just the dark cover that got that assist.
Yeah, I believe it was just shot through the smoke there. Just unfortunate
Oh,
timing. But two members over here for Carlton Black and Jivy already on site. The rotates are coming in. Koi finds one. Stunned up, delayed a little bit. But already off of site means that should be a free plant here for UH Premier and a 5 versus 3 retake. Carlton Black just trying to do a little bit of damage is all you really hope for on this bonus round at this point.
2 frags, that would be the minimum. More is just bonus. Rihanna dodging bullets there. Niner, good for 1, but yeah, that's not going to last for long. UH Premier doing a great job holding that back, keeping their distance, and using the weapon advantage that they had to great effect.
A great opening pick there as well. On to Rage. Means that site is opened up for everyone. No traps to worry about. Eric Appleson couldn't survive long enough. Reyno tried to stall a little bit with that fault line, but unfortunately wasn't enough stall, and each player are able to pick up a 5th, but Carlton Black now on to their own rifles. Means that both teams are on the same type of guns.
That's certainly the danger. UH doing a whole lot of one-sided aggression here. 2 over towards short, 3 towards long. Saldra should be able to spot out player sneaking in the corner. Niner, yep, gonna be spotted. Niner can't quite get out. Somehow still alive. Oz Rayano, good for the frags. Helping out, but there's Sully and Eric to bring it back before Rayano does more. The 3rd kill on the round for the breach. It's just a singular player left alone. It's Koi versus 3. Is going to find the timing to find Rage.
2 versus 1 here. Spike not in possession. And the up, down, peeks into 2. Dannerous finds that last frag. 11-5 now here for Carlton Black, and UH Premier need this round. They're forcing up whatever money they have. Almost nothing in the bank after this round, and if they lose it, they're going to be on map point for game number 1 with essentially nothing.
Yeah, I mean, this is really do or die. Carlson, they still have weaponry if they were to lose a round like this one. Whereas on the other side, UH Premier, they got nothing. Nothing to work with otherwise. Here we go. Oz, aggressive once again. This duel is key, and Adam is no more. The dash is ready, and even a pre-fire shot that's massive damage could be healed up by the overgrowth, and it will, but still. A huge win for Carlton in the early stages of this very important round.
Oh, but Jivy, there's no trap there. They have an inkling, and it is spotted out. Though at least one of them is in garage. Dark cover, make it a little bit harder for them to push through, and H Fury is just going to calm down a little bit. We see the Hunter's Fury as well. Going to be able to find one big kill there to even things up. And Jivy, back sight. Woo! Rage with the headhunter, a nice clean shot, but Jimmy finds the trade back into Rayno. 3 versus 3. Spike planted now.
Oh, Eric. Eric, that's massive. Eric doing everything there, Jivy, with the help, sure, but like we said, UH with a critical round, and Carlton left wanting more. Should be enough to buy, though, for Carlton. Oz gonna have a Blade Storm to use. Well, I was gonna say, can maybe throw a gun over to a teammate, but there's a little less cash than I had anticipated. So it looks like a save is actually on the cards for Carlton.
Yeah, it's Carlton looking like they're gonna have to save. They do have Blade Storm if Oz wants to pop it. Might try to go for essentially Hero Rifle. Which is what they're gonna do. In fact, Jivy's gonna have his own, but the anime battle goes over to their Jivy this time. On B side as well, making so much space, and they're gonna be wrapping back over towards A. Generous. Oh, a right click there is better for it.
Well, Jivy's done his job, gotten 2 entry picks, found a lot of information, entered into the site. Very effective indeed. It's now all about damage done, and no damage done just yet from Carlton. Shorty misses its mark. Everything misses its mark, but Sully still hits him with the knife. Ridiculous situation. Sully comes away with a knife kill. 1 left to play. That's about it.
1 left for Carlton. Finds 1 with it. A little bit of damage, if anything, and Jivy's good for the 3rd. Which means UH Premier take round number 7 for themselves. 7-11. This comeback starting now, but UH Premier have rifles for themselves now, including an operator in the hands of Rage, along with the tour de force. If this round does go over to UH Premier, they have to go through essentially 2 rounds of operators. I mean, pretty hard, especially Rage. Very good op player on this chamber, can make a lot of plays with the rendezvous to get out of any sort of dangerous positions. Is essentially the new jet for defense.
Here we go. Oh, Oz. How's he getting away with this? Rihanna with his help. Rihanna eventually gonna fall, so there's no availability for the Rolling Thunder, and Oz has fallen as well. Very interesting, aggressive maneuvering, but here we are. The Trailblazer gonna spot that Daenerys is at least on the right-hand side. But that's gonna mean that UH have pumped the brakes here. Operator, Rage. Did Eric spot him? Unknown. It seems that Eric is at least tentative about this, and Rage is going to hit it and go for the rendezvous. There is that effectiveness that you were just talking about.
Spike down A.
Good for the 2nd one, and now Koi. 2 HP. Has Spike. Only real saving grace. Has to play this absolutely flawlessly to keep UH Premier from falling to map point. Rage still here with the op, but it doesn't matter. Any sort of damage will do. And there it is. Rage with the 3K. That operator coming in handy that round. And now Carlton Black. They're on map point. Gonna try and take this game real quick.
Well, the bad news is this is still UH Premier's pick as well. So, the fact that Carlton were able to win it and Icebox and Fracture are to come guaranteed is a little bit of a worrying sign for UH Premier, but nonetheless, the Tour de Force is on their side this time, at the very least. Same is true for Carlton. Carlton also have the Rolling Thunder to stop any push that comes aggressive.
Oh, and Oz spots 1, but Koi better for it. Jivy gets taken very low. Did heal as well just to give him a little bit of extra health. And the timing. Oh, Niners good for 2. Big play there to take the man advantage back over to Carlton Black. Seekers as well. They know where all of UH Premier's members are, and Daenerys might have a good timing here. Unfortunately, Eric Abelson's better for it.
Spike planted.
Taking a little too long on lining those players up. There comes that Rolling Thunder. It's been difficult to utilize. The push coming through. Rage connecting with 1, but Sully and Eric are still alive. It's Rayano versus Sully. The duel goes Sully's way, and UH Premier stay alive.
Just alive a little bit longer here in this map number 1. It's very close. The Rolling Thunder was critical. Big ultimate used there by Carlton Black, and unfortunately not able to pick up that round. So a lot of ultimates not online here now for Carlton Black, but one that is the tour de force still for Rage. But besides that, Carlton Black are forced to save once again. We see multiple sheriffs, we see a Spectre as well, and UH Premier actually has the gun advantage now.
situation. Rage working with the tour de force could be the key to win a round like this one. All Carlton have to do is win a singular round, though, out of the next 4. Snyder, right in waiting, not going to take that first. Is now caught in a weird spot, and Eric has the shots. The site is now UH Premier's.
Oh, but Oz with a nice shot there with the Sheriff on the juvie. Knocks it to a 4 versus 4. Reno, unfortunately, a little too quick there. Flashes himself. Adam Sullivan able to get the trade back. Finds Oz and now Rage. Tour de Force still in hand, but 4 versus 2. Dangerous, unfortunate timing for the smoke there. And it's all up to Rage here. Tour de Force, 4 bullets. Can get 4 kills. That's the first. Needs to go big here. Oh, but Soli.
Not gonna be.
Precise gunplay. Make that a 3K for that round. And UHP are trying to bring this back 9-12 now.
They are, like you said, the comeback trail. It's on the way. But that being said, Carlton have the guns back in their hands. Yes, they are lacking any sort of ultimate utility, whereas Sully, who's been so fantastic with picking up kills with the Hunter's Fury, does have his available. And Eric, from the shadows, not exactly the easiest or most effective ultimate to be utilizing, but one nonetheless. Niner, both guiding lights already being thrown out there. Getting the information in Oz. Oz is so far forward. Rihanna the same. Oz, Niner, Rihanna, they're all there. 2 left alive. The Hunter's Fury being pulled, but Sully has barely anything. In fact, nothing really found up the back of it. It's looking like Carlton might have this in the bag. 5v2.
And Spike as well here. It's so hard. Oh, Solomon, shot goes wide. It's all down to Sully here. He's blind. He's shot. Niner finds the last kill of the first map, and Carlton Black are going to be able to pick up Haven for themselves.
Well played to Carlton. 10, if I'm not mistaken.
13-9.
9. Listen, counting's hard, okay? I'm a caster. Nonetheless, a very effective game 1 from Carlton. And, you got to give them credit, right? They came out to play, and they played hard. Not only that, they just picked up UH's map pick, their first map pick. And so that is step 1 in Carlton potentially setting up like a 3-0 here.
Yeah, Oz playing phenomenally on the jet there, was going crazy. So many big frags that they picked up, and they were just kind of the start of the show there with phenomenal setup there from Niner and Reno on the Breach and Sky. They had so much utility there to just shut down UH Premier, but solely on the Sova was fighting back as best as they could, but unfortunately not able to pick up the round or the map there for UH Premier.
Indeed. Well, we're going to take a short break while we get Icebox ready to go. Carlton, the ones that picked that one out, we'll see if they can continue the success or if UH Premier have an answer to fight back. We'll be back in a moment. Map 1 didn't exactly go as planned if you were UH Premier or a fan of theirs. Unfortunately, things aren't looking up just yet. We had Icebox, where it's going to be the opposite of me and my background, where it'll be frigid and chilly, and we'll get things going. Carlton, or the pick of this map.
Yeah. So Carlton able to take map number 1 of Haven, which was UH Premier's pick, in a fairly convincing fashion, 9-13. But we're going over to their map of choice, being Icebox. So they are going to be the ones favorited. But the one thing going over for UH Premier is they do have side pick, and they are going to be picking Defender to start off the sides for this map.
Indeed, we will see how things go. It's going to be a at least looking like a very classic Icebox comp here for the UH side. Carlton, on the other hand, nothing crazy jumping out at me. I mean, we have seen adjustments away from the Reyna and in towards the chamber, like Rage is playing, or at least hovering right now, which does make a lot of sense. Otherwise, pretty darn standard.
Yeah, pretty darn standard. We've seen the pro meta kind of shift a little bit away from Reyna, more opting for Sky or KO or just Chamber, not really using that. But Soli played very well map number 1 on the Sova, and going to try to frag out with the Reyna. Can definitely go crazy in the hands of the right player, and instead going to opt for the Chamber. So UH not opting for a Jet. Their one duelist is going to be solely on the Reyna.
Well, we'll have to be seeing how that goes. You know, obviously the difference between Oz, Sully, that's going to be a point of contention as we get down to it. You know, what's really interesting as well to me is that, well, we've definitely seen situations where Oz has been playing incredibly well, but we haven't necessarily seen the duelist play from Sully just yet. I'm excited to see that and how that goes.
I'm very excited to see how they play out this map. But we'll have to see. Pistol round. Looks like they're going to be opting to go a little bit over towards this B site favorite right now.
And stick with us. We are having a little bit of tech issue here, but we're hopefully going to get that fixed ASAP. With that said, yeah, it was looking like it's going to be a B-sided approach as freeze time goes out. It will be that B-side attack for now.
Yeah, but a little bit of frame droppage, so we'll try to make do with what we have. The B site is going to be the angle of attack here for Carlton, though. Ivy is able to rendezvous out of danger, though. Not down just yet.
Yeah, and we've lost things for now, but hopefully we'll be back. Somewhat. We're on the way. Spike looking to get planted by Carlton, and it will be planted indeed. Shock dart to try and deny, but it's not going to happen.
Wall up as well. Try to stall things out a little bit. Rage has the headhunter as well. Trying to make plays with it.
Apologies on the issues. We're working on them, but nonetheless, things definitely looking to be in the favor of Carlton in that first round, at least on the opening stages. We are seeing the defuse though. Premier able to make the comeback straight back into things and go for the retake to allow for that first round to go their way.
Yeah, so first round goes over to UH Premier. Starting things off strong. Gonna try and take Carlton's map of Icebox, just like how Carlton took Haven away from them. And Sully with a nice 3k on this Reyna, already playing very well to start things off.
Oh, so certainly. And, you know, I just talked about how, you know, Sully versus Oz, that was going to be a bit of an interesting duel to look at. Who's doing better, who's doing worse, and Sully certainly coming up on top in the pistol round. Precisely what I would love to see.
Yeah, you want to see Sully fragging out, especially on a character like Reyna. They need to be able to pick up frags to use essentially half of the character's, kit. Their heal and their dismiss require them to get kills, which means if you're not getting kills, you're essentially just 2 flashes, and that's all you have going for you.
Quick and flawless round for UH Premier as they were able to use the advantage of those weapons to make it look quite simple.
Yeah, but looks like we are going to have a little bit of a timeout here to try and fix these tech issues that we've got going on. Sorry, everyone watching.
Yeah, we'll hopefully get that sorted out. Apologies, like we were just saying. Nonetheless, let's continue talking a little bit about about who we have favored here. UH Premier, I do think is a team that has a lot of experience, is very strong, but Carlton kind of showed out there on that first map, and as we get back underway here for the third round, we're going to have to see if Carlton can start to bring this back with the weaponry that they have in their hands.
Yeah, they do have the weapon advantage in this round. UH Premier going for their bonus, so just Spectres, Sheriffs, and Marshals in their hands. So Carlton Black is definitely favored in this round, but solely with the Sheriff is able to find Oz with a nice crisp headshot there. Rage was also able to find Koi as well, and we'll see when we get over to the next slide. How this round is turning out. I hear Spike getting planted though, so we'll have to see. But man advantage over here towards Carlton Black.
Indeed, and that man advantage should be able to be returned into a round victory if they play it correctly against the bonus weapons. That being said, Adam taking things to the next level and starting to at least create an even scenario 3v3. I think we might have lost everything here, but stick with us. And well, I don't know.
I think unfortunately we lost it.
Yeah, so looks like we've lost things for now. Oh, we're back. There we go. Girls, they were able to pull it off, and voila, it's like magic. K9.
Wow, everything's just coming together so well right now, and looks like things are starting to get a little bit nicer for the time being. Oh,
Yeah, I think we're gonna be looking to try and get that figured out. Whilst that's happening, we're gonna just say hello. You'll take a look at our beautiful faces for the time being. But yeah, UH Premier definitely looking to be a contender. But we are going to go to a short break, get this figured out, and when we do, we'll be right back. Alrighty. We think we've got things sorted out. Apologies for the delay and for the troubles. We're back in, and we're ready to roll.
Yep, back into things. Rage with the Tour de Force online has popped it as well. UH Premier was able to pick up a round. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see it, but now Carlton Black is on the save. Pistols in their hands, and Rage trying to make work with that Tour de Force. And already an early aggression over here for Carlton Black over towards this B bomb site. Lots of walls, lots of utility being used right now.
Got the entry here in towards the B site is a bit tentative, let's just say. Playing around yellow or Carlton. And when we last left them, they won a round, but unfortunately they lost the follow-up to that. And so UH Premier now working with the advantage once again. That Tour de Force is the real big heavy hitter for Rage. There we go.
There's the dart.
Information.
Wall goes up as well.
Ooh, very nice from Eric. Trade from Adam. No plant for Danaris, at least not yet.
Oz. Still his rifle. Not able to do much with it, and it's all down to Rhino. 1 versus 4. Just the classic 10 seconds left on the clock. Nothing they can really do. And he really doesn't want to be saving here, because if you save, you just don't have a lot of money into next round. You only get 1,000 credits. But
yeah. Okay,
Jimmy finds that last operator kill, which means he's able to get full money and not only 1,000 with just the classic. But now rifle is in the hands of everyone of Carlton Black except for Oz, but Bladestorm is available. And a couple of big ultimates are also online. I mean that Carlton Black are looking poised to win this, or at least have a little bit of an easier time taking this round.
Certainly can be the case. We'll have to see. Those blades being pulled instantaneously. Rage. Oh, Rage getting taken out by Jivy. The one player going for the swing. Not going to work. There's the res. The wall, of course, by Danaris in order to get Rage back into this one. So those ultimates certainly coming into fruition in the early stages of this round. And now we'll drone to at least explore the possibilities of B. He's going to tag up Eric and push him back as well.
Yep, but Aldrone only tags for 2 times now, not 3. Silver Nerfs did go through. But Carlton Black are poised to try and take this A site. 5 members here, just 2 members here for UH Premier solely. The Vandal holding for the cross. There's going to be the wall up as well. Koi throws his own wall up to try and stall things out for the rotates to come through.
Yep, there we go. Koi ready and waiting. And there's Koi and Sully. Koi getting 2, Sully 1 of his own. And Koi on the triple before Jivy comes in with the headhunter dispatch with Niner, who had a nice flank going until Jivy found out what was going on. 5-1. UH Premier is starting to be the ones to look very dominant in this one. They might have lost that first map, but Carlton picked out Icebox, and right now it's starting to seem like maybe that wasn't the right choice.
Yeah, UH Premier really building up quite the bank account right now. Koi with 7,000 in his name, Jivy with 6,300, and an operator. Got a lot of money to work with. It's going to be quite the uphill battle for Carlton to break the bank of UH Premier, if even possible at all. Spots the head of Solomon, but not able to land the headshot just yet.
Though not for lack of trying. Eric certainly is hitting heads and headshots. Crispy maneuver. Molly Appleson. Danaris, though, going to trade in towards the plant. Adam looking to maybe deny it, but shock dart a double. So actually no shock dart kills to work with before Niner chews through one more player. The UH Premier still have the round lead. Get the spike defused and plenty of players stay alive.
Yeah, but not a bad eco round there for Carlton. They get the spike plant, they get 2 kills. which means that's 2 rifles out of the hands of UH Premier, but they've got plenty of money to work with. They don't really care that they lost 2, and Carlton, they get a little bit extra money from the plant. Rage is able to afford an operator with that. So even rifles for both sides on this round now. But we'll have to see if Rage can use this operator effectively.
Here we are. Rage baited out by that jump peak. Eric has it online. There's that Viper spit I was just talking about. Eric taking some massive damage. The Hunter's Fury even being bombed out off the back of the touch with the Owl drone. With that being said, though, everything's still just fine as Eric rejoins his own Viper's Clouds and is going to keep that pit alive and kicking over at B.
It got tagged up, but Sage was over there to be able to heal them up. A nice early kill, though, for Carlton. Over towards the A site. Only 2 members, Koi with the wall to try and stall things out. But Carlton Black ready for it, or breaking it. Miner did get tagged by the dart, though. And the execute's going to be coming out. Oz dashes onto site. Snake bites the wall as Koi finds Reno, though. Spike should get planted here. We're going to see a 4 versus 4 retake.
Oh, retake's already started. Adam, traded by Danaris. It's back and forth, a Christmas tree. UH with the lead. 3v2. Off the back of that res. Oz has a good look here. Is being held. In fact, checked by Adam. Up and over. For Oz. We're waiting. A lot of time being taken off this clock. The cloud burst to create some space. Oz defending his tower. His ivory tower. As Eric not able to do anything left. The time it's been taken for far too long. It's Carlton. They might lose all their players, but they are certainly not gonna lose the round.
Yeah, but a very, very expensive round there for Carlton. All 5 members fall means that they're going to have to rebuy all the rifles, and I don't know if they're going to be able to afford the cleanest of buys considering how much they spent in their last round. They're going to opt for another operator, though. So one of the members did have a little bit extra credits to work with. Rage going to have that, but we see half armor on 2 members. Most likely not full utility on some of the members as well. So guns are fairly even, but economy is still an advantage for UH Premier. But Rage starts it off, finds Eric Appleson, big pick onto the Viper.
Yes, indeed. The Yellow Drone finding more information as Danaris pushes forward through the tube. Shock Dart not quite going to connect. The Hunter's Fury maybe will be better. It's going to tag 1 and even gets the frag onto it. Even a tag onto 1 more as UH Premier continue to find success. It's Niner, the sole survivor for Carlton.
Needs to go big here. 1 versus 3. Ooh, they're playing so well. They know exactly where Niner is, and Adam should just be able to find the back of the head, and there it is.
Ooh.
7-2. UH Premier running over Carlton on their map pick of Icebox.
Yeah, they are. I mean, this is so quick, and Adam doing a good job showing that he does not indeed, he's not indeed afflicted by Whiffingtons. That's a disease, by the way, where you can't shoot people not looking at you. It's a tragic disease that I am afflicted by. Adam, not so much. Well done. And Carlton, they really do need to get things moving here. They haven't been able to put multiple rounds together, and that's something that you really need to do if you want to win these games. So you have to be able to put 1 or 2 rounds together at the same time.
Oh, but UH Premier read Carlton like a book. They've got the 4-man stack over towards A. Carlton Black are just running straight into all of these members. Ooh, Rage. Tour de Force not able to find the mark there onto Solomon.
Nice little pre-fire from Adam as well. 1 shock dart goes well, the other not so well. So that is no longer available for UH Premier. Meanwhile, rotation, a very fast rotation, in fact, on towards a B from A. UH not particularly prepared for this, though they're starting to move their rotation, a rendezvous even to allow for a faster move from Rage. And here comes that push. As soon as the toxic screen goes down, the toxic orb goes up, and the snake bite to try and deny, but that's not going to be so effective. Adam, Eric are good for one. It's going to be Rage fighting back the other direction, but Rage working with a falling number of players left in this corner. He's got one flank from mid. That's going to be Oz on the jet. Oz doing some very good work continuously. Drivey does trade out Oz, but Rage is still alive and kicking, and he's got bullets to spare. 2 bullets. 1 shot, and only 1 shot is needed. Thrifty win for Carlton.
A big round. Carlton picked up a nice tour de force there. 3K from Rage, and Ozzy with that, sure, finds multiple frags. A very, very important round for Carlton to pick up and to start mounting this comeback 7-3. If they can make this 7-5, this is a very, very winnable game, and honestly not that bad of a scoreline for the attacking side of Icebox, but we'll have to see. 3 ultimates available for Carlton. UH very close to having almost all of their ultimates online as well. Ooh. Able to dodge out of that op shot there. Sully. I don't know if Oz actually sees the barrel of Sully.
Well, Sully certainly has information. Rage taking him out. The owl drone gave away the information, and Sully couldn't get out in time. So the op duel works in the favor of Carlton, who's been bringing things back the last couple of rounds. And it looks like that might continue here. Danaris, Rihanna, both getting frags. Carlton Black have a way back in, and it is here at B.
Yeah, B side wide open. Danaris doesn't even need to use the wall. He's that confident in getting that spike down. Nas going for a little bit of a late lurk behind mid. They know at least one back by Snowman. Always got to be very careful. A nice shot there, though. Taking down Danaris. And this late lurk here from Oz. Trying to spot out Boy or Jibby. And Rage finds Jibby first. And there's Oz finding that last frag there by picking up their 4th round. Try and make this a 7-5 round.
Yeah, and if Carlton can push this to a 7-5, I mean, that would be so impressive. They would have moved from a 6-1 to 7-5. I mean, yeah, is that great? No, not the greatest, but it's very, very great considering that they, they had such a disadvantage early on.
Yeah,
double
to make
up?
this double up, maybe. Looks like they're going to be doing it in this last round. But a 7-5, not the greatest, but definitely a nice comeback to how the map started. Like Appleson gonna use that Viper's Pit to make things a little bit tough. Sully already pushed so deep down here in mid. Miner has the drone. Let's see it. We see the res come out with the wall. Oh, Sully pops the Empress, but not able to find it. Danaris is good for 3.
The Sage doing so much work there. 3 kills, a res, defending it as well. And giving a 4 versus 2 advantage to Carlton. The way back into this round, this game, and this half is here. Ending 7-5 after the start that they had is phenomenal.
Would be such a great comeback for Carlton Black if they were able to pick up this 5th round. We see all the util coming out from the last 2 members of UH Premier. But it's just all down to Eric Appleson here. 1 versus 4. Danaris makes that his 4K of the round. 7-5.
Switching sides.
What an impressive comeback from Carlton. They did everything that they needed to do. They made adjustments, and Danaris, of course, that last round was magical. Very impressed with the comeback potential here. But of course, UH Premier, they deserve a whole lot of credit themselves because they definitely did a really good job of of holding, rotating, playing passively when they needed to. I really enjoyed Eric's hold over there at B. And so now as we flip the script and we head into the attack side for UH, it's going to be a question of, well, how effective can this UH offense be?
Yeah, we'll have to see how effective this offense is and how effective the defense of Carlton Black is. But already this very early B hit. Oh, the first headhunter goes a little bit wide. Number 2 also not able to land its mark, means that the rendezvous to get out of there in sight is all but open here for UH Premier.
Plant gonna go down. That's Koi planting it, courtesy of the Sage Wall. Danaris looking to go for a flank, and Rage starting to run out of bullets in that headhunter. Only got 2 left to work with. Multiple players playing around yellow here. Sully getting the overhealed entirely. Dodge, flash, dodge, and the frag for Sully. Going for more. Koi and Sully both find their picks. One more in the flank there. Rage coming in, but Sully, another huge pistol round for the Reyna. That's 7 pistol kills over the 2 pistol rounds.
It's solely a monster on those pistol rounds with the Reyna. Such a powerful character. If you can get that first kill, you get that overhill. 150 HP when most people have about 100, 125 max. Means that you're all but immune to getting one shot unless a stray sheriff shot or one of the headhunter bullets tags you. It's going to take minimum 2 headshots to take you down, and very confident opting for Vandal into round 2.
Well, you know, you get those kills, you have that overheal like you're talking about available. If you get tagged down, then yeah, I mean, I guess you can see the reason for the thought of aggression. Well, Sully with a great read is going to get traded by the right click, and Rage connecting with the headhunter. 3v3. The push coming through, and Adam is going to make it look a little bit more easy than intended. And Adam nearly got taken out there by the shorty, but running out of bullets. That shorty not effective.
You got 2 in the barrel, and if it doesn't pick up the kill, you just kind of sit there reloading. And Niner, fortunately, not able to land it. Adam Solomon just pulls out the ghost, finds that last frag. Means that's going to be number 9 for UH Premier. Carlton do have the rifles now, but UH Premier was confident enough to buy 2 or 3 of their own rifles into this round. Means that they've got a fairly good chance at taking this one themselves.
No doubt about it. UH gonna put the owl drone over the top. Look for some information off the back of that. They do get some, not maybe as much as they would have liked. Oh, and speaking of information, that recon bolt was perfect. Sully throwing down fast shots courtesy of the Empress. Also doesn't need their shots to be fast in order to find frags. Oz and Niner getting taken out. It's a 2 versus 3. UH down by the 1, and Danaris is making it 2. Koi, it's all on to Koi. Nearly got him lined up, but can't do it. Carlton takes number 6.
Yeah, they take number 6. It was very expensive though, but that's because UH Premier had multiple of their own rifles from round number 2, and now should be able to buy up. Only one little bit iffy is going to be Jivy, but has his own pocket pistol for that, so not really too worried about money. And Reno and Niner, not the best money they can have, forced to get Spectres for themselves. And Oz with a Guardian means that rifles are actually going to be in UH Premier's favor for this round. They can pick this up. They're surely going to be able to pick up another one. Carlton Black are going to be a little bit low on money.
Yeah, certainly the same though. UH Premier not perfect like you were talking about with Jivy and the Headhunter. Oz going to win in towards Jivy. That Headhunter not working as it should. Bit of an unfortunate timing though for Oz as he goes for the reload at the wrong time. 5v4, the dash out for Oz. Keep healthy. Any stage to give them a heal. Nope. Mariano, not necessarily there anymore. 3v3.
3v3. Spike should be able to go down here. The spray from Soli not able to land too much damage out right now. And we're going to see a 3 versus 3 retake. It's just the Guardian in hand, 90 HP to work with. Trying to look to tap some heads. Not able to tap Adams just yet. In fact, Adams good for another one. Soli finds the last one on the Rage. UH Premier first ones to hit double digits this time on map number 2.
Yeah, UH very good at this Icebox map, generally speaking. I said that I saw them play in a separate collegiate tournament. They played there a couple weeks back and were very good at Icebox then, are still good at Icebox now. And so with that being said and keeping that in mind, Carlton may not have been quite ready for picking up this map against them. 4-round deficit for the moment for Carlton. And unfortunately, Carlton are headed straight into another eco round. They don't have the weaponry at their side. And it's going to be a B hit. This B hit, as long as UH pick up the pace a little bit, they're going to find a wide open site. No one here, no one to deny their plan.
Yeah, Carlton Black going for the gamble stack over towards A, but unfortunately UH Premier doesn't walk into it. Means that they get a free site over towards B. Blade Storm available for Oz. The updraft trying to spot someone, but no one peeking, and Koi with that Bulldogs, they're going to be able to find Rhino. Soli finds Oz. No more Blade Storm online. Oh, a nice head under shot though from Rage. But it's going to be a team ace. Eric Appleson finds the last frag, 11-6. Carlton Black kind of looking like the same position that UH Premier was on Haven.
Yeah, but this is a significantly more one-sided game thus far. Now, granted, Carlton, this is their opportunity. This is their moment. They need to win this round. Not only just because UH Premier will be on towards map point if they do not, but because they'll have no money if they do not. Carlton, this is where they need to stand tall. They're Alamo. As we head into towards the last potential few rounds of this map. Here we go. Rage. Jivy, though, getting that first. And there's UH starting out strong.
Oh, and the rendezvous out, not fast enough. Solely better for the headshot. Already, Carlton Black looking on the back foot in this round, 3 versus 5. And Premier, UH Premier has a lot of utility here to make sure that Carlton Black can't even get close to winning this round. We see the Viper's Pit come out, Solely make that number 3 for the round. It's all down to Niner on the Silva. Not a lot of HP to work with. Up against the world here. Solely, 1 bullet. Oh, tries to get the flick. Boy, he takes that one away from him.
It doesn't really matter who gets it at the end of the day. A dominant round for UH as they take map point. 12-6, doubling up the rounds of Carlton at the moment. And beyond that, who's it been? Who's been the one to watch? I mean, Adam Solomon has been very consistent, but the impact player has to be Sully. Excuse me. He just has had multi-frag after multi-frag. Whereas Adam, it's been more like the key 1 or 2 rounds every single round that has put him up to that 24 kill marker.
Yeah, Solely been playing very well, getting the very important frags. When he gets one, he really just goes off and gets multiple per round. And the rotates are coming in already from Carlton Black. You see Solely pops the Empress as well on this final round to make sure that they're able to get it. Hunter's Fury as well to try to stall this plant just a little bit longer for the rotations. But the counter one comes out as well, and Rhino gets one taken when Solely a little bit too aggressive. Rage finds that frag in 4 versus 4.
Hunter's Fury is still online. A res if UH Premier want to use it. So Hunter's Fury might be pulled here, and yes, it will. I'm going to try and deny the Spike planter, but the Spike is planted anyway. That Hunter's Fury a little late. Doing some damage, though. 2 players relatively low. Jivy, though, hitting that shot. Adam going for the kill. Jivy with another. It's Adam and Jivy to close. 13-6. UH pick up another game, and it's on Icebox. Tying up the series. 1-1.
Yeah, UH Premier fighting back on Carlton Black's map pick of Icebox, making sure that they're able to take it in an even more commanding fashion than Carlton Black did. So very well played solely on the Reyna. I questioned it at first, but the frags were coming in. He was hitting those shots. He was feeling it, and man, did he play very well.
Everybody, it felt like he was playing very well for UH in that one. I mean, Sully, Jivy, I think the two to talk about, but Adam Suleiman continually finding impact every single round, no matter what. I mean, you know, putting themselves in positions to find those successful frags as well. I think back to that last round where they repeat once the player got off the spike defuse and just made sure that that player could no longer get back on the spike after the fact. So lots to think about, lots to talk about, and well, we'll be doing that right after this break. We're going to be setting up for Fracture, which is coming up next. Well, we've already got our series tied up 1-1. Still potentially 3 maps to go, and it's going to be exciting as we head into the most chaotic map in the pool, Fracture.
Yeah, Fracture, one of the more chaotic maps to work with. A lot of places for the defenders to have to defend. But UH Premier able to take Icebox in a very convincing fashion, 13-6, and that was Carrollton Black's map pick. But now we're going back over to UH Premier's map pick of Fracture. So they are going to be the ones to look out for. They unfortunately lost their first map pick of Haven, but are looking to get things on a roll. Now, Sully has been playing phenomenally, and Solomon played very well as well on the last map, so we're going to be excited to see how they play out now.
Indeed. Let's get things going here, as I do think that Breach is a pretty much guaranteed pick here. Big fan. Rihanna pulling that back out. That was what they were playing over on Haven for the Ravens. Sage would be different, and that's what we're going to see. Niner going for that as well. So a little bit of a different idea here, but I think last time I watched the Ravens play this map, they might have pulled out a Neon, and we're not seeing that this time.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Neon to run it down. Instead, very standard compositions. The one duelist for both sides is going to be the Raised. One big
Select
change is
your agent.
no Viper.
Pardon me,
the side of
that was
Carrollton
West
Black.
Virginia that I was thinking of. That's not who played this. I was flipping it over. I had 2 series last week. I was getting them confused. I do apologize. But we are locked in, ready to go. What are your thoughts, K9?
One big thing is Carrollton Black not running the Viper. Viper, very popular in this map. The wall can be very good to use on both attacking and defending, blocking choke points along with that orb. But opting for the Sage, which is a little bit interesting, a little bit more defensive. Wall can be also very good for helping set up plant positions. But when we get into things, we're going to have to see how it all works out. But I'm very excited.
I too am very excited to see how things go. That wall plant you were talking about. UH Premier on the offense here. Carlton starting the defense.
Yeah, and Fractures is one of the few maps that are predominantly attacker-sided. Defenders just have so many different angles they have to cover, with being essentially flanked from both sides means that attackers get a very early advantage. One thing the defenders can do to help minimize that is by pushing their own area, and Carrollton Black is starting off by pushing Dish, but none of UH Premier is over there. They commit 3 members to Dish. Meanwhile, all 5 of UH Premier are already through main and onto site. Means that Spike is going to get planted, and it's going to be a full 5 versus 5 retake.
That it is. The information, though, gained very, very early means a fast rotation for the Ravens. UH Premier. All of them ready and waiting on the site. Another smoke. That sky smoke going down. Surely the Ravens going to be going through this, dropping down at a moment. Here we go. Sky smokes to allow entry. Koi, that first frag inside the smokes. Rihanna bringing one back, and Narek pulling one off. Both of these players stunned up for UH Premier. They're forcing them out. Rihanna, another frag. Koi's going to trade back. The defuse, though, from Rihanna is going to allow for the touch. Another tap on towards that spike, but Jivvy knows it's not being defused. And it's not enough time anyway, but Jivvy hits the shot to deny Rihanna, who had a quad kill. A valiant effort from the breach, but it's not enough.
Yeah, Rihanna almost starting things off with an ace, but just not enough time. All 5 of Carrollton Black decided to go through. Drop, and the Sky Smokes, interesting play from Denners to try and run through the Sky Smokes. It was very chaotic, but in the end, UH Premier is able to get that round win. The Niner wall, unfortunately, no one was on the spike to defuse it. Stalled out, and UH Premier were able to run around it and make sure that they couldn't get that defuse.
Indeed, Here we go again. Back in towards Sands. Double satchel in for Sully. Rihanna hit with a truck. The form of that double satchel. Though Niner and Oz, meanwhile, have found some success. That's 2 for 2. And so the 3v3 ensues. Rotations from the backside. Rage. Long range. Headhunter. Very good. And he takes the extra time to make sure that shot gets hit. And recovery of some weaponry. Adam trying to make sure that that doesn't go through. 2 left alive. The push forward, and Eric has both.
Yeah, very good round win there for Premier. They lose 3 members, so Carlton Black not too upset about that round. They get some guns out of their hands, means that they have to spend a little bit of extra money to make sure that they can buy for this round. And Carlton Black, 5 Vandals across the board for them. Full utility, including the Breach Ultimate, the Rolling Thunder, very powerful in this map. Stopping pushes and for those retake bomb site plays. So we'll have to see how it's used.
Very powerful indeed. We'll be on the lookout for that. Carlton yet to pick up a round. That Breach Ultimate could be the ticket. Of course, this time we are seeing a bit of a different look. A has been the primary place that UH have gone. Initially, they looked towards B this round. And in fact, there's a bit of a flanking maneuver happening by Coit. There's applied some pressure. If Danis, they're going to win that duel. And that's going to maybe be the time to pull the pin for UH Premier to get here on towards the A site. And yes, they will. Double satchel once again. That's going to go up top.
Welcome to my world.
We're going to see the Viper's Pit come out as well to make sure that they do get this spike down relatively easily. But 4 versus 5 retake with this Rolling Thunder. UH Premier have to be very careful. They've got a lot of utility they're going to have to overcome. But with the Viper's Pit, it's going to be kind of tough. There it is. There's the Rolling Thunder. There's all of the utility coming in from Carlton Black here. Finds 1. Adam Sullivan's going to be able to find a Rage, so does the trade. Eric finds 2 into the smoke. Make that number 3. And it's all down to Rhino. Viper's Pit still up. So hard to get through this.
Rayano just cannot do a darn thing. He's got to get the heck out of Dodge. They used the Rolling Thunder, and it was not effective enough. Eric Appleson does everything to deny it, and him. Rihanna falling there in the back in the final seconds of the round. UH dominating over Carlton here in the early stages. 3-0 once again. And I'm starting to get some vibes like I got over on the Icebox side of things. UH starting out strong.
Yeah, Eric Appleson, nice play inside of that Viper's Pit, able to pick up 3. The decay, the loss of HP means that the Spectre is essentially a rifle in itself. Very hard to deal with, very powerful even with that Rolling Thunder used. And now Carlton Black forced onto a save. Rage with the nice headhunter shot there, and gonna pop the tour de force as well to try and give themselves an edge.
Well, they certainly have given themselves an edge, especially considering that UH have elected to push in towards this B side of things. The double satchel is per the usual arrangement from Sully. And Smoke, these Sky Smokes entirely pushing back UH Premier, but meanwhile Danaris is good for 1. Jivey, Coy, both picking up off a couple, but does leave some utility here. The big one being the orbital strike available here, and Jivey's ready for it. Knows as soon as the spike gets tapped, he'll go for the orbital.
They turned it into a 2 versus 2 with that orbital strike to try to deny, and there it is. Slowly, spike is ticking away. We've got another Molly as well to give things even harder, but oh, Niner tried to stick it. Rhino is going to try and get this, but Jivey's there to stop that. A nice 3K for the Brimstone to make sure things go in UH Premier's way, and that's going to be round number 4 for them.
Very, very nice one. It was expensive, sure, considering that was an eco round, but expensive is sort of irrelevant as long as you win the round. And to be fair, UH Premier have money to spare. They have plenty of cash to buy back gear, and they still have cash to spare after the fact. So we'll see the adjustment. Here's Rage, operator in hand. He's got the rendezvous down. But a little bit late on that uptake to go for the swing. It's actually some dish control being attempted though. So the irony being that whilst one player moves the other direction with the operator, it's actually going to be a push from the other side through the dish. A Rolling Thunder, not going to hit a darn thing as the entry is not denied. Rayano trying to hold steady, can't do that either. And Carlton loses a member as the site is overwhelmed.
Careful there.
4 versus 4. Operator, though, still in the hand of Rage. Can look to find a nice early pick, but the smoke can try and make things a little bit difficult. Koi almost caught out there, but the aftershock along with the stun to try and stall things. Soli finds Rage. Niner's going to be able to find Koi, and the execute is coming in. Niner's good for 2. The Molly to try and stall out the split. Trying to make sure that the spike can't get diffused. Adam, not able to find it. The spray through. Daenerys is able to find the other Brimstone. Means Carlton Black finally put one up on the board.
Great defense of Oz on the defusal there by Daenerys. Daenerys, a big heavy hitter oftentimes for this roster. Carlton, it's been a hot minute. I mean, it's been that full map since we've really seen them fire in all cylinders, and we haven't seen that just yet either this time. Adam struggling to get enough money to buy in here. Going to have the Tour de Force instead, using the operator that way. Right now, it's more of A-side aggression, this time over on Dish, and this time Carlton are picking the right decision. Niner taking one out, and he's even going to get away with his life. The 1-for-none trade is perfect.
Yeah, Adam Solomon, though, Tour de Force still in hand. Ryan needs to be very careful. Ooh. Shot through the wall, not able to connect this time, and 3 members still over here. Hold 2 members as well from UH Premier. Going up main. The wall would make things a little bit more tricky. That was a nice shot.
That was a nasty little shot, and Oz has done it again. 2 in quick succession to deny the second prong of this A attack. Shot, Adam going for more, and he does. He hits them both. Unfortunately, he's all alone. Not a lot of left to work with. He does have 2 bullets in the Tour de Force. Eating the headhunter.
30 seconds left. Satchel out.
Satchel to buy some space. Mission at tag, actually.
I have them.
Oh, and there we go. So the Tour de Force is no more. But he's got a Vandal in hand. This is big. Not so much time in Rage. He had an operator, didn't realize it. And it's going to be impossible to cross that gap with Rage on the angle like that. So, UH Premier not quite able to take that round despite some heroics in the late stages from Rage.
Yeah, Rage shuts that down real quick with that operator in tow. Means that Carlton Black able to pick up their second round of Fracture. But UH Premier still plenty of money to be able to buy up. Soli even has the Showstopper online as well. Might be looking to use it as well. Niner drops the wall to gain total control over A main, but UH Premier, no one over there. We're going to be opting to go over towards this B site where the 3-stack is.
Yeah, but there's a big crossfire set up, and the Showstopper denied by from Sully. It's Rage who does the denial.
Teleport's broken.
All right, going to be able to get towards the side, but there is not going to be a plant. Daenerys finds Koi in the attempt to deny the spike plant. Does massive damage. Chivy to try and bring things back. Low health for 2 of these UH Premier players, though. The Sky Smokes fall down. It's going to have to take a miracle to bring it back in the favor of UH Premier.
Yeah, not a lot of HP here on UH Premier. Eric Appleton down to 10 HP, and Jivy not a lot as well in the name of his, so the numbers in Carlton Black's position, along with the res, means they can turn this into a 5 versus 3. And there's it is. Niner's going to be able to bring Rhino back to life. A 5 versus 3. They do have the orbital laser though online, and Adam Solomon not able to find it. Rhino is going to be able to find Appleton after he's been resurrected from the dead. And Jimmy finds Niner, but Daenerys is better for the second shot. It's only good for 1 in the round.
Yeah, Carlton have clawed their way back now 3 rounds in a row. And UH, they should be out of cash flow. Not a ton to work with in a round like this one, if I'm not mistaken. Well, they have something. It's not perfect, though.
Might be trying to force up here.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea considering the amount of rifles that they could get out. But it looks like they are actually going to be going for a save, which I think is equally respectable, understandable, considering the fact that they have the lead still. You don't want to necessarily overforce. And so with that, makes sense. We leave the freeze time. It is going to be a pretty spread out attack for now. 2 sides of the same coin, though, as the B side is going to be pushed.
Yeah, and Koi able to pick up another orb. Puts him that much closer towards the Rolling Thunder again. Is very powerful for these executes. And so far we're seeing UH Premier playing a little bit more passively, a little bit slower this round. Waiting for Carlton Black to make some sort of aggression, some mistake that they can punish. But Carlton Black not giving them any sort of play that they can make.
Here we go. The push is forthwith.
Here.
Double satchel there to get in towards the heaven position. Daenerys going to shut that down. And Koi trying to come back through, but he's got to go through the fire and the flames, and Daenerys is not taking prisoners. He's only hitting headshots. More to play. It's Rayano with another in a flawless round. As Oz's paint shells come to fruition. It's been a bit of a long road to this point, but it's 4-4, a tie game.
4-4 now. Both teams able to string 4 rounds in a row together to get to this point. And now both teams, a lot of ultimates to work with, a lot of very powerful things online. Both Rolling Thunders available. You see, for the side of Carlton Black, they do have a nice showstopper as well. Meanwhile, Eric Appleton, Viper Pit could be very useful if they can get on site and to be able to play inside of it.
Certainly would be nice. Early presence being maintained there at the A main position to, at the very least, convince Carlton that, hey, nothing's going to go on here. You can't really push aggressively, and while Adam certainly can find opening picks, is going to be the Rolling Thunder off the back of that. But once again, there's really nobody in the position here at B. Sully, oh my goodness, Sully nearly had it. In fact, it's a headshot, but gets instantly taken out by the opposition. The snake or the Viper's Pit on the site, and the Rolling Thunder from the opposition is then denied. Aftershock back and forth the fault line as well. So much breach utility in Niner. What is that? The running headshot. Jivy 1v4 gonna smack down that orbital strike and even hit the frag. Molly coming out, and Jivy has got another. His 1v4 is good. Jivy with the clutch. Are you kidding me? 1-on-4 victory for Jivy.
Jivy with the 1 versus 4 orbital laser comes out, finds one, and just able to play around with the Molly with the wall that Niner put up didn't actually block off a main or B main, so Jimmy's able to just play off of it and able to find a nice 2K spray down at the end to be able to clutch up the round there for UH Premier. An almost unwinnable round was able to be brought back by a nice 4K from Jimmy on this Brimstone.
Jivy with the big clutch play there for the team. Oh, here comes that satchel. play from Sully, but it's denied by Rage. Sully getting put in his place.
Sully instantly punished for the over-aggression. And now, Oz with his own paint shows to make that space. Boy's gonna be able to fall back. But Carlton has already taken their early lead on this round.
Ooh, that wall. That wall is the death of Niner. Such an unfortunate situation. As Koi pushes in, Adam falling back just a little bit before moving toward the rest of the team. A little bit of a bait and switch on the zip line there. The flashpoint over the top gives it the information away, and Danaris is getting McRight clicked to death.
3 versus 2, but there's going to be the showstopper. Not a lot of HP for UH Premier. And there's going to be Eric Appleson. He had full HP. Oh, these satchels are so scary. They can actually kill the members of UH Premier. And Rage is going to be able to find Solomon. Koi just trying to stall. A nice aftershock though, but it's not planted. Koi's got to send it if he wants to stop the defuse, but he's not able to. Rage sticks it. Pros don't fake, and he finds the 3K as well to tie things back up. 5-5.
You got to give Koi credit, though. Really played that well. Played it for the aftershock beautifully. And beyond that, you know, didn't actually commit to the duel because oftentimes players will get off of that defuse if they hear you approaching at that swift a pace. So he faked the pre-fire, tried to bait it out, didn't work. A 50-50. And this time it doesn't work out. So a much even game here. This is much more cognizant of that early Haven matchup than it is over on Icebox. Sully getting a forward position, but man, Sully has gotten counterfeited time and time again here. Adam, though, certainly not the case. He's getting... No, never mind. Adam denied by Danaris, who gets an absolute blinder of a shot.
Shuts that down real quick. Jivy dodging the own op shot over by B site as well. And now, stuck in this corner, a nice flash onto Oz. Koi is able to get out of that corner with the spike and his life. But no HP, no real guns to work with for Koi, just that frenzy.
Yeah, it looks like, especially with this passiveness, that UH are really playing for a couple kills at best. Jivy had it over. Might collect this orb here.
30 seconds left.
We'll give him an ultimate into the next round, I believe. But instead, he's going to pass right by it. We'll take out the trademark. But Oz is taking out Koi in the meantime, and so the information's gained. Jivy can't even do anything more. 6-5 the score. UH Premier behind by just 1 as we head to the last of the half.
Last in the half, but because of that save, UH Premier is able to full buy rifles into this next round. Solely not playing as well as we would have hoped. He played so well on the first and second maps, but now on this race, on Fracture, is starting to look a little bit lackluster, is a little bit too eager, too aggressive with those double satchels going into essentially 4 people in that last round and just gets taken out for free. No real trade can be done.
Well, you know, a lot of that has to do with the lack of follow-up, though, too. I mean, Sully is putting their life on the line, and it feels like the follow-up is certainly not there, even if part of it is Sully getting over-aggressive, you know? It's definitely a teamwork error in some way.
Yeah, definitely some sort of communication issues, but hopefully he can start bringing that back on this round and into the next half. Oh, but Solomon comes into a nasty crossfire, and they start breaking this wall, but the storms as well allow for these rotations to start coming in. And Sully's going to start heading out right into Niner, who's going to find that, but a trade from Eric Appleson. Orbital laser as well to try and keep things into their favor, and boy, finds one, but Rage is better for it with that tour de force. 2 versus 3.
Tour de Force still up, though. Rage has it. Now 2v2. Rage finding the shot. Knows where the last player is. Eric in the corner. Rage rethinking. Oh, but Danaris eventually going to get the kill courtesy of the Molly. 7-5 is going to be the scoreline. UH Premier doing a decent job on their attack side initially, but Carlton not only brought it back, but came into a leading half from a 4-round initial deficit.
Yeah, they really did start picking things back up towards the second half of that first half, and really just started to read UH Premier and really just had all of their numbers written down. But with the change in pace now, Carlton Black is going to be on their offensive side, seeing how they can take control of this game.
Pistol rounds have been a big deal, especially for UH. They can pick this one up here. No harm, no foul. We basically tied the game back up off the back of the pistol in the follow-up.
Smoke's down.
But a very split defense right now. You got two players ready for this A push in towards A main, but they're not ready in the sense that they're going. They're just prepared to go.
And Koi with the flash ready to play off of Eric, and there it is, and a nice shot, nice double play there. Niner trying to find something, and Koi's gonna find one, but not able to find anything else. A nice headshot on the Rage puts him down to 7 HP. But starting off strong, UH Premier does have the advantage, and they're gonna say that we don't actually want to go A. They're gonna start to wrap back to B. But the trips are here from Chamber. They're gonna be running into that, and Brimstone is rotated over. Jivy can go very big here if he finds the right people.
Certainly a possibility here. The disadvantage for Carlton, considering that they have just one less player, but we've seen much more from much less before. Sully, that's some nice movement. Even a very nice placement. I'm not quite sure how that doesn't get the kill, but here we are. Damage being done, massive damage. In fact, everyone low for Carlton. And there's basically no choice in the matter. The defense have taken it. Rihanna was so far behind. Eric gonna actually gather that third kill, but like I said, UH, they were just one round away from getting right back into this game.
Yeah, and that's the round that they needed to win to be able to bring this back tied 7-7. They're gonna have the gun advantage. Carlton Black not able to buy means that they've got a frenzy and a lot of classics. They've done it before. They're going to try and do it again, but I wouldn't hold it to them if UH Premier is able to take this one very, very commandingly.
There's that op. Oh, I said op. I meant scout. Excuse me. Very nice shot. That being said, Carlton with these pistols are doing a great job. They've got an even scenario, though that's only for a moment. Koi has brought things back to more of an advantage to Carlton, or to UH, excuse me. Aftershock, along with the snake bites, are good. Danaris, he's playing around it. Oh my goodness, no way. I think that was an accident from Koi, but he still gets the knife kill.
Don't know if that was intended, but Koi, I don't think he's upset about that. Gets a nice knife kill, a little bit of BM if it was intended, but
Right there.
they are able to pick up that 7th round. Only 2 members fall. Adam picking up another Marshall was good for 2 with it last time, or just 1 with it. And Jivy probably going to be opting for a sheriff of some sort, or some sort of, just a ghost from one of his teammates. Carlton Black, 5 Vandals in their hands. Going to try and take this bonus round. But if UH Premier is able to take this round, Carlton Black going to be put on the back foot after that early lead in the first half.
Yes, indeed. Slow approach. Look at the Look at the move from Sully. Sully's going to have a quick flank. We'll get back to that. Carlton are pushing their way forward onto A. And they should have a free entry. They do. The side is open. Now we get back to Sully, who's taking out Rage. Rage caught out in the open, and the boom bot plus the nade to try and deny the area. Sully gonna get an upgrade. Here we go again. The Vandal. Good. Adam has one as well. 2 surviving. Not for long. Sully only gonna have a moment to think. As Oz traded out. It is a fantastic retake from UH Premier.
Yeah, now they're able to upgrade all of their guns. 4 members of UH Premier surviving is absolutely incredible considering it was the bonus round here. And now they're going to be able to pick up these rifles. They don't need to spend money on them into this next round. And Carlton Black, they don't have a lot of money to work with. No economy. We see 2 sheriffs. Maybe a Spectre from someone, or just more sheriffs all around the board. And now they're starting to look a little bit panicked as UH Premier have taken the lead now.
Remember last game over on Icebox, we saw a relatively even half. It was 7-5 on the half.
Yeah, 7-5.
And then pretty much from there, UH Premier didn't lose. We're starting to see that look like it might be a potential here. Sully going for the showstopper, continuing to aggress off the back of it. Koi is even able to find another, but Danaris has traded Sully out. Now, Rihanna tagged heavily.
Last player standing.
Koi, man, Koi has been so fantastic on this breach. 5 bullets, but still going for more in Rihanna. Oh, that's a big miss. Rihanna can't quite find it, and UH with another round.
UH puts themselves up to 9 now. Only lose 1. Sully only one falling, but a big ultimate used showstopper on an eco round. So, not the biggest important round to win, considering you did have the rifle advantage, and that's going to be offline for quite a bit of time now, but you have plenty of rifles to work with. Koi has that Rolling Thunder online to work with. Meanwhile, though, Rhino and Danaris have their own ultimates online to work with, and Ray just decided to purchase up his own operator. So, very scary in the hands of him.
Yeah, Rage has been pretty consistent on that rifle. With that being said, it's going to be Carlton looking to head their way back in towards B. There's nobody committed to the site. Sky Smoke come down at the right time. Push is there, the rendezvous to allow Adam to get into position. Oh, but Adam can't do much of anything. Jivy and Koi, though, are more successful as they deny entrance into the site. Carlton with the plant, sure, and they even have the orbital strike if they want to try and utilize that, but it's easier said than done. And the Rolling Thunder on the other side is still there, but never mind. Niner has not only found 1 to equalize, but finds the second. Now Carlton, 3 versus 2, make it 1 as Rage, operator in hand, has done the damage.
Yeah, and now Carlton Black just play that orbital. Oh, he almost had a case of the whiffs. He's able to pick it up though in the end. Oh, that's the second one though, and now no time on this defuse though. He knows it. He's gonna go down with the bomb, and Danaris is able to pick up that operator. Carlton Black strike back for the first time on this second half.
Some nasty work being done there by Carlton. And Niner, I mean, especially hits the 2 critical kills in that round, denying the number 1, the Rolling Thunder, to find the re-entry, but number 2, not only finding the equalizer, but finding the man advantage right back in a 3v2 scenario. Let's go. It's huge.
Yeah, huge spray down there from Niner to find those 2, but a lot of ultimates available for both sides to play around with in these rounds now. It's going to get a little bit hectic.
Hectic is basically what this map was made for. Tour de force.
Definitely.
For UH, that is over on the east side. The Rolling Thunder as well is in that direction by the look of it. And so that could be pulled instantaneously should it be necessary. Oz going on a bit of an adventure with some friends underneath here. Is actually going to rotate back in, and I think that should have been heard just a little bit. And yeah, that is indeed what's been held. The Rolling Thunder going in front, and then from the back, everything is set up perfectly. It's a massacre of massive proportions. Everybody gonna go down. Never mind. That is a little bit ambitious. UH giving Rihanna a big chance. He's got 3, looking for one more. There it is, the quad. An ace on the board is a possibility. Oh, but he can't do it. Adam clutches it back, but man, UH Premier asking for trouble.
Yeah, they really wanted to feed solely that ace, but unfortunately, if you're a fan of Carlton Black, they're able to pick up 4 with a nice play there from Breach. It was a little bit close for UH Premier. A lot of ultimates used by both sides. But a nice flank there from Solly, able to find 4 off of it. So very good on them.
We're into a timeout for Carlton. And, you know, I do think it's a pretty interesting moment to take that timeout because you can reflect on what happened that round. What a really brilliant play it was from UH Premier, because they knew that Sully was in the back. They just heard 3 players walk, and so they knew that there was players there. So the denial of of pushing forward via the orbital strike plus the rolling thunder to stun them up, and then Sully coming from behind is just an outrageous piece of an outrageous set play, and UH doing a fantastic job of setting it up.
Yeah, doing absolutely fantastic setting up that play, and because of that nice 4K Rhino, 5 out of 7 on the Rolling Thunder, so almost back online again for them. But Carlton Black forced onto a save. See multiple sheriffs and ghosts. And Sully sending it down, finds 1. Here's 1 more as well. There's a 9er somewhere around here, but Sully's better with the Phantom.
Woo! Nice little shot. Always like to see that. But UH is in a really, really strong position here. Sure, they nearly gave away that round before, but they're not going to do that again. Not in this 2v4.
Sully a little bit overheated there, but Koi makes sure that they secure this round. A nice shot there onto Rage, and it's just Rhino. 1 sheriff, 4 bullets, 4 enemies. Could look for it. There he goes, 2. Finds 1 though. Oh, an unfortunate time to reload. Eric Appleson finds a nice headshot there and brings it to 11-8.
Yeah, it's looking like UH might be on the way to another victory here for their second map. But that being said, the difference between these 2 teams is slim. There's only 3 rounds of differential, and that last round was just an eco. UH Premier have to work against the full rifle buy, but of course the difference being is that there's no operator for Rage.
Yeah, no operator in hand, but 4 ultimates to work with, and this is a must-win round for Carlton Black. If they don't win this, then they're gonna have a very, very tough time spending for that final round.
Ooh, the information gained there. Great answer back by Carlton, though. They do everything that they need to do, Carlton, and, well, the Viper's Pit has been put down here today. Maybe it's a last-ditch effort to try and hold things back, but it's not that simple. UH, will this be enough to push Carlton back? Looks like maybe so. Adam, meanwhile, has thinned the herd a little bit.
You will not.
The res is available. Eric pushing forward. So there's no more pit on the site. Eric only found 2, but does deny the advantage regained by the res. So Carlton now rotating out, and still a chance for UH to continue bringing this back.
And there's the Sky Smokes as well from both sides to try and stall this. The trademark does get attacked, does get a little bit of a slow to try and stall things just a little bit longer. And Jiffy's here.
One enemy
Oz
remaining.
is better for the shot and is going to put it all down here to Adam Solomon with the operator. 1 versus 3. And Carlton Black has two ultimates, two very powerful ultimates to work with on this round. He's trying to find something, but both members are up towards tower. One's wrapping back around. He doesn't know where they are. He has one, and then he's got... Oh, he's got found one, but... Daenerys. He doesn't know about the second. And that's going to put the score 11-9 in favor of UH Premier.
Indeed, you know, Carlton starting to bring it back there one round in the right direction, sure, but it did take quite a lot. I mean, well, you know, not as much as I was anticipating, to be fair. You know, they had 2 players survive. They didn't have to use the orbital. They didn't have to use the Rolling Thunder. And they have that showstopper still online, too. So definitely some stuff to work around here. And that A site especially is such an easy place to use things like the showstopper. Oz going to pull that off. How'd he do? Yep. Do the bit of utility. Oz, showstopper, not going to do it. Rolling Thunder on the site, and that nade actually should be the denial. Nade unnecessary, and Rihanna going forward. Adam only 1 before he's taken to bed. And Sully does the same. It's Jivy versus 3. It feels like another situation that we've just been seeing.
He's done it versus 4, but Niner shuts that down real quick. Carlton Black strike back and hit double digits now. 10-11, and each player's economy is starting to look a little bit worse for wear. They're able to buy up just barely. But next round it's going to be a little bit iffy if they're not able to pick up this one.
Well, this series, this map rather, coming down to the wire. And we're going to see a bit of a back and forth there at the very beginning. 3 players committed here to B. So a heavy amount of defensive utility being placed in this area. The Tour de Force is good. As we see the orbital strike come down to deny anybody up top. That's not going to be very effective. The push is not quite through. And we're going to see a bit of a stalling out period there as UH Premier hold the advantage that they just gained.
Oh, but Sully gets sniffed out there by Oz. Evens up the player count for the round. And this might be kind of the signal for Carlton Black to head back over towards A. They caught the one lurk. It's just Viper over here. But because of that, they're going to actually draw GV over towards A to help back up the Viper. And they're going to walk back out onto B.
I like this rotation. The information gain, though, and I don't think it's been ultra effective. As Koi, you can see over the top, even gets the kill, falls away. Trying to deny the spike plant. Won't do that. The aftershock should find some damage. And Koi not even needing the aftershock. Up close and personal. There we go. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, but it's only Oz. The only one left working with this one. And he can't find a singular thing. And it's map point for UH Premier. 12-10.
A must-win round there for UH Premier, and a lot of ultimates invested. Tour de Force and the Rolling Thunder onto one member in a 1 versus 4. So very scared that Oz could potentially pop off on the Rays, but now no ultimates available for either side. And just enough money for Carlton to be able to full buy. This is the round to win it for UH Premier. They'll be able to buy next, but they don't want to risk that, and then we're going to try and put it away here and now.
Yeah, pretty much UH have 2 opportunities to win this game. Otherwise, it's going to be overtime. Eric, though, has already found that first kill. UH starting strong. Here comes the satchel play over the top. Not quite prepared for the player close by, but Sully still gets a kill, and Eric confirms for a third. The orbital strike to try and deny Rage, but he's going to get the heck out of dodge. UH Premier in position to win. It's a 1-on-4. Rage steps up in a big way for the first frag.
Needs to go big here if he wants to keep Carlton Black alive for just another round here. Has Spike, but he's kind of pinched in this situation. Members on both sides. No real way to go. Adam's going to play a little bit more passive. Rendezvous away. And they're just kind of waiting. They don't know exactly which site that they really want to go. Rage, 14 bullets. Has a trademark as well, but he's
30
unfortunately
seconds left.
walking onto the site that has the 2 members instead of the 1. And that's going to reveal them, and Adam Solomon puts down Rage and secures this third map back over to UH Premier. They're going to be on series point for the finals.
Yes, they are. Now 2-1 for UH after dropping the first map of the series. Bind will be coming up next here in this best-of-5 grand finals, but let's talk a little bit about that one. It felt like to me that UH had everyone firing on all cylinders, and the utility usage that they showed us, particularly some of those set plays. Obviously, that play with Sully that we saw with the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike comes to mind, but so much to love from them on this map.
Definitely. I mean, both teams just very chaotic back and forth. Carlton also fighting back in their own way on very important rounds. Niner on the Sage was very critical in multiple times. And it was just a very, very close map, much closer than our previous Icebox, but UH Premier able to take away that map from Carlton Black and put themselves onto map point and series point.
That they have done. We'll see if we can have Carlton tie this series back up 2-2 and send us to split, or if Bind will be where we stomp all of these shenanigans. We'll be back in a few minutes to get that going. Well, it has certainly been an experience, a very fun series thus far. 3 maps in to this best of 5. We have the first potential map point, or match point rather, as we head into bind. Carlton are the ones, Carlton rather, excuse me, the ones to pick this map. Well, it really hasn't mattered who's picked what, to be honest with you, thus far. K9 alongside events and bind is going to be interesting. A lot of fun, I would imagine.
Bind, a very fun map, very different than most traditional maps without that main mid area. Instead, having 2 entrances onto each of the bomb sites and have that teleporter in the mid to allow for the rotates. So it's a bit different than most other standard maps, but very excited. UH Premier potential to end the series here. 3-1 are looking to end it. But we're getting into agent select now, and Oz is hovering that Yoru.
He wants to give it to us. I mean, that would be interesting. And by interesting, I mean kind of throwing a little bit, but, interesting nonetheless.
Interesting with a capital INT on that, but
yeah,
he locks it in.
Let's go!
We're getting the Yoru.
The Yoru, lock it and loaded, boys. And was there changes to Yoru in this last patch? You'll have to help me out because I've read through them a little bit and then I was looking at different things. So, was there any Yoru changes
in this last patch? No Yoru changes in the last patch. The last major change that Yoru got was his kind of mini rework where they added the clone, they changed his ultimate and kind of how his kit worked, but no changes in this last patch. But they're pulling it out here on this potential final map, so Oz must think he's got the plays here, and we're also seeing Rhino on the Raze this time, and Rage opting for the breach, so very different pickups for him.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is something that we tend not to see a whole lot on this map, on any map for that matter, but maybe listen, there is a possibility that Carlton, they saw Paper X and they saw Forsaken and they were like, oh, let me do that, that's always a real possibility, and Paper X's Yoru, or Forsaken's Yoru specifically, was pretty darn good over at Masters.
It definitely was a menace. One thing to note with Carlton Black's comp, they have so many blinds. They've got 2 Sky Flashes.
True.
Minimum, they regenerate. You've got two Yoru flashes, and you've got 2 breach flashes. Well, they've got 6 flashes to work with for executing on these sites.
Plus the Trailblazer, which is a stun, and the Fault Line, which is another stun, and the Molly. I mean, there's a lot of area denial. Put it that way.
Yeah, but Sully already a nice shot there with the Headhunter, and Oz is trying to make the play. Oh, Sully again, there's number 2, and Koi finds his own with the Boombot. Already, Carlton in a very disadvantageous position. 2 versus 5.
Here we go again, Carlton. Rage. Ooh, that's a very nice flashpoint. You're looking for the return frag, does just that. And
go for the knife. Koi, unfortunately, not able to find it, but a nice round there from Carlton Black.
Very nice round. Well, rather for UH, I think you mean, but yes.
Yeah, my bad.
Indeed. Easy to get things mixed up. We are on the backside of this best of 5. It's been a very exciting one. We've had some close games. That last map on Fracture being the closest scoreline-wise, but the first half of pretty much every game has been very back and forth, and then things maybe turning around on the backside. We're going to see the gate crash go forward, but Jevy not going to allow for much of anything. A little bit of a whiff from Eric, though. And that's going to give it a chance for Carlton to bring this back, and some of those blinds you were just talking about, though, working wonderfully. Satchel doing some damage, and there's the final frag. UH only losing a single player in that one. The bonus round, or not the bonus round, the anti-eco round, working beautifully.
Yeah, a nice play there from UH Premier, only losing 1. And so now they get to keep a lot of money in their back pockets to store up for these later rounds. Carlton Black, this is the bonus though. They do have the gun advantage and they all have rifles. Oz half armor, but does have that Vandal in hand. So gun and round is favoring Carlton Black at the current moment, but UH Premier has definitely won these before. They can try to do it again.
We'll have to see how that goes. Ooh, the aftershock gonna force Eric wide. Eric gonna go for one though. It's gonna allow for Carlton to get entry onto the site. Spike looking to be planted. No re-aggression. That, as I say that, maybe I lied. Koi actually was very far forward, and here's Sully on the flank, very fast once again. Oh, the fantastic adjustment, working with the headhunter. Rage was the last and is the last one alive, but he's got 2 health, and the defense is already diffused. UH Premier seem to be dominating the first 3 rounds.
Sully, what a flank and nice shot there with the headhunter. Finds very, very important kills on that to allow for UH Premier to pick up the bonus round, and now Carlton Black starting to fall behind. That happened in Fracture as well. They fell behind early 4-0, but did bring things back very nicely on the second half of the first half. But we see four sheriffs and a single Spectre. They're trying to see what they can do. A lot of early aggression over towards this Showers.
Yeah, the gate crash being put up there just, you know, for good measure. And that gate crash is going to come to fruition, but Koi ready for it. So Oz not quite finding the timing there. Sully in a very forward position as well, but has the rendezvous should it be necessary to get the heck out of dodge. And Rage definitely not quite peaking yet. You've also got this Sova coming in from the flank. Adam is going to now be aware of Rage's position. Going to find one. Turns, looking for more, but he can't do that. Rage continuing to find success, and UH Premier suddenly falling apart. 2 left alive in the 2v3, but the Carlton Black side of things, look at their health. It's not ideal. They are working with very limited
Not a lot,
HP.
but they do have Rolling Thunder. They do have a couple of guns possible if they want to pick it up, but opted to not go for it. And Jivy already going through, trying to stop this plant, but isn't able to go down. Finds one, trying to find more, but Danderous is better for it. And Eric, with the trigger discipline.
He has a molly. Surely they're going to be prepared for him at this point.
One enemy
Like
remaining.
butter, baby.
Does he know where this final player is, Rayano? Oh, just committing to the defuse is Eric. Eric can't quite find it, and the thrifty win for Carlton. They do everything that they need to do, and they take that 3v2 and push it to a win.
And Eric held the defuse, almost had it. Was less than a second off from it being defused, but not able to get it off. Rhino knew how much time they had, knew how long it would take to get there, and are able to stop the defuse from coming through. But UHP are able to full buy. Only one not able to, being Sully, but has that tour de force, which means he really doesn't care about how much money he's spending because he's getting a free operator in this round.
Ooh, not the greatest of recon bolt there. You can see how far Rage is able to get forward without having the information be gained. Oh, Sully! The 2-for-1! The patience doesn't get given away by the bot. And he's getting a huge amount of kills for it. The collateral working in his favor.
2 bullets for 1 kill. Already, UH Premier in a very, very good position on this round. They haven't taken much space towards A, though. The Carlton Black could wrap back over to A if they so wanted. But right now, Spike still hovering towards this B site. Brimstone and Yoru. There is a trap here, a trademark from the chamber that will get set off And the Boombot to clear out showers means that
30 seconds left.
they know that someone's not there, but the rotations are coming out. There's 4 members over towards A. It's just Sully.
Oh, Sully getting tagged pretty heavy there. He's going to dispatch with one and another. He's got the chance for the ace. Going for the spam damage. But he can't find it. No ace this time, more than likely for Sully. As the final player pushes back. Oh, Sully getting just weighted there. But it doesn't matter. Sully with a huge round 4 with the tour de force. And that is not the way that Carlton wanted to be going into a round after they had just won the prior.
Incredible shots there from Sully, especially onto Oz and on Daenerys as they were jumping out. Finds both of them. Picks up a nice round win there for Premier. Almost gets the ace. Fortunately, Niner shuts him down, takes the rifle out of his hands, but plenty of money for an operator into this next one. And finds Rage early on.
Sully with the old rendezvous to get the heck out of there as well. Carlton is instantaneously getting pushed back and pushed out. The overkill to try and keep Oz healthy, not so successful. It's Sheriffs for all 3. Carlton rotating back in. They're going to be meeting Adam, who's actually tagged up through the wall. Dart going to do damage. Woo! Oz is playing a dangerous game right there. The recon bolt to try and find even further information.
Guiding light as well. Adam good for 1. Finds another one. Oz is taken down. And it's all up to Daenerys with just this sheriff. Jimmy's jumping around. Shot's not able to land, and Adam's good for 3.
Jivy was playing a little bait and switch game right there. Playing with his food.
Kind of messing around, practicing the B-hops. We're going to see Carlton Black call a timeout here. I think it's good to call here to try and regain focus, figure out what's going wrong, what they can do to try and figure out how to start putting rounds on the board.
That certainly is a situation that needs to be rectified. If you're Carlton Black, they just haven't been able to find anything consistent. Part of that has really been that their economy's been reset so many times. I think 5-round wins for UH, and at least 3 of these have been eco rounds that Carlton have had. So, a lot of that is just kind of the game and how it's been played. But Carlton on those eco rounds really haven't had a whole lot of impact. They haven't really done all that much damage. Barring 1 round maybe. So lots to think about. And into the gun round, Carlton definitely want to take advantage of what they have here because they can't keep being forced onto saves.
They can't, and they've got 4 ultimates to try and grind out this round win. Some very powerful ones as well with the Brim ulti, the Seekers, even the Rolling Thunder online. And you're 1 away from a showstopper, which means you're very close to having all 5 ultimates online for Carlton Black for this up-and-coming round. They really need to make these worth it and make it so that they can start stringing some rounds together because right now they're starting to fall behind, and if they lose this one, they'll be forced onto another save.
Very true. Indeed. Here we go again. Sully this time waiting as long as he could. We're now going to see the dimensional drift being pulled out to give some information. The Rolling Thunder coming through in addition to that. So Carlton have an advantage, a huge one in fact, but it's an instant trade. Oz on towards Adam, Sully towards Oz. Back and forth, it's 2v2. Blinded is Coy, and Jivy has a second. It's a 2v2 that ends in UH Premier going for another victory.
And Carlton Black investing so many ultimates. Rolling Thunder, the Dimensional Drift, and the Seekers all come out, and unfortunately, they're just not able to pick up the round, even with all of that utility. Jivy drops his own Seekers and Koi with a nice showstopper, but, 3 ultimates for 2, and you still lose the round. It's a pretty tough situation right now for Carlton Black. They really need to start trying to grind these rounds together, trying to get anything So right now it's 6-1, and you're looking down 7-1.
Well, and the bad news is, I can't even say that was bad ult usage from Carlton. They did a good job. They chose where to use the ults effectively, and they all got some impact. It's just that UH Premier just adjusted far better and were able to overcome.
The adjustment, very, very nicely done. See the Euro clone come through. You guys are gonna destroy that. But it's just a fake. Spike nowhere near. Niner finds a nice one on Decoy though. Lurking. Spike is gonna be picked up here eventually. Eric
On the
finds
B-site?
Rhino though.
Okay, never mind. The B-site was open, but they teleported away. But Danaris, he's got another frag. He's looking for more, and he'll get it. A thrifty round might be on the cards. It's 2v4. Sully is able to bring things back by just a moment. The Hunter's Fury from Adam is going to thin the herd even more. UH and these Hunter's Furies, it's now 1 to play. Carlton, it's Niner versus 2. Sully.
Ooh. They know where he is now. There's going to be the dart to get him out. Stuck in the corner. He's able to actually get out of the corner though, thanks to a nice guiding light. So he's just gonna hold it. Adam, better for the shot. UH Premier was looking a little bit dicey for a bit there, but they bring it back. A nice Hunter Fury finds one, evens up the player count, and UH Premier get another round, 7-1. Carlton needs to pick up these last 4 rounds very badly.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This is starting to get out of hand here. Sort of this, you know, I mentioned early domination from basically everyone. You know, back on Haven, we saw some early domination from Carlton. Icebox and Fracture, it was more UH, but now this has become way further than either of those. As we see the orbital strike coming from both sides, denying the entry. Sort of reactionary situation. Well, there ain't nothing reactionary about these shots. They're all on point and they're all to the head.
Carlton Black just running into a firing range there. All the shots, everyone over towards short. It's just spraying through smoke, shooting fish in a barrel. And UH Premier are absolutely dominating this one, 8-1, and Carlton Black don't have a lot of money. They're forcing anything they can get this round. Spectres, you see, half armor and a Phantom, and Danaris, half armor and a Vandal. They really need these rounds, and they're trying to force anything they can get. But if they lose this, it's just a snowball right now.
A much better recon bolt there. The gate crash going to come forward. Rage. Utilizing that. Here comes that fake Yoru. Sully, though, going to get one before he's taken down. Flash in for Oz. He's spotted one out. Little range, not so successful. And Adam even going to cut away with a kill, but he's traded instantly.
Last player standing.
Oh, and just the clean play from Coin and Jivy find the last 3. This is UH Premier's map right now. They are just commanding Carlton around. Carlton, no idea what to do to try and break through this defense.
UH been in this situation in the grand finals of many a tournament before. Carlton, maybe a little bit less so, but still a very experienced collegiate team, is still not able to find much of a difference. Both teams 7-2 in the regular season. Here comes the Yoru copy. Trailblazer, fault line. Feels like the whole kitchen sink is being thrown at UH at the moment. Dimensional drift is indeed being called out. The gate crash, not necessary. And so we're going to see a plant more than likely come through.
Oh, and the dog finds 2. These satchels, a nice flank by Adam. Eric's gonna find it. And Adam finds 2, and it's all down to Danaris, but Sully, that Hunter, very, very on point today, finds that one. And already double digits in the first half here for UH Premier.
Sully 17-6, man. That guy is not missing shots. But you can say the same for everybody else. I mean, the most deaths, we're 11 rounds in, it is 6 for this UH Premier side. And I mean, that's the highest. So it's very clear to me that UH Premier simply aren't getting killed. They're not losing out on duels.
All the shots are hitting. And Scully, the patience, knows that someone's going to peek off of that Trailblazer before it actually lands. Oh, not able to land the second one onto Oz. And oh my god, Sully, you can't be doing this. Finds another one and then pulls out the headhunter. Trades himself as the rockets come through, but Oz is on the side, finds Adam, and it's going to be a 2 versus 3.
Eric looking to set up this flank. Oz had a really good chance there, but couldn't quite connect it. What was that? Koi, the showstopper out, not going to be good. Oz versus 2. Gate crash. Set up. Oz knows there's one player in Eric. Eric, I think, has the spike on his person. Doesn't really need to swing, and he won't. Never mind. Eric says hi. It's 11-1, the half. What a dominant one it is.
Switching sides.
And this map could be over as fast as it started. Solely 20-7. Absolutely popping off on this chamber right now. This is his map. He is the one to watch out for.
Absolutely.
And Carlton Black, they've got a mountain to try and climb if they want to bring this game back. They can't afford to lose almost any round on this second half. And it all comes down to this pistol here. If UH Premier is able to walk away with it, it's going to be a monumental round 2 that they have to overcome.
Ooh, fault line, very nice. I'm gonna pause UH where they're at for now. Okay, there's a nice kill from Sully. That headhunter, seriously deadly, as has been the situation pretty much the whole time. Fake Yoru. Oz peeking off the back of it. Good for a frag. It's only for a moment, though. Sully, who else but Sully? Rage ready and waiting. Rano bringing it back, but it's not enough. Adam and Jivy shutting it down. 12-1. It's looking like this might be over.
Match point.
This might be it here. Carlton Black, no money to work with. And this could be it here. Solely the man on a mission to end Carlton Black here, to take the finals for his team, for UH Premier. This is the round for them to win everything.
It is. It looks like we're going for a bit of a bathroom play. The 1v1s. Oh, I love it. This is how you close with style, folks. Adam.
This is how you do it. Adam is better for the first one.
Oh, it
Who
looks
else
like
is next?
Yeah, who's going for the 1v1s next?
Oh, it looks like it's gonna be Sully.
Oh, this is great. This is fantastic.
Oh, Sully finds the
Fake Yoru.
second one. Oh, he's going for another round.
Daenerys wants in on this.
Oh, it's Brim versus
The
Brim.
Brimmy boy versus Brimmy boy. Let's go.
Oh, first hit goes over to Daenerys.
Oh. Whoever gets the next one wins. Oh, let's go.
Daenerys bites back. Oh, but
Big
Sully.
dubs. Oh, Sully got tagged up. This is great. Oh, Oz can't quite hit it.
Remaining.
Oh,
Oz can't
it's
even
all
hit
up to Rage. He's got to fight
the
all of
coin.
them.
Rage versus 4. Knife only. He's got it. Yeah.
There's the first.
Koi is still full health.
Oh, and there's the second.
Koi barely did any damage. This is so winnable.
Last player standing.
Oh, there's
Rage
three.
is gonna win.
Oh!
No!
Attack.
Rage! Nearly with the 1v4 knife clutch. But it confirms the 13-1 win over the Carlton Black Ravens. UH Premier doing what they needed to do most, and they overcome here in the grand finals.
Yeah, very, very close series up until Bind, where UH Premier just kind of dominate their game. Solely played absolutely phenomenally this whole series on such a wide array of agents as well.
Yeah, I think that's what's so impressive. I mean, like I said, when we set out here, I've watched this UH Premier squad play it quite a few times, quite a couple different tournaments here in NECC as well, and it's definitely been impressive. I'm looking forward to getting to talk to one of these players, and well, that's what we're going to be ready to do. We're going to get one of them in for an interview, and we'll be right back. Well, we have returned and we're back with the captain here of UH Premier, Eric Appleson. I'm excited to get to talk to you, but first of all, congratulations on the victory here, taking the championship here at the NECC, Eric.
Thank you.
A long road to get here. You know, you guys were working with stiff competition in this division. I mean, let's talk there first, right? I mean, Carleton obviously one of those teams, but Northwood the other. They forfeited out of the playoffs here. I think that would have been probably the hardest final, but Carleton the second hardest. What was your preparation like going into this series?
Yeah, we played Carleton a couple times. I think this is the B team, Carleton Black, and they're a pretty good team. So honestly, going to this game, it was more of sort of like a scrimmy feel. Like we didn't really have much on stake, even though it's a finals game. So we just came in, tried to like play the game, have fun, and just played it out.
Yeah. Quick question: when Carleton picked up their map, how did you guys feel, kind of, losing against the team that you kind of feel like it was a scrim against?
We weren't too happy about that because usually our Haven's a little bit more solid than that, and definitely need to work on some things. Carleton, I gotta give it to them. They played it pretty well, so props to them. And other than that, I think we played everything else well, and yeah.
Yeah, and you guys played very, very well on Bind. Sully was just playing absolutely out of his mind. Is he normally like this? Was today just a good day for him?
No, Sully's just cracked. I mean, that's what he does. There's nothing special about him dropping 20 plus frags every game. That's just who he is.
Yeah, and I think that kind of covers it for questions from me. Vincent, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I was gonna ask. So we're here at the back end of the season, and your attitude seemed like, hey, let's go out, let's do what we can, and that's awesome attitude. What were y'all's goals coming into the season, and were you able to achieve them in making these finals and winning them out?
I mean, goal with NECC is probably to obviously get into nationals, and then with the current teams that are left, I think we're probably the favorites to win out the whole thing. So goal is just to win the whole thing.
Well, we wish you all the best of luck on that. And finally, before we get going, Eric, anyone you want to shout out, say hello to?
Just a quick shout out to all my teammates. We got Jivy, Koi, Adam, and Sully. Love those guys. And another shout out to the esports club. Those guys are great.
Absolutely. A strong club at that. We appreciate you coming and taking the time, Eric. And of course, congratulations on your win as well.
Thank you.
With that, we are unfortunately going to have to say goodbye to all of you folks. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time here at NECC.